equal, but there was no sense of security for anyone. Life of man was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Then sovereign was established to keep everybody in awe, to enforce law and order throughout his jurisdiction, and to provide protection to people's life and property. We may infer from this argument that natural equality without a sense of justice is a bane, but when it is converted into legal equality informed by a sense of justice, it turns to be a boon. In a nutshell, in the sphere of practical application, the principle of equality is inseparable from the principle of justice. 18. Right to property. Nature and scope of property. What is property? Right to property is derived from the general theory of rights. However, it is a complex issue. In the case of other rights, such as liberty, it is easier to detect where an individual's right is likely to come in the way of another's enjoyment of an equal right. So it is easier to determine its proper limits. This is not so easy in the case of the right to property. Property is either something not made by man but occupied or inherited by somebody by chance, by force, or by tradition, such as landed property. Or it is a product of the cooperative effort of a large number of individuals, employing different talents and different amounts of labor, such as buildings, machinery, vehicles, and capital assets. But their share in the product of their labor is usually not determined by the value of their contribution. Mostly it depends on external factors, such as the market forces of demand, supply and competition, the conditions of previous investment due to a pre-existing ownership of property, the level of technological development of society and consequent social relations, such as those between master and slave, lord and serf, capitalist and worker, etc. It is an area where there is abundant scope for exploitation. I1v. As a result, the prevailing pattern of ownership of property does not reflect an individual's contribution to the social good or the service rendered to society. If this is allowed to continue as such, it will not be consistent with the moral basis of granting rights to individuals in society. It must be ascertained how far an individual's right to property amounts to diminishing another individual's title to or share in the property. The fundamental issue is, how can a right to property be made to serve the cause of social justice instead of owing it to remain a weapon of exploitation and injustice? 480. 11. JJ. Kami WC. Social justice. Social justice refers to a social policy which seeks to prevent concentration of valuable resources of the community, wealth, prestige, and power in the hands of the chosen few, and to create a social order which will enable the deprived and underprivileged sections to gain a respectable share thereof by virtue of their ability, effort, and need. The right to property is, therefore, called in question particularly when it leads to concentration of wealth in fewer hands, and thus obstructs others from having any significant share in the wealth of society. It is this right that tends to divide society into haves and have-nots, and poses a threat to the spirit of fraternity, the sentiment of brotherhood of all men. Vast disparities in possession of wealth, with the resultant disparities in prestige and power, are sometimes sought to be perpetuated by pseudo-religious pretensions, the poverty in this life being interpreted as either an outcome of one's doings in some previous birth, or the price of some other worldly gain, or at best, a situation divinely ordained. This sort of consolation, which has been a characteristic feature of our belief system throughout our past history, is indeed a very poor consolation. The modern consciousness throughout the enlightened world regards it a device to cover up the existing injustice in society. The true justification for the right to property, and its proper limits, should therefore be sought within the existing institutional framework, without any reference to some supernatural design or the prospect of a divine compensation. We are always making God our accomplice so that we may legalize our own inequities. Henri Amiel, 1821–81. Scope of property. The term property or private property refers to the possession of material things which are open to personal or selfish use. Material things may also include documents, such as promissory notes, patents, shares, guarantees, etc., which embody an individual's entitlement to property even though such property may not be in his possession for the time being. Birds and animals, like material things, may comprise an individual's property, but property in the form of human beings, that is the right to keep slaves, is not recognized as legitimate property by the modem consciousness, although it was so recognized in the past. Modem consciousness regards all human beings, irrespective of their birth and station, always as end in themselves, not as means to an end. Thus, no human being, however humble, can be reduced to being the private property of another. In modern political theory, the right to property has been analyzed in different perspectives. Of these, liberal, social democratic, and Marxist perspectives are particularly important. Liberal perspective. Liberal perspective on property is based on the philosophy of liberalism, which has usually regarded the right to private property as an essential ingredient of man's liberty and his right to the pursuit of happiness. Machiavelli, 1469–1527, in his Prince, has sarcastically pointed to man's extreme love of property in these powerful words: "Men sooner forget the death of their father than the loss of their patrimony." Hobbes, 1588–1679, postulated that the state was created for the security of man's life and property. Locke, 1632–1704, held that man's right to life, liberty, and property was a fundamental natural right, and that the state was created for the protection of this right. Rousseau, 1712–78, described the security of property as an essential element of civil liberty provided by the state. Liberalism. Liberalism refers to a principle of politics which regards liberty or freedom of individual as the first and foremost goal of public policy. Liberty, Indiana this sense, implies liberation from restraints, particularly from the restraints imposed by an authoritarian state. This principle was evolved in the West in late 17th century in order to liquidate feudal privileges of the landowning class and to create favorable conditions for the new entrepreneurial class to enable them to contribute to social progress. Adam Smith, 1723-90, Jeremy Bentham, 1748-1832, and other exponents of classical liberalism regarded the institution of private property as an essential instrument of social progress. As Ben and Peters, in their Social Principles and the Democratic State, 1975, have elucidated. Classical economic theory assumed that the sole aim of the individual entrepreneur would be to maximize profit from the use of his property. In doing so, he would use it for the greatest satisfaction of consumer demand. His interest in profit was thus both an explanation for his behavior and a reason for leaving capital under his control, since it ensured beneficial results for the community at large. Thus, the right to property comprised the very foundation of market economy and the capitalist system. Early liberal political theory regarded the possession of property as a proof of an individual's stake in the state as also of his political wisdom. So much, he had it insisted on linking the right to vote with property qualification. In Noit, early liberalism sought to glorify and defend the right to property in the moment as well as the political sphere. Modern liberal theory, however, which witnessed the cruel operation of the capitalist system and the rise of socialist theory, does not recognize any sacred or absolute right to private property. 1.8. T.H. Green, 1836-82, an ardent champion of human rights, paid due importance to the right to property as an instrument for exercising moral freedom. But he held that when an unrestrained right to property creates conditions under which some men take an unduly large share and others are prevented from acquiring requisite property as a means of self-realization, as in the case of landed property, this right becomes a hindrance to the exercise of freedom in society. Green, therefore, pleaded for reasonable restrictions on the right to property in the interest of the social good. L.T. Hobhouse, 1864-1929, went much further when he postulated the theory of the social origin of property. He defined taxation as a measure of securing to society the element in wealth which is the product of social effort, that is, which does not owe its origin to the efforts of living individuals, especially of the present owners of property. H.J. Lasky, 1893-1950, argued that the right to property should be correlated to the function performed by its owner, that is, the service rendered to the state, or the contribution made to the common welfare. In short, modern liberal theory, instead of conceding an absolute right to property, proceeds to investigate the ethical basis of this right and, in the process, indicates the proper limits of the right to property. Morris Ginsburg, in his On Justice and Society, 1965, has discerned three types of theories of the right to property, though they are not mutually exclusive. These are natural rights theories, theories of modes of its origin, including the labor theory, and theories of the contribution to the public good. Natural rights theories. Natural rights theories regard property as a fundamental right independent of particular institutions, though some institutions are more likely to be in harmony with natural law than others. The concept of property as a natural right is of relatively recent origin. As Ginsburg has observed, it is worth noting that neither in Stoic nor patristic doctrine is private property a natural right. By nature all things are held in common, is Stoic doctrine. The fathers tell us, before the fall there was no mine and thine distinct. Private property became necessary and is, therefore, justified because man's greed and avarice have to be kept in check. Stoic philosophy 5. Stoic philosophy refers to a metaphysical system founded in ancient Greek thought. It was first promulgated by Zeno of Citium around 300 BC. If stressed the correspondence between man and nature as a whole. Wisdom was held to consist in the knowledge of the whole, but to pursue it manha, to hold his passions in adversity with fortitude. Cam. Even in the medieval theory of natural law, private property is not a part of that law, though it is not contrary thereto. In modern scholastic writings, private property is conceded as a secondary natural right, which should be exercised under the conditions imposed by natural law. Among the exponents of the natural rights theory of property, William Blackstone, 1723-80, includes property among absolute rights, but he seems to apply this concept to possession, i.e. something held in possession for the time being until it is so held. When property becomes a subject of inheritance and bequest, it no longer remains a natural right, but comes within the purview of civil rights. If a natural right is to be interpreted as a right which exists independently of social enactment, it is difficult to determine whether any form of property, possession, or ownership can be treated as a natural right. But Locke conceives of natural rights differently. It is a right which derives its support from inward morality, conscience, or the rational faculty of man. The RGHD to life, liberty, and property is a natural right because it is not something granted by the state of its own will, but only recognized by the state because right to property 485. It is obliged to do so. Locke argues that the state has no authority to tamper with the right to property because it is duty-bound to protect this right. Although Locke regards property as a natural right, he looks for its origin in human labor, mixed with nature. Hence, His theory is akin to the labor theory of the origin of property. Theories of modes of its origin. The theories of the modes of its origin seek the basis of property in the modes of its origin or acquisition, e.g. first occupation, inheritance, labor, etc. Of these, the basis of first occupation is only of historical or academic interest, since this cannot be related to the mode of acquisition of property in the contemporary world. At best, it can be related to inherited property in land, mines, etc. However, the basis of property as the fruit of labor is highly important. This basis was invoked by the liberal theory, but not brought to its logical conclusion. In fact, socialist theory has given it a more logical interpretation. Among the liberal thinkers, Locke is the chief exponent of the theory of property as the fruit of labor. Locke argued that every man by nature has a property in his own person. The labor of his body and the work of his hands are properly his. Whatsoever then he removes out of nature and mixes with his labor becomes his property, at least where there is enough and as good left in common for others. The Second Treatise of Civil Government, 1690. The makers of the American Revolution, 1776, and French Revolution, 1789, who defended the institution of property so ardently, looked upon it primarily as the fruit of labor, but the exponents of this theory failed to develop it on a logical basis. As Ginsburg has pointed out, Locke recognizes that in his view a person is only entitled to such products of his labor as he can use and that everything beyond this is more than his share and belongs to others. But instead of using his theory as a basis for criticizing existing inequalities, he accepts and justifies them on justice in society. 1965. Locke attributes these inequalities to the consent of men and argues that nature provides no principles for regulating inequalities. C.B. Macpherson, The Political Theory of Possessive Individualism, 1962, has termed Locke's view regarding the right to property as a typical expression of the idea of possessive individualism. According to this view, man, the individual, is the absolute natural proprietor of his own capacities, owing nothing to society for them. He is, therefore, free to use his capacities in search of satisfactions, provided he does not harm others. Freedom is identified with domination over things as manifested in ownership or possession thereof. Accordingly, society is seen as an aggregate of free and equal individuals related to each other through their possessions, and not as a set of persons held. 486. An Introduction to Political Theory. Together by reciprocal rights and duties. The relation of exchange, or market relation, is recognized as the fundamental relation of society. Finally, political society is seen as a rational device for the protection of property of individuals where life and liberty are also reduced to their possessions. The position is further crystallized by the introduction of money. As Jeremy Waldron has aptly observed, in any case, the acquisition of property is limited by Locke's insistence that an owner must not let resources spoil uselessly in his possession. This would be sufficient to generate a rough equality of possessions, were it not for the fact that the invention of money, a conventionally sanctioned durable means of exchange, made it possible for men to own and get the benefit of much more land than they themselves could use the produce of. This legitimation of inequality and the emphasis on private acquisition and enclosure in Locke's theory have led many to see him as an ideologist of early modern capitalism. The Blackwell Encyclopedia of Political Thought, edited by David Miller, 1987. Possessive individualism. The term possessive individualism was coined by C.B. Macpherson, 1911-87, Canadian political philosopher, in his noted work, Possessive Individualism, Hobbes to Locke, 1962, to describe the main assumption underlying modern liberal theory. According to this view, individual one's the sole proprietor of his own person or capacities for which he owes nothing to carrot society. He is, therefore, free to use his physical and mental faculties in pursuit of personal satisfactions, provided he does not harm others. Freedom is identified with domination over things as manifested in ownership and possession thereof. Society is C(VDSCM aggregate of free and equal individuals, related each other through their possessions, and not os a set of persons held together by reciprocal rights and duties. If is thus evident, Locke starts with a progressive idea regarding the true basis of property, but ends up with expediency, forgetting logic. Once even minor inequalities are sought to be justified, larger inequalities automatically find their way. The utilitarian philosophers and economists also started with a progressive idea, the greatest happiness of the greatest number, where each individual was to count as one, and no one is more than one, for arriving at the standard of maximum utility. But they conceded that inequality has to be tolerated as a necessary evil, on the ground that equalization would tend to discourage effort, decrease saving, and, by lessening efficiency, diminish the total available for distribution, and so would not benefit those for whose benefit it is advocated. M. Ginsburg, On Justice in Society, 1965. All these arguments in favor of inequality prepared a strong foundation for, i.e. development of the capitalist system with enormous inequalities. It is important to note that the liberal theorists strongly upheld the liberty of man and deprecated an unjust power of man over man in the political sphere. But they failed to realize that the inequality of property, which they advocated in the economic sphere, In effect, meant allowing the capitalists to exercise power over the life and labor of others through their property and thus deprive them of their liberty. Moreover, inequality of property creates conditions of leisure and conspicuous consumption on the one hand, and rigorous labor and subhuman living on the other. All this amounts to oppression, exploitation, and injustice, not the freedom so highly valued by the liberal theorists. Conspicuous consumption. Conspicuous consumption refers to a pattern of consumption of goods and services designed to display the possession of wealth and a high standard of living. This term was first used by Thorstein Veblen, American sociologist, The Theory of Leisure Class, 1699, to suggest that those possessing wealth beyond their needs do not have a sense of security about their social position. Hence, they tend to spend it lavishly with a view to enhancing their social prestige. In fact, conspicuous consumption is the characteristic of the neo-rich class which emerged due to unprecedented expansion of business and industry in recent times. Its members are not sure whether they are held in high esteem in society, like the traditionally rich classes. Conspicuous consumption by the richer classes sets such standards of social prestige that the ambitious but poorer sections of society are tempted to emulate them by adopting corrupt and immoral practices. In short, conspicuous consumption causes erosion of values and moral degradation or society. The basis of property as the fruit of labor was more cogently developed by socialist theory, which postulated that the worker has a right to the whole produce of his labor. As Ginsburg has elaborated, what is perhaps more distinctive of socialist thought is that a distinction is drawn between property in the means of production and property in the fruits of labor. It is clear that, if the instruments of production are appropriated by a few, the rest are deprived of the freedom to apply their labor. Combining these 2 points, a conclusion is drawn which is the very opposite of Locke's individualism, namely that property and the means of production must be held in common, that all must be given access to apply their labor, and that the assignment of apportionment of the results should be a matter of collective regulation. Ibid. Theories of contribution to the public good. According to the third set of theories, the right to property, like other rights, should be tested by its contribution to the public good or well-being. These theories are most significant under the conditions of the present-day world. With the change in the system of production, especially since the advent of the Industrial Revolution, and the consequent concentration of capital in fewer and fewer hands, there has been an increasing dissociation of property from labor. There has been a growing realization of the fact that under modem conditions the property has often become a means of control over others' life and labor. Theories of contribution to the public good seek to make the right to property subservient to social justice rather than maintain it as an instrument of personal gratification. This view finds its fuller expression in social democratic perspective on property. Social democratic perspective. Social democratic perspective on property seeks to maintain the right to property on such conditions that serve the purpose of socialism as well as democracy. While socialist principle requires that means of social production should be placed in social ownership and control to make them serve social purpose, democratic principle stipulates the security of individual's property as an essential ingredient of his freedom. Synthesis of these 2 principles is difficult to achieve. The obvious course of this synthesis would be to allow individual ownership of property under such regulations that it is largely used to serve social purpose. This perspective is best represented in the political thought of L.T. Hobhouse, 1864-1929, R.H. Tawney, 1880-1962, and Harold J. Lasky, 1893-1950. All of them being English philosophers. Hobhouse and Tawney on the right to property. L.T. Hobhouse, in his Liberalism, 1911, focused on the social origin of property. He argued that it is the organized force of society that maintains the rights of owners by protecting them against thieves and depredators. It is the protection afforded by the state and the machinery of law which enables them to enjoy their possessions without disturbance. Those who believe in their absolute right to property forget that without the organized force of society their rights are not worth a week's purchase. As Hobhouse has significantly observed, the prosperous businessman who thinks that he has made his fortune entirely by self-help does not pause to consider what single step he could have taken on the road to his success, but for the ordered tranquility which has made commercial development possible, the security by road and rail and sea, the masses of skilled labor, and the sum of intelligence which civilization has placed at his disposal. Liberalism, 1911. Hobhouse maintained that even the demand for the goods which a businessman supplies is created by the general progress of the world. The whole process of production in the modern world was made possible, the incas to the inventions which have been built up by the collective effort of generations of men of science and organizers of industry. If a prosperous person of today dug to the foundations of his fortune, he would realize that it is society which maintains and guarantees his possessions. So also it is society which is an indispensable partner in its original creation. In his another important work, The Elements of Social Justice, T922, Hobhouse criticized the use of property as an instrument of power in utter disregard of social needs. We find many forms of property which involve power over other persons. The owner of land may be in a position to determine the means by which many people can earn their living. The extent of this PWER varies partly with the nature of property, partly with the distribution of ownership. If the property is important and limited, ownership may involve a partial or complete monopoly, carrying with it a considerable, perhaps a fundamental, power over the lives of many. If, again, there is no monopoly, but wealth is very unevenly distributed, then the possessors of capital have advantages in contracting with workers which give them a very large measure of control over labor. This control is more keenly felt in modem industry, which has brought into existence new economic structures characterized by concentration of control, unified direction, immense increase in labor force, and a vast development of administrators and technicians. This system not only enables the capitalist employer to dictate his terms to the mass of workers, but also gives him an opportunity to make huge profits which tend to widen the disparity between RHE haves and have-nots. The profit motive also impels the capitalist to disregard public needs. He would not undertake such supplies and services which are less profitable but greatly needed by the community. It is therefore essential that the right to property should be subject to two main qualifications. A. It is not used as an instrument of power over others, and B. It is exercised with due regard to the needs of the community. R.H. Tawney, in his The Acquisitive Society, 1920, deprecated the tyranny of functionless property. He advocated subordination of property to social service. As he observes, functionless property appears natural to those who believe that society should be organized for the acquisition of private wealth. Those, however, who hold that social unity and effective work are possible only if society is organized and wealth distributed on the basis of function, will ask of an institution not what dividends does it pay, but what service does it perform? Lasky's views on the right to property. The theory of moral limitations on the right to property with due regard to the function performed and service rendered to society is best developed by Harold J. Lasky, a great exponent of positive liberalism. He particularly dwelled on the positive dimension of the liberal theory of property. He sought to modify the liberal theory of property under the influence of socialist theory, and finally came up with a scheme by which the right to private property can be maintained as an instrument of the common good. The moral basis of property. At the outset, Lasky deals with the right to property as a part of his theory of rights. Thus, in his A Grammar of Politics, 1938, Lasky observes, if property must be possessed in order that a man may be his best self, the existence of such a right is clear. I have the right to property if what I own is, broadly speaking, important for the service I perform. I have the right to own if what I own can be shown to be related to the common welfare as a condition of its maintenance. In other words, the right to property should be directly related to the function performed. It is not an absolute right. There is no room for functionless property in a just society. No man has a moral right to property except as a return for function performed. He has no right to live unless he pays for his living. He has no right to live because another has earned what suffices for his maintenance. Those whose property is the result of other men's effort are parasitic upon society. They enjoy what they have not assisted to produce. Ibid. As a liberal thinker, Lasky is not averse to the institution of private property as such. He concedes that the possession of property provides for a means of harmony in the shape of security. The man of property has a stake in the country. He gets a sense of security and opportunity to develop creative tastes for art and culture. Poverty means a miserable life which destroys man's creative impulse. The institution of private property cannot be condemned as bad in itself. But what we find in the real world is that any significant property is owned by a small number, and its ownership is not necessarily related to the performance of duties or possession of virtues. Lasky draws our attention particularly to the conditions prevailing under capitalism and brings it under severe attack. The ownership of property involves the control of capital, and, in a regime of free enterprise, the control of capital involves power to direct the lives of those who depend upon the application of capital to production. A regime of private property makes the state very largely an institution dominated by the owners of private property, and it protects the will and purpose of those owners. Ibid. The capitalists tend to use their private property for maximization of their private profit, ignoring urgent social needs. Production is seldom related to social utility. Distribution is barely related to social urgency. The class of property owners indulges in immense, wasteful expenditure while propertyless workers crave for mere subsistence. Social standards are set by the owners of wealth, but they become status symbols. These are slavishly imitated by those who cannot afford them. In short, owners of property corrupt all society. They produce goods and services, not for use, but to acquire property from their production. They produce not to satisfy useful demands, but demands which can be made to pay. They will ruin natural resources. They will adulterate commodities. They will float dishonest enterprises. They will corrupt legislatures. They will pervert the sources of knowledge. They compel strikes which result in serious damage to the community. Ibid. Lasky now examines the prevalent theories regarding defense of private property, one by one, and shows their faults. The psychological theory seeks to justify property as an incentive to labor. But in actual practice, the owners of property work for private profit, not for the good of the community. Moreover, they amass property which inhibits their descendants from working at all. Thus, property may defeat more incentives than it creates. The ethical theory of property defends it as a return for an individual's effort. But, in actual practice, the amount of reward depends on the capacity to make profit, on manipulation, not on the value of service rendered to society. Property is, then, defended as a nurse of virtues essential to society: love of one's family, generosity, inventiveness, and energy. But Lasky argues that these virtues have been present in those persons also who have never amassed property at all. The theory of property as the outcome of supplying effective demand similarly, does not stand to reason. As Lasky powerfully argues, there is a demand for slaves in Abyssinia, but most men will, I think, agree that response to the demand ought never to be allowed. There is a demand for obscene literature, but few would respect those who trafficked in it. There is a demand for prostitutes, but the law has a definite answer to those who live by satisfying it. Ibid. The historical argument in defense of property holds that progressive societies are those built upon the regime of private property and that backward societies are, in general, those founded upon a collectivist basis of some kind. There is some truth in it, but it is still fallacious because, viewed in historical perspective, private property has remained a changing conception. Property in slaves was valid in Greece and Rome. It is no longer valid today. In England, there is great freedom of testamentary disposition. In France, inheritance is regulated with much stringency. Ibid. Historical development throughout indicates progressive limitations imposed on the right to property. Hence, no pervasive right to property can be established on historical grounds. The growth of socialism has been responsible for the decline of laissez-faire individualism. It has transformed the character of the modem state as regards its attitude towards private property. As Lasky observes, the state which had begun the 19th century in the terms of laissez-faire began, as the 20th century came into view, to search for a basis upon which it could compromise with socialism. So the taxation of the modem state was built upon the assumption that assessment must be graduated by ability to pay. Its franchise was well-nigh universal. It offered free education, if of a low standard, to the people. It began to insure against the hazards of sickness and unemployment. It made things like the provision of houses and pensions in old age a matter of corporate concern. Ibid. Laissez-faire. Laissez-faire is a French term which means leave alone. It implied the policy of non-intervention by the state in economic activities of individuals. The phrase was in common usage in mercantile and industrial circles in 19th century England and other parts of the world, to express a belief in the freedom of industry and economic activity from state interference. Modem consciousness, therefore, does not vindicate the maintenance of functionless property, a class which lives luxuriously by owning the means of production, without a sense of social obligation, and without making any contribution to the social good. Lasky very strongly argues for the limitation of the right of inheritance on moral grounds. No property can be justified unless it is the result of the performance of socially useful functions and duties. True justification of the right to property may be found in a theory of reward, and b. a theory of industrial organization. Theory of reward. Lasky proceeds to examine several theories offered with a view to determining the true basis of the right to property. He rejects the doctrine of equal rewards because there is no justice in an equal reward for unequal effort, as also because needs are also unequal. Another theory which links rewards with the operation of market forces of demand and supply is equally untenable. The market is largely manipulated by experts in advertising and salesmanship who distort social need to create a demand for their own products, and thereby do a disservice to society. This is also true of professions. The incomes made by skillful special pleaders in the days before the reform of judicial procedure largely represented wealth secured in an effort to defeat the ends of justice. Ibid. The prevailing price system is seldom related to the value of the service performed. The third theory of reward, viz., from each according to his ability to each according to his needs, is quite attractive, but it is an oversimplification of a complex issue. Who will determine the ability, capacity, or power of the individual to do a particular work? And how would it be subjected to a common standard? Also, who will determine the genuine needs of each individual with varying duties, capacities, aptitudes, and character? This theory is, therefore, hardly capable of practical application. Lasky comes to the conclusion that any principles of reward must satisfy the two complex conditions: cr, that it enables the individual to reach out towards his best self, and b, that it preserves and develops necessary functions of society. This would imply a reconciliation of the interest of the individual with that of society. Apart from a system of rewards on this basis, society will also meet the demands of certain classes: children, old people, disabled and defective persons, who cannot pay their way. This criterion of asterisk reward involves provision of a common civic minimum, beyond which the reward will increase with the value of the service rendered to society. Theory of industrial organization. The theory of just rewards leads to finding a new basis of industrial organization. Lasky outlines an elaborate scheme of industrial organization according to the concept of social justice. Thus, he postulates, industry, in fact, must be made a profession. It needs to be informed by a principle of public service. It must not be merely a body of persons who are turning out goods for profit. It must be a body of persons who perform certain functions at some standard of competent performance. Ibid. Lasky, in fact, envisages a thorough transformation of the capitalist system. This involves, in the first place, alteration of the character of the owner of wealth. Lasky argues that the owner of the capital should receive a fixed dividend for the service rendered by the loan of his capital. He will no longer profit by the special ability of management, the rise in price, or the special privilege of a monopoly. Secondly, it involves alteration in the character of the control exercised in industry. Rules for the industry will be laid by its working force. Once the functionless owner of capital is removed, An industry becomes an intelligible entity, and rules can be drawn up for its governance upon the basis of the functions performed by each element therein. Besides, more room should be made for the social element in the industrial equation. This implies socialized production of essential commodities, such as electric power, which are necessary for the well-being of the community, but hardly fetch private profit. Then all industries, socialized as well as private, should be regulated by standard hours and standard rates of pay, so that autocratic managerial control is replaced by tired democratic method. Finally, recruitment to industrial cadres should be based on proven competence, as required in the case of entry into the bar or medical practice. All these changes are intended to convert functionless property of the capitalist system into an instrument of the social good. This would also eliminate the wide economic disparities which plague our socio-economic political system. As Lasky concludes, there is nothing inherently wrong in the notion of private property. There is a sense in which it may be so held as genuinely to express personality and to contribute to its enrichment. It must never be so large in amount that its owner exercises power by reason of its sheer magnitude. It must never be so small that its possessor cannot be himself at his best. The more equal its distribution, the more likely is the contribution of the citizen to be judged in terms of its social value. In short, Lasky holds that the capitalist system itself can be suitably altered so as to make it serve the cause of social justice. He strongly pleads for determining reward in relation to the service rendered to society. He also advocates curtailing the rights of inheritance so that inheritance is reduced to a provision for immediate security. But still he envisages that some people would be left with the capital to be invested in industry, for which they will get a fixed dividend for the service rendered by the loan of that capital. If Lasky's scheme is seriously put to practice, it will eliminate big capitalists. There may, of course, remain a large number of shareholders if private industry is still allowed to continue. In that case, there will remain the cooperative sector side by side with the public sector, a feature of socialist society. Lasky apparently seeks to maintain capitalism in a subdued form. He hopes to do away with the exploitative character of capitalism. 4K** FT Marxist perspective. Marx and Engels on the role of private property. Marxist theory views private property not as a right of the individual, but as a condition which determines relations of production corresponding to the prevailing stage of historical development. Private property, like the state, has not existed from eternity, not to speak of property as a natural right. The origin of private property was attended by the beginning of exploitation in society. The state was created by the class of property owners for the protection of its private property. It is, therefore, an instrument right to property. 495 of exploitation of the dependent class which does not own property. Exploitation. Exploitation refers to a form of social oppression in which one party takes undue advantage of the vulnerable position of another party. The stronger party uses the physical and mental capacities, resources, talents and skills, etc. Its victim for its own profit or gratification of its own desires. Private property did not exist under early social stage, the stage of primitive communism. The means of production at that stage were very rudimentary and held in common ownership. All production was meant for the common consumption, although it was just sufficient for the survival of the community. It was only with the development of the forces of production that surplus production became possible, and with that came the institution of private property, with the consequent division of society into antagonistic classes, masters and slaves. As Friedrich Engels, in his The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, 1884, has recorded, entire increase of production in all branches, cattle breeding, agriculture, domestic handicrafts, enabled human labor power to produce more than what was necessary for its maintenance. At the same time, the addition of more labor power became desirable. This was furnished by war. Captives were made slaves. Under the given general historical conditions, the first great social division of labor, by increasing the productivity of labor, that is wealth, and enlarging the field of production, necessarily carried slavery in its wake. Out of the first great social division of labor arose the first great division of society into two classes, masters and slaves, exploiters and exploited. Property as the basis of class division. The origin of private property is, therefore, associated with the division of society into antagonistic classes. Private property may be owned by individuals, but they constitute a specific interest, hence a class. Their interest is antagonistic to the interests of the propertyless class. The form of private property changes with the development of forces of production and consequent changes in the mode of production. But so long as private property exists, its exploitative character does not change. Private property divides society into haves and have-nots, who assume the positions of dominant and dependent classes respectively. In ancient society, this division takes the form of masters and slaves. In medieval society, it takes the form of lords and serfs. And in modern capitalist society, it takes the form of bourgeoisie and proletariat. This division is sharpest under the capitalist system. The proletariat, by its very definition, is propertyless and dependent on wage labor. As Marx and Engels, in their Communist Manifesto, 1848, observed, electric power, which are necessary for the well-being of the community, but hardly fetch private profit. Then all industries, socialized as well as private, should be regulated by standard hours and standard rates of pay, so that autocratic managerial control is replaced by the democratic method. Finally, recruitment to industrial cadres should be based on proven competence, as required in the case of entry into the bar or medical practice. All these changes are intended to convert functionless property of the capitalist system into an instrument of the social good. This would also eliminate the wide economic disparities which plague our socio-economic political system. As Lasky concludes, there is nothing inherently wrong in the notion of private property. There is a sense in which it may be so held as genuinely to express personality and to contribute to its enrichment. It must never be so large in amount that its owner exercises power by reason of its sheer magnitude. It must never be so small that its possessor cannot be himself at his best. The more equal its distribution, the more likely is the contribution of the citizen to be judged in terms of its social value. Ibid. In short, Lasky holds that the capitalist system itself can be suitably altered so as to make it serve the cause of social justice. He strongly pleads for determining reward in relation to the service rendered to society. He also advocates curtailing the rights of inheritance so that inheritance is reduced to a provision for immediate security. But still he envisages that some people would be left with the capital to be invested in industry, for which they will get a fixed dividend for the service rendered by the loan of that capital. If Lasky's scheme is seriously put to practice, it will eliminate big capitalists. There may, of course, remain a large number of shareholders if private industry is still allowed to continue. In that case, there will remain the cooperative sector side by side with the public sector, a feature of socialist society. Lasky apparently seeks to maintain capitalism in a subdued form. He hopes to do away with the exploitative character of capitalism. For Marxist perspective. Marx and Engels on the role of private property. Marxist theory views private property not as a right of the individual, but as a condition which determines relations of production corresponding to the prevailing stage of historical development. Private property, like the state, has not existed from eternity, not to speak of property as a natural right. The origin of private property was attended by the beginning of exploitation in society. The state was created by the class of property owners for the protection of its private property. It is, therefore, an instrument to property 495 of exploitation of the dependent class which does not own property. Exploitation. Exploitation refers to a form of social oppression in which one party takes undue advantage of the vulnerable position of another party. The stronger party uses the physical and marital capacities, resources, talents and skills, etc., of its victim for its own profit or gratification of its own desires. Private property did not exist under early social stage, the stage of primitive communism. The means of production at that stage were very rudimentary and held in common ownership. All production was meant for the common consumption, although it was just sufficient for the survival of the community. It was only with the development of the forces of production that surplus production became possible, and with that came the institution of private property, with the consequent division of society into antagonistic classes, masters and slaves. As Friedrich Engels, in his The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, 1884, has recorded, the increase of production in all branches, cattle breeding, agriculture, domestic handicrafts, enabled human labor power to produce more than what was necessary for its maintenance. At the same time, the addition of more labor power became desirable. This was furnished by war. Captives were made slaves. Under the given general historical conditions, the first great social division of labor, by increasing the productivity of labor, that is wealth, and enlarging the field of production, necessarily earned slavery in its wake. Out of the first great social division of labor arose the first great division of society into two classes, masters and slaves, exploiters and exploited. Property as the basis of class division. The origin of private property is, therefore, associated with the division of society into antagonistic classes. Private property may be owned by individuals, but they constitute a specific interest, hence a class. Their interest is antagonistic to the interests of the propertyless class. The form of private property changes with the development of forces of production and consequent changes in the mode of production, but so long as private property exists, its exploitative character does not change. Private property divides society into haves and have-nots, who assume the positions of dominant and dependent classes respectively. In ancient society, this division takes the form of masters and slaves. In medieval society, it takes the form of lords and serfs. And in modern capitalist society, it takes the form of bourgeoisie and proletariat. This division is sharpest under the capitalist system. The proletariat, by its definition, is propertyless and dependent on wage labor. As Marx and Engels, in their Communist Manifesto, 1848, observed, 496 An Introduction to Political Theory. Does wage labor create any property for the laborer? Not a bit. It creates capital, i.e. that kind of property which exploits wage labor, and which cannot increase except upon condition of begetting new supply of wage labor for fresh exploitation. Property, in its present form, is based on the antagonism of capital and wage labor, bourgeoisie and proletariat. These are the two contending classes in modern capitalist society. Engels' note to the English edition, 1888 edition, of Communist Manifesto reads, by bourgeoisie is meant the class of modern capitalists, owners of the means of social production and employers of wage labor. By proletariat, the class of modern wage laborers who, having no means of production of their own, are reduced to selling their labor power in order to live. Private property, according to Marxism, is, therefore, a divisive factor, a source of conflict, not of harmony, a mode of exploitation, not of cooperation. Private property, in this sense, denotes the means of production, because it is the mode of ownership of the means of production which determines how the have-nots will earn their livelihood, and thereby keeps them in permanent subjugation. Marxism, therefore, advocates the abolition of private property in this sense, not personal property. The fruit of a man's own labor, which property is alleged to be the groundwork of all personal freedom, activity, and independence. Hard-won, self-acquired, self-earned property. When, therefore, capital is converted into common property, into the property of all members of society, personal property is not thereby transformed into social property. It is only the social character of the property that is changed. It loses its class character, ibit. Property as the cause of alienation. Marxist theory holds the system of private property responsible for the erosion of human values. Marx, in his earlier work Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844, presented a searching analysis of the capitalist system of private property from the humanist angle. This work, usually associated with the thought of young Marx, is known for its literary style rather than scientific rigor, yet some of its parts are quite relevant for the mainstream of Marxist theory. It is a valuable contribution to the Marxist theory of alienation, which represents the humanist aspect of Marxism. Marx argued that under the capitalist system, human labor is reduced to a commodity. The more wealth the worker produces, the poorer he becomes. As Marx observes, the worker becomes an ever cheaper commodity the more commodities he creates. With the increasing value of the world of things proceeds in direct proportion the devaluation of the world of men. Labor produces not only commodities, it produces itself and the worker as a commodity, and does so in the proportion in which it produces commodities generally. Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844. Under the capitalist system, the worker has no say in the policy or process of production. The acute division of labor deprives the worker of the creative joy of production. If a worker produced a shirt under the feudal system, he could derive the satisfaction of creating some useful thing. But now he produces only a collar, or only a pocket, or some other small portion of the shirt. He is unable to discern his role in the creative process. The whole process is characterized by the loss of purpose. The worker's own product confronts him as something alien, as a power independent of the producer. The process of self-estrangement or alienation under the capitalist system takes place at 4 levels. A. Man is alienated from his own product and from his work process. Man is alienated from nature, as he is forced to work under the artificial atmosphere of a factory. C. Man is alienated from his fellow men, because of the severely competitive character of the capitalist economy and the sharp class division of society. And D. Finally, man is alienated from himself. He is reduced to an animal existence, for in the fulfillment of his biological needs, his human faculties, including the taste for literature, art, music, etc., evaporate in the process. In his other important works, particularly Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, 1843, and On the Jewish Question, 1844, Marx argues that the constitution of modem representative states is, in reality, the constitution of private property. Modem society is characterized by the real domination of private property. As Lucio Coletti, in his introduction to Karl Marx, Early Writings, 1975, has summed up, property ought to be a manifestation, an attribute of man, but becomes the subject. Man ought to be the real subject, but becomes the property of private property. The social side of human beings appears as a characteristic or property of things. On the other hand, things appear to be endowed with social or human attributes. This is an embryo of the argument which Marx will develop later in Capital as the fetishism of commodities. The phenomenon of fetishism of commodities, commodity fetishism, was analyzed by Marx in his seminal work Capital, Volume I, 1867. In short, fetishism of commodities implies a feature of capitalist society where social relation between different producers is reduced to relation between the products of their labor. It brings different types of skills and quantities of labor into equivalence with each other in terms of their market values. Thus, the social relationship between a tailor and a carpenter appears as a relationship between a coat and a table in terms of their exchange value in the market, rather than in terms of the labor and skills embodied in these products. In other words, the commodity becomes an embodiment of value under the capitalist system of private property, while the human being as worker and real producer of value is reduced to a commodity governed by the market forces of demand, supply, and competition. The result is an overall dehumanization of man, his self-estrangement and alienation. Abolition of private property. Under the capitalist system, private property takes the form of bourgeois property, which creates its domination over society through the blind laws of market forces. It is devoid of any human sense or human appeal. It is a dehumanizing force. No useful purpose will be served by trying to humanize it. Marxist theory, therefore, does not seek to appeal to the good sense of the property owners. They themselves are slaves of their private property, no less than the workers. So if human values are to be restored, human freedom is to be secured, and a rational system of production and distribution is to be evolved to ensure satisfaction of social needs, the obvious course is the abolition of private property itself. It is the mass of workers who are the worst victims of oppression, exploitation, and injustice under the capitalist system. Their emancipation requires the abolition of the system of private property itself. The owners of private property, though equally enslaved by the system, do not feel the pinch because they are placed in a dominant position. They would never be prepared to part with their private property unless overthrown in a violent revolution. Marx, therefore, appeals to the revolutionary zeal of the working class to abolish the system of private property and to socialize all major means of production. This will restore human sense and human values. As Marx, in his economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, declares, the transcendence of private property is, therefore, the complete emancipation of all human senses and attributes. But it is this emancipation precisely because these senses and attributes have become, subjectively and objectively, human. The eye has become a human eye, just as its object has become a social, human object, an object emanating horn man for man. With the abolition of private property comes the end of exploitation also. The abolition of private property does not imply abolition of property as such. It involves changing the pattern of ownership of property, from bourgeois ownership to social ownership, from class ownership to common ownership. Although in the transitional phase of the dictatorship of the proletariat, it may temporarily be held in class ownership of the proletariat till the classless society comes into existence. Thus, Marx and Engels in their Communist Manifesto, 1848, have observed, the distinguishing feature of communism is not the abolition of property generally, but the abolition of bourgeois property. But the modern bourgeois private property is the final and most complete expression of the system of producing and appropriating products that is based on class antagonisms, on the exploitation of the many by the few. In this sense, theory of the communists may be summed up in the single sentence: abolition of private property. The capitalist system of private property is based on the distortion of property itself. It denotes a condition under which the product of collective effort is appropriated by a few persons and used as an instrument of domination over society. As Marx and Engels have elucidated, to be a capitalist is to have not only a purely personal, but a social status in production. Capital is a collective product, and only by the united action of many members, nay, in the last resort, only by the united action of all members of society, can it be set in motion. Capital is, therefore, not a personal, it is a social power. Communism deprives no man of the power to appropriate the products of society. All that it does is to deprive him of the power to subjugate the labor of others by means of such appropriation, ibid. In short, Marxist theory views the system of private property as the foundation of capitalism, which is characterized by the exploitation of man by mammoth, therefore, advocates the abolition of private property in the major means of production to pave the way for a humanistic reorganization of production and distribution, while personal property, a genuine fruit of an individual's labor and the instrument of his freedom, will remain intact. The introduction of socialist system will destroy the exploitative character of property and evolve its developmental character, because it will undertake production and distribution of commodities to fulfill social needs, for social benefit, not for private profit at the expense of the community. Conclusion: Marxist theory of property draws a significant distinction between personal property and private property. It favors full protection of personal property, which is the source of security of the individual, and abolition of private property, which is an instrument of controlling the lives of others. It is a laudable idea. However, it raises some difficulties in actual practice. Marxist theory of property is fit for application to a society which is divided into two clear-cut classes, haves and have-nots. But in the present-day society, the size of the middle class has considerably increased, and it is steadily expanding. Its problems cannot be analyzed in the light of classical Marxist theory. And when a very large number of shareholders have invested their hard-earned money and savings in big business and industries, then the situation turns out to be more complex. When a middle-class person raises his personal property by dint of his talent and effort, and invests his savings in the shares of selected companies for the security of his future, then the dividing line between personal property and private property in the Marxian sense starts blurring. In such a situation, recourse to a violent revolution for the abolition of private property would lose its rationale. However, we must appreciate an important suggestion of Marxist theory, that any form of property should not be allowed to become an instrument of exploitation and control over lives of others. As long as the right to property provides freedom and a sense of security to the individual, and facilitates the best use of his talent and effort, it must be admired. But when this right gives rise to glaring economic disparities in society and forces the bulk of workers to lead a subhuman life, it must be strictly regulated. Aristotle, ancient Greek philosopher, taught that a certain amount of private property was necessary for good life and for exercising virtue, but when acquired beyond this limit, it becomes a source of vice. Here Aristotle was dealing with the impact of property on personal morality, not with its impact on social organization. Early socialists, who were deeply concerned with the institution of property as a source of vast socio-economic disparities and social injustice, sought to transform it thoroughly. P.J. Proudhon, 1809-65, a French philosopher, went to the extent of saying, "Property is theft. A person should not acquire any material things beyond his immediate requirement, because amassing of wealth is bound to degrade his character. It also amounts to theft because thereby you deprive others of their due share. Gandhi maintained that the earth has enough to satisfy everybody's need, but it does not have enough to satisfy anybody's greed. This principle deals with personal as well as social morality. Finally, Gandhian doctrine of trusteeship largely deals with social morality. It requires the owners of capital and big estate to treat their possessions as the trust of humanity and employ them for social service, not for personal gratification, not to speak of private profit. If these principles are adopted, tyranny of property will automatically disappear, and there will be a general uplift of material and moral life of society. 19. Concept of justice. Idea of justice. Political thinkers since earliest times have been trying to formulate the concept of justice. However, with the dawn of modern consciousness, especially under the influence of the principles of democracy and socialism, this concept has been thoroughly transformed. As a result, the traditional view of justice has given way to the concept of social justice. In a nutshell, the problem of justice in the contemporary world is concerned with determining logical criteria for the allocation of goods, services, opportunities, benefits, power, and honors, as well as obligations in society, particularly in a scarcity situation. Hence, the quest for justice is concerned with just allocation of benefits as well as burdens. Sphere of application. Justice is primarily a problem of moral philosophy, but since it has to be implemented by a political order, it also becomes a problem of political philosophy. Here it is important to note that the quest for justice will not be relevant in a purely authoritarian, purely competitive, or purely communist regime. In a purely authoritarian system, whether it belongs to the traditional type or modern type, all allocation is made according to the dictates often established authority. Hence, there is no use of search for the new criteria of allocation. Then, in a purely competitive system, all allocation is decided by the free play of market forces. So there is no scope of applying any new criteria of allocation. Finally, in a hypothetical communist system where the rule of allocation according to need is supposed to be applied, it will be futile to consider any alternative principles of justice. If everybody's needs could be met, the problem of injustice in society would automatically disappear. Search for justice would, therefore, be relevant only in an open society, i.e. a situation of scarcity. In other words, the question OT justice would become ISOI, significant in a situation where there is a widespread demand of social advantages that are in short supply, and where the criteria of allocation of these advantages can be openly discussed and adopted. Moreover, these criteria should be determined in such a manner that they prove to be acceptable to all individuals or categories of the individuals concerned. However, it may be conceded that there can be no final word in this behalf. Hence, suitable channels of appeal and even of protest should be provided within the system so that the prevalent criteria could be revised as and when so warranted by reason. K. Authoritarian system. Authoritarian system refers to a system of social or political organization where everything is required to conform to an established order, and it is one regulated by the person or group which is recognized as the guardian of that order. Open society. Open society refers to a society where there is freedom to criticize the existing order in the light of a new logic, and to reform or reformulate the existing institutions by attaining public support for the proposed changes. Philosophical context. Justice is primarily a problem of discovering the right course of action. Herefore, the distinction between right and wrong becomes important. It is sometimes confused with the distinction between good and evil, as if good corresponds to right and evil corresponds to wrong. But on deeper analysis, we find that these variables represent different sets of value systems. Good is akin to useful, profitable, beneficial, and so on. Bad or evil implies harmful, damaging, disadvantageous, etc. In any case, good and bad do not fall in absolute categories. You cannot say that something is either good or bad and nothing else. In actual practice, something may be good in some respects and bad in others. In other words, it may be partly good and partly bad. Technically, we may say that good and bad constitute a continuum. These could be plotted on two extremes of a scale which permits free access from one extreme to another in any direction. Any course of action or state of affairs may be situated on this scale anywhere between the two ends, according to our assessment or evaluation of its qualities. But the position of right and wrong is different. These are absolute categories, opposed to each other in the absolute sense. Something can be either right or wrong, and nothing else. It is similar to the distinction between true and false. Something could be either true or false, and nothing else. In short, right and wrong, like true and false, are mutually exclusive categories. Their relationship may be represented by a dichotomy. It is a peculiar dichotomy where negative would prevail over the positive. If something is partly true, it must be false. If something is partly false, then too it must be false. If something is partly right, it must be wrong. If something is partly wrong, then too it must be wrong. In the present context, justice corresponds to right. Injustice corresponds to wrong. JS. Continuum and dichotomy. Continuum stands for a logical device for representing a range of variables J, which fall between two opposites. It is based on the assumption that though the two opposites are situated on extreme positions, like the two ends of a straight line, yet they are linked with each other so that they provide for easy access from one extreme to the other. Dichotomy, on the other hand, rules out such a possibility between two mutually conflicting positions. One may either J stay on one extreme or the other. These are like the two banks of a big river which are not connected by a bridge or navigation facility. Again, good and bad are marked by quantitative differences. On the other hand, right and wrong are distinguished by qualitative differences. Good and bad are susceptible to measurement and quantification. Utilitarianism deals with good and bad. That is why Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832, the exponent of utilitarianism, founded his Philosophic Calculus. This is concerned with the balancing between the quantities of pleasure and pain. When J.S. Mill, 1806-73, focused on the importance of qualitative differences between different types of pleasure, it marked a significant departure from the mainstream utilitarianism. That is also why the mainstream utilitarianism proved to be indifferent to the problem of justice. Bentham advanced a theory of allocation of goods and services without pretending that it was a theory of justice. John Rawls, 1921 to 2002, who accords primacy to the problem of justice, is strongly opposed to utilitarianism. He has pointed to certain situations that satisfy the needs of utilitarianism, but they fail to satisfy the needs of justice. Utilitarianism. Why? Utilitarianism refers to a school of thought founded by Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832, which treats pleasure and pain as the chief motive force behind all human actions. The balance of pleasure over pain derived from a thing or a course of action is roamed as utility, which is the source of happiness. According to this view, the guiding principle of public policy should be the greatest happiness of the greatest number. It is important to note that utilitarianism tends to subordinate individual to the collectivity. So when J.S. Mill gives precedence to liberty of the individual over the opinion of the majority, he seems to be distancing himself from the mainstream utilitarianism and coming closer to the idea of justice. Here, Mill accords primacy to the moral worth of a policy instead of subjecting it to cost-benefit analysis. This tendency to restore the dignity of the individual on moral grounds was brought to its logical conclusion in Rawls's theory of justice. Justice as a dynamic idea. The term justice implies the quality of being just, right, or reasonable. It is opposed to what is unjust, wrong, or unreasonable. It embodies an ideal which is akin to the absolute truth. Yet it is a dynamic idea because our realization of that ideal and our comprehension of that absolute truth is a continuous process. Our progress in this direction depends upon the development of our social consciousness, so that what was regarded as just some centuries ago is not so regarded today. Slavery and serfdom were widely justified in ancient and medieval Europe. Untouchability was justified in India a few decades ago. The inferior status of women was taken for granted the world over not so long ago. Racial discrimination was justified till recently in some parts of the world. But these conditions are now widely regarded as unjust. Our changing outlook about these problems and changing public opinion in favor of human liberty and equality are ample proof of the dynamic character of the idea of justice. It is necessary that the conception of justice should always be based on reason, but man develops his faculty of reasoning according to the social consciousness of his age. The true meaning of justice should, therefore, be determined in the light of prevalent social consciousness, or what D.D. Raphael, in his Problems of Political Philosophy, 1976, described as modern consciousness. We do not claim that this would represent the perfect idea of justice. Social consciousness is an ever-growing phenomenon, and we should be prepared to accept new and progressive ideas as far as they are supported by reason. 2. Relation B equality TW and in liberty, D justice. Ernest Barker, Principles of Social and Political Theory, 1951, has shown that justice represents a synthesis of the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Justice is the thread which runs through all these values and makes them parts of an integrated whole. It reconciles their conflicts and contradictions and gives them the shape of universal principles of governance. Justice is the basic idea behind these values. We hold them in high esteem because they are the manifestations of justice. Justice is the final goal to which all these values should conform. Why do we demand that human relations in society should be governed by the principle of liberty? Why do we not leave them to the whims of individuals, to the free play of the natural forces of survival of the fittest, to the element of chance, or to irrational traditions and superstitions? Obviously, it is our sense of justice that impels us to postulate that human relations in society should be regulated by reason. Our sense of justice recognizes the dignity of the human being as such. It is the rational nature of man which clothes him with this dignity. It demands that each individual should be treated as an end in itself, not a means to an end. In this respect, all individuals should be treated as equal to each other. No individual can be treated as superior or inferior to another because of his place of birth, race, religion, language, culture, sex, education, or economic status. Irrespective of these differences, all individuals are potentially capable of acquiring excellence and making suitable contributions to the social good. They need equal freedom of personal development in their own right, so as to prove their worth to society. That was the idea behind the French Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, 1789, which reads, Men are born and remain free and equal in rights. Social distinctions can be based only upon public utility. Now the principle of liberty will not conform to the principle of justice until the benefit of liberty is equally extended to each individual in society. The idea of absolute liberty is a contradiction in terms. If liberty is defined as the absence of restraint, it cannot become a universal principle until it is qualified by the principle of equality. Equality calls for such restraints on liberty that liberty or freedom of one does not become a threat to another's similar and equal liberty. An unrestrained liberty of one, or the chosen few, will turn out to be the sentence of slavery for the rest of the community. Thus, adherence to the principle of equality becomes necessary in order to resolve the inherent contradiction of absolute liberty. As Barker has elucidated, the need of liberty for each is necessarily qualified and conditioned by the need of liberty for all. Entire liberty of a will, therefore, be such liberty as he can enjoy concurrently with the enjoyment of similar and equal liberty by B and C and I. Because the liberty of each is thus relative to that of others, and has to be adjusted to that of others, it must always be regulated. And indeed, it would not exist unless it were regulated. Principles of Social and Political Theory, 1951. On the same PSIR, any restraint on liberty can only be upheld when it is duly proved that it is imposed in the interests of justice and equality. The principle of equality is, again, not the final principle of justice. Equality may be defined as the absence of discrimination. In the legal or political sphere, this interpretation of equality will not present much difficulty. This could be interpreted as equality before the law, equal legal personality of each individual, equal voting rights, one man, one vote, principle, etc. But as we turn to the economic sphere, the mere absence of discrimination may not meet the requirements of justice. When society is divided into different strata due to disparities in possession of wealth, prestige, and power, one class enjoying special privileges at the expense of another, the cause of justice will not be served by treating them entirely without discrimination. The principle of justice requires that the deprived and underprivileged sections should be given special protection in all competitive situations. Thus, if an ordinary man in his capacity as worker, consumer, or tenant is open to exploitation by the employer, trader, or landlord, the law should make reasonable discrimination in favor of the weaker party. It is just like extending the principle of brotherhood or fraternity to the regulation of human relations in society as a matter of right, not charity. The principle of fraternity involves resolving the contradiction of the principle of equality, which would otherwise leave the individual at the mercy of the cruel market forces of demand and supply and open competition. This would eliminate the weaker sections, not to speak of securing them equal dignity, opportunity, or advantage. But any departure from equality can be vindicated only when it is duly proved that it involves discrimination in favor of the weaker section in the interests of justice and fraternity. Thus, in the final principle of justice, we seek to regulate human relations in society by the principle of liberty. But liberty is qualified by the principle of equality, and equality is further qualified by the principle of fraternity. The intention is to make sure that each individual gets a fair share in the advantages accruing from organized social life. Each individual gets a common civic minimum beyond which one's work is rewarded according to the value of the contribution made to the public welfare. It must be ascertained that an unduly large share of wealth, prestige, and power is not cornered by any privileged section or sections by dint of its money and manipulative power. The principle of justice postulates not merely formal liberty and equality, but the transformation of those social conditions which obstruct the weaker and vulnerable sections from enjoying substantive freedom and equality. This view brings liberty and equality very close to the principle of justice. 3. Classical theories of justice. Plato's theory of justice. It would be significant to observe at the outset that the modem concept of justice is different from the traditional concept. Traditional concept of justice focused on the just man one. It was primarily concerned with the virtues befitting a man for enhancing his moral worth. It consisted in the performance of his duties attached to his status as determined by the prevalent law, social customs, and mode PF thought. A typical example of the traditional approach to the problem of justice is provided by Plato's theory of justice, which sought to prescribe the duties of different citizens and required them to develop virtues befitting those duties. As Richard Louis Nettleship, in his lectures on the Republic of Plato, 1962, has elucidated, justice, in Plato's sense, is the power of individual concentration on duty. If a soldier is just in this sense, he is, of course, a brave man. If a man in subordinate position is just, he, of course, accepts and maintains authority, or is self-controlled. Justice, therefore, is really the condition of the existence of all the virtues. Each of them is a particular manifestation of the spirit of justice, which takes different forms according to a man's function in the community. In modem phrase, it is equivalent to sense of duty. Plato prescribes different duties for different classes of citizens whose fulfillment would be instrumental in building up a just social order. Justice results from each element in society doing its appropriate task, doing it well, and doing it only. In order to achieve perfect harmony which symbolizes justice, it is imperative that reason must rule within the man as well as within the state. So, in a just or ideal state, the reins of government shall remain in the hands of a class of philosopher kings who are supposed to be the living embodiments of wisdom, whereas material production and military defense shall be entrusted to the producer and warrior classes respectively. Thus, in Plato's perfect state, the industrial forces would produce, but they would not rule. The military forces would protect, but they would not rule. The forces of knowledge and science and philosophy would be nourished and protected, and they would rule. Will Durant, The Story of Philosophy, 1954. Plato enumerated 4 cardinal virtues. Of these, the first 3 were the befitting virtues for each social class, whereas justice was the befitting virtue of the social order, as shown in the following chart. Plato's theory of justice. Social class dominant trait befitting virtue philosophers knowledge. Wisdom soldiers emotion courage traders appetite. Temperance virtue befitting the social order justice. It is significant that the ideal form of Hindu caste system, as enunciated by the ancient lawgivers, strikes a similar note regarding the nature of dharma, which is equivalent of justice. Aristotle's theory of justice. While Plato's theory of justice represents the radical view in that it sought to change the existing social order of his times, Aristotle's theory of justice embodies the conservative view in favor of maintaining the existing order. In Aristotle's view, justice was concerned with the regulation of human relations. He held that the identical notion of justice in the minds of people was responsible for binding them together, and this was the reason behind the existence of the state. Aristotle identified 3 types of justice. A. Distributive justice. 6. Retributive, also called corrective, rectificatory, or remedial justice. And C. Commutative justice. The legislator should be concerned with distributive justice, whereas the judge should be concerned with retributive and commutative justice. Distributive justice deals with the allocation of honors and wealth. Its basic principle is treating equals equally and unequals unequally. Aristotle preferred to rely on the prevailing custom and customary law for deciding as to who were equals or unequals. Retributive justice deals with imposition of punishment, arrearage payment of damages. It requires full restoration of any loss involuntarily sustained in the course of transactions between individual members of the community. Finally, commutative justice seeks to determine the amount of one sort of goods or services to be rendered in return for another sort in voluntary transaction of buying and selling, or letting and hiring. Its guiding principle should be full equivalence. Retributive, allocation of, concern of the judges, full restoration of toss, concerntoff fee, punishment for crime, and payment of damages. Aristotle's theory of justice. Justice, commutative, regulation of voluntary transactions, full equivalence of goods and services, to be transacted, concern of the judges, modern view of justice. Whereas the traditional view of justice was largely conservative, the modern view of justice embodies a progressive idea. Traditional view required the individual to conform to the existing social order. Modern view of justice seeks to transform society itself for the realization of certain human values. In short, the traditional view of justice has given way to the modern idea of social justice. D.D. Raphael, in his Problems of Political Philosophy, 1976, has made an important point. The term social justice tends to issue from the mouths of reformers, and to be regarded with suspicion by those who are satisfied with the existing order. A4VA. Human values. I. Human values refer to a set of moral principles and beliefs whose upholders pay due regard to human life, human personality, human feelings, and human dignity while dealing with others. In this pursuit, considerations of material profit and loss are relegated to the background. The idea of social justice comprises a force behind social change. It is precisely when people find fault with the existing social order, involving oppressive and exploitative social conditions, that they raise the demand for social justice, seeking suitable changes in social policy so as to secure fair distribution of benefits and burdens. The ideas of liberty and equality derive their substance from the idea of social justice when these principles seek transformation of the existing social conditions to eliminate injustice in society. In a nutshell, social justice is the voice of the oppressed and the underprivileged against the oppressive and exploitative practices. It is an expression of what is due to the individual from society, especially to the individual who is condemned to a wretched and subhuman living because of unfair distribution of assets and rewards for different types of labor. The main problem of social justice is to decide an appropriate allocation of the advantages that are available in society or that can be secured through the instrumentality of the social organization. Dimensions of justice. When the modem idea of justice is applied to the various aspects of social life, we get legal, political, and socio-economic notions of justice. These are by no means watertight compartments, but constitute a continuum within the general scheme of social justice. Legal justice. The term legal justice is broadly applied in 2 contexts. A. Justice according to law, formal justice. Here we do not question the validity of law, but focus on the principles of administration of justice according to the prevalent law. And B. Ta according to justice. Here we examine the substance of law itself to ensure that it conforms to the requirements of justice. Alf Ross, in his On Law and Justice, 1958, argued that justice consists in an efficient administration of law and that it should not be tested on some imaginary moral values. As Morris Ginsburg, in his On Justice and Society, 1965, has elucidated, Ross accepts what may be called the formal principles of justice as a basis of law. The notion of a legal order implies that decisions shall be made not arbitrarily but in accordance with general rules, and that these general rules, whatever they are, shall be correctly, that is what moralists call impartially, applied. That is by criteria defining the class of cases coming under the rule, and not affected by the subjective reactions of the judge. Justice then is conformity with existing law. This view represents an outstanding example of the concept of legal justice as justice according to law. It does not question whether a particular law itself is right or wrong, on the plea that there is no scientific way of such verification. A good law is known by its efficiency in attaining its purpose, whatever that purpose may be. In this sense, the problem of justice has nothing to do with the purpose of law. It is solely concerned with the efficacy of law. Justice in totalitarian societies may be distorted not because of bad laws, but because of the power given to judges to disregard fixed rules. On the other hand, Ernest Barker, in his Principles of Social and Political Theory, 1951, has dwelled on the concept of legal justice as law according to justice. Barker draws a distinction between positive law and natural law to show that law derives its validity and value from two different sources. Positive law denotes a particular law, the law defined and declared by each community for its own members. On the other hand, natural law is a universal law, a law founded on what is right in itself, on what is just everywhere and at all times, for all mankind, on what is valuable whether it is valid or not. Barker demonstrates that this distinction between the two aspects of law can be traced in the political theory of Aristotle, Roman jurisprudence, as well as Christian doctrine. After a detailed examination of these theories, Barker comes to this conclusion. If we make this distinction, we may say that authority gives validity to law, and justice gives it value. A law has validity, and I am legally obliged to obey it, if it is declared, recognized, and enforced as law by the authority of the legally organized community, acting in its capacity of a state. A law has value, and I am bound to obey it not only legally, and not only by an outward compulsion, but also morally and by an inward force, if it has the inherent quality of justice. Principles of Social and Political Theory, 1951. Barker points out that, ideally, law ought to have both validity and value. Thus, law will be most effective if it conforms to the principle of justice and also has the authority of the state. Of the two views of legal justice, one represented by Ross and the other by Barker, the latter is definitely more sound. Justice in the legal sphere consists not only in an efficient administration of law, but it postulates that law itself should embody human values according to the prevailing social consciousness. If law does not reflect the changing social values, it will turn out to be a dead weight on the wheels of social progress, only to be discarded in a violent overthrow. Political justice. The term political justice is sometimes applied in a comprehensive sense so as to embrace the restructuring of the entire fabric of socio-economic and political relations. For instance, William Godwin, in his essay on Property 5:12, An Introduction to Political Theory, 1793, used the term political justice to denote a moral principle whose object was the general good, and which was especially invoked to evolve a genuine system of property. Otto Kirchheimer, in his Political Justice, The Use of Legal Procedure for Political Ends, 1961, conceived of political justice as the search for an ideal in which all members will communicate and interact with the body politic to assume its highest perfection. A more specific usage of the term political justice, however, refers to the transformation of political institutions, political process, and political rights according to current conceptions of justice. This means, in the first place, the establishment of democratic institutions in political life of the community so that these institutions represent and take care of the interests of the people, not of any privileged class. Thus, representative institutions, the legislature and executive, should be constituted on the principle of universal adult franchise, while the independence of the judiciary should be protected and maintained. This also implies rule of law, i.e., the principle that government should not be arbitrary, but should be conducted through procedures authorized by legislation passed in the proper form. A constitutional government is also an essential ingredient of political justice in this sense. Constitutional government. Constitutional government refers to a type of government in which powers of governance, legislative, executive, and judicial powers, are exercised by those who are appointed through the prescribed procedure, in a prescribed manner and under regular legal and political restraints provided by a constitution. A constitution in this context denotes a set of rules, procedures, practices, and conventions which prescribe structures, functions, powers, and responsibilities of different organs of government, the procedure of their formation, working, and dissolution, relation between the state and its citizens, etc. In the second place, political justice implies a lull guarantee of the liberty of thought and expression, especially the right to criticize the government and its policies. Finally, there should be complete freedom for forming associations and interest groups to enable the citizens to articulate their interests through the normal channels of communication and through political parties, as well as to express their approval or disapproval of particular measures, to organize peaceful protests against harmful measures, and to pressurize the working of the government through democratic channels and procedures. In a nutshell, political justice postulates the universal availability of the mechanism for resolving the conflicting claims of different interests in society. Socio-economic justice. The term socio-economic justice comprehends two important elements: social justice and economic justice. Their combination into socio-economic justice is significant because social life of the community cannot be transformed according to the principle of justice unless its economic relations are suitably transformed. The term economic justice may be used in the restricted sense of reordering human relations in the economic sphere, e.g., relations between employer and worker, between trader and consumer, between landlord and tenant, between moneylender and borrower, etc., so as to eliminate exploitation of the vulnerable sections of society. On the other hand, the term social justice is used more comprehensively so as to include economic justice and also to restore the dignity of human beings who have lost it due to a lower economic, educational, and cultural status. In short, it seeks to eradicate social discrimination at all levels. When we speak of economic growth with social justice, the term social justice suggests that the benefits of economic growth, which are largely economic in nature, should accrue to larger and larger sections, especially to the lower strata of society. The term socio-economic justice, or social justice, in a broad sense, comprehends the reallocation of both material and moral advantages of social life. It denotes a progressive concept and a model of development. The Indian Constitution, 1950, particularly its preamble and the part dealing with the directive principles of state policy, is committed to the ideal of justice, social, economic, and political. In common parlance, the term social justice is usually applied to comprehend all the three aspects of justice in society: social, economic, and political. Of these, the economic aspect is most crucial because economic disparities and injustice are bound to erode the foundations of legal and political justice. In a nutshell, the term social justice, in the wider sense, implies a reordering of social life in such a manner that the material and moral benefits of social effort are not cornered by a tiny privileged class, but accrue to the masses to ensure the uplift of the lower, weaker, and underprivileged sections. This involves a logical synthesis of liberty, equality, and fraternity in their substantive aspects so that a. liberty of thought and expression, etc., is supplemented by a democratic electoral system free from the decisive influence of money and manipulative power. Z. Formal equality is not rendered ineffective due to vast economic disparities, especially in the field of seeking justice in the law courts and availing of educational and career development opportunities. Special safeguards for minorities and weaker sections are provided in order to raise their dignity and promote the spirit of fraternity. And D. The right to property is subordinated to the common good, and the pattern of production of goods and services tends to subserve social needs. 6. Procedural and substantive justice. Contemporary debate on the nature of justice focuses on the distinction between procedural justice and substantive justice, which largely coincides with the essence of social justice. Champions of procedural justice hold that it is necessary to determine a just procedure for the allocation of social advantages, viz., goods and services, opportunities and benefits, power and honors. Then its outcome will automatically be accepted as just. In other words, the allocation resulting from a just procedure must be treated as just. On the contrary, champions of substantive justice argue that the allocation or distribution of social advantages among various sections of society itself should be just. That is the primary issue. The procedure for making such allocation is a secondary issue, which can be adjusted suitably to meet the requirements of just distribution. The notion of procedural justice is closely related to the tradition of liberalism. According to this viewpoint, the function of justice is to regulate the mutual relations between individuals and groups. Hence, the quest for justice should aim at evolving reasonable rules which should be applied impartially to all categories. Freedom of contract is the mainstay of procedural justice. It requires the state to ensure that no individual or group would oppress another by force or fraud. Using the analogy of race, the defenders of procedural justice insist on laying down rules of the game. It hardly matters as to who wins or loses in the race. As Norman Barry, An Introduction to Modern Political Theory, 1989, has aptly illustrated, procedural justice is exemplified in competitions, such as races. A fair race is not one in which the person who wins morally deserves to win, but one in which there is no cheating, nobody jumps the gun, or has an unfair advantage through the use of drugs. Accordingly, procedural justice treats the rules of market economy as the model rules of human behavior. It holds that the market mechanism creates necessary conditions for the most efficient use of resources. Any artificial social policy designed to disturb this process will lead to the wastage of the rare material and human resources. The exponents of procedural justice include Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903, F.A. Hayek, 1899 to 1992, Milton Friedman, 1912 to 2006, and Robert Nozick, 1938 to 2002. Besides, John Rawls, 1921 to 2002, has sought to accommodate the requirements of substantive justice or social justice in his well-drawn scheme of procedural justice. Procedural justice repudiates all discrimination between human beings on grounds of caste, creed, sex, race, region, language and culture, etc. And 5. 11. Liberalism. Liberalism refers to a principle of politics which regards liberty, or freedom of individual, as the first and foremost goal of public policy. Liberty, Indiana this sense, implies liberation from restraints, particularly from the restraints imposed by an authoritarian state. This principle was evolved in the West in late 17th century in order to liquidate feudal privileges of the landowning class and to create favorable conditions for the new entrepreneurial class to enable them to contribute to social progress. Concept of Justice 515 accepts equal dignity and moral worth of all human beings. In this respect, it is a progressive idea, but it stretches the principle of open competition too far. Thus, Spencer went to the extent of suggesting that the state should not extend any help to the handicapped and let the weakest go to the wall. Spencer argued that if the state gives any support to the incapable, the imprudent, and the weak, it would amount to depriving the capable, the prudent, and the strong of their genuine share, and thereby impeding social progress. Spencer's social philosophy implies applying Darwin's principle of natural selection and survival of the fittest to the realm of human relations. It obliterates the distinction between rules of the animal world and those of civil society. Hayek suggested that the state should positively promote competition in society and ensure that the market is not reduced to an instrument of distributive justice. Friedman eulogized competitive capitalism as an essential condition of freedom and wanted government to move out of all welfare and regulatory functions. Nozick contended that the state has no authority to redistribute the property of its citizens who were originally its clients. C.B. McPherson, 1911-87, has rightly pointed out that the free market society destroys the creative freedom of human beings who are constrained to employ their talents, skills, and energies to cater the needs of the marketplace instead of pursuing self-appointed goals. Where is the scope of justice under such conditions of constraint? In contrast, the idea of substantive justice corresponds to the philosophy of socialism. It holds that the test of justice in society consists in ascertaining whether the poor and the underprivileged have adequate opportunity to improve their lot. It demands that the opportunities of self-development should be progressively extended to the underprivileged and disadvantaged sections of society. Aristotle had defined retributive and distributive justice in consonance with his conservative outlook. In modern times, these aspects of justice must be defined in terms of modern social consciousness. Retributive justice is primarily concerned with determining punishment for a crime. David Miller has identified 3 conditions to ensure justice in the matter of punishment. 516 An Introduction to Political Theory. That punishment should only be inflicted on those found guilty of wrongdoing, using proper procedure. B. That punishment be uniformly imposed, i.e. the differences in penalty should always correspond to differences in wrongdoing. And C. That the scale of penalties should be proportionate to the various misdemeanors being punished, neither too severe nor too lax. Justice, in the Blackwell Encyclopedia of Political Thought, edited by David Miller, 1987. In short, retributive justice requires that punishment should be awarded for a crime duly proved, in proportion to the seriousness of crime, and that it should neither be too severe nor too lax. On the other hand, distributive justice is concerned with the allocation of benefits and burdens according to our notion of justice. David Miller, in his celebrated work Social Justice, 1976, has defined the problem of social justice as that of determining the principles which should be chosen to govern the distribution of wealth, prestige, and other benefits among the members of society. He has identified 3 criteria which are usually invoked to determine the principles of distributive justice. A. Protection of acknowledged rights. L. Distribution according to desert. And C. Distribution according to need. Each of these criteria has its own merits and demerits. None of these can be commended for the final selection. Miller has also identified the corresponding social order upheld by each of these criteria. Accordingly, the principle of protection of acknowledged rights gives rise to hierarchical order. Its chief exponent was David Hume, 1711-76. The principle of distribution according to desert upholds competitive market system. Its chief exponent was Herbert Spencer, 1820-1903. Finally, the principle of distribution according to need corresponds to solidarity community. Its chief exponent was Peter Kropotkin, 1842-1921. Miller's classification is shown in the following chart. Principles of distributive justice V, Z-Re, A, identified by David Miller. Criterion of justice, protection of acknowledged rights. E, distribution according to desert, distribution according to need. Corresponding social order, hierarchical order David Hume, 1711-76. Competitive market, Herbert Spencer, 1820-1903. Solidarity community, Peter Kropotkin, 1842-1921. Now the first criterion, viz., the protection of acknowledged rights, creates a hierarchical order. In this system, people have different ranks or positions depending on how important they are. The very demand for the protection of existing rights and the maintenance of existing ranks implies the denial of any relief to underprivileged sections. For instance, Aristotle's defense of slavery was based on the argument that the slave was incapable of virtue, that he could avail himself of the benefits of virtue only through serving his master. Defenders of Hindu caste system also declared that serving the higher castes amounted to penance for the members of the lowest caste. NR. It is, therefore, impossible to attain the true goal of social justice so long as we adhere to the principle of protection of acknowledged rights. The second principle, viz., distribution according to desert, which upholds market society system, is a head of hierarchical order in the sense that it rules out the privilege based on birth and determines one's share of social benefits according to one's contribution to the social good. However, it concedes vast disparities of income and wealth as it enables the owners of private property to multiply their wealth by hiring the physical and mental capacities of the working classes at competitive rates. In short, the competitive system tends to widen the gap between rich and poor. Herbert Spencer, the chief exponent of this principle, sought to apply the law of survival of the fittest to social life. He did not hesitate to rule out any assistance to the incapable, the imprudent, and the weak. The third principle, viz., distribution according to need, is quite laudable, but it has its own difficulties. It will promote social solidarity only if it could be put into practice. But distribution according to need is possible only if there is abundance of goods and services. That is only a hypothetical situation. If this principle is sought to be applied, even partially, in a scarcity situation, which is always the case, it will kill incentive and discourage the talented and energetic people from giving their best to society. That would further impoverish society and make the application of this principle more difficult. Solution to the problem can reasonably be found by a judicious combination of the third and the second principles. In the first place, people should learn to minimize their needs and make adequate contribution to production for society, as taught by Mahatma Gandhi, 1869 to 1948, Indian social philosopher. The state should then make provision for meeting the minimum needs of people to ensure their survival and basic education. Thereafter, reward for each individual should be determined according to his contribution to the social good. Conclusion: justice is primarily a problem of moral philosophy. In politics, the concept of justice is used as a guide to public policy. The question of justice arises under two conditions. A. In a scarcity situation, where geodes, services, opportunities, etc., are too scarce to satisfy all contestants, and B. In an open society, where allocation of various benefits is not tied to fixed status of various individuals, but they are free to demand a fair share on some reasonable ground. In a hierarchical or authoritarian society where all social advantages are allocated to different sections of society according to a predetermined scheme, justice is conceived as the strict adherence to that scheme. In an open society, we may consider two major criteria of allocation: A. Allocation according to need, and B. Allocation according to desert, merit, and ability. In a scarcity situation, it is impossible to meet everybody's needs. If we resort to an equal distribution of social advantages for the purpose of equal satisfaction of everybody's needs irrespective of their contribution, then no incentive will be left to work hard. The result will be less production and a lesser availability of goods and services, etc., for distribution and a general impoverishment of society. On the other hand, if we introduce a purely competitive system, ignoring needs altogether, some human beings might be constrained to lead subhuman life. This would result in a general moral degradation as well as loss of potential for social progress. Justice, therefore, requires that a provision should be made for meeting some minimum needs of all human beings irrespective of their individual contribution to society. Minimum needs could include means of subsistence, healthcare, some level of education or literacy, and some job opportunities, because a job is not only a means of subsistence but also a means of self-respect. While making allocation according to need, it is imperative that the neediest should get priority. Needs should be determined on individual basis or family unit basis. If some groups or classes are declared to be entitled to special concessions, they are bound to develop a vested interest in the system. As a consequence, the claims of the neediest individuals or family units, among other categories, are bound to be ignored, resulting in injustice. Once the provision for minimum needs has been made, an additional reward can be given according to desert. Criterion of desert is, again, by no means a simple issue. A purely competitive system is no answer to the question. In a system based on desert, reward will depend on four factors: A. One's talents and skills, 6. Effort, C. Opportunity, and D. Social demand. Of these, the first two factors, viz. Talents and skills combined with effort, are hardly controversial, but the last two factors, viz. Opportunity and social demand, might prove to be beyond control of the individual. Talents and effort may go unrewarded or scantily rewarded for want of adequate opportunity. Then variations in social demand might result in overvaluation or undervaluation of talents. As John H. Shar, Equality of Opportunity and Beyond in Contemporary Political Theory, edited by Anthony de Crespigny and Alan Wertheimer, 1971, has pointed out, talents might not be rewarded according to their intrinsic worth due to variations in the prevailing hierarchy of values in different social settings. Thus, soldierly qualities and virtues were highly admired and rewarded in the ancient Sparta, while the poets languished. C.B. McPherson, 1911-87, has lamented on the lack of creative freedom for ordinary human beings in a capitalist system. In view of these constraints, the state should create adequate opportunities for and give suitable encouragement to sublime arts and professions in order to meet the requirements of justice. Derma creative freedom. Creative freedom refers to a concept of freedom which regards man as a doer and creator. It can be realized only when man gets adequate opportunities mint, and application of his uniquely human capacities. Under this, the poor are constrained to sell their capacities according to needs of St. They have little opportunity to use these capacities for the fulfillment of self-t appointed goals. Thus, capitalist system provides little scope for the enjoy their creative freedom. Diverse perspectives on justice. 520. Liberal perspective. Liberal perspective on justice treats liberty as the central problem of justice. It is important to note that only the idea of substantive liberty will augur well for the realization of justice. This perspective is chiefly represented by Rawls's theory of justice. UESD for justice has been an important concern of political theory since ancient times. In modern times, a significant part of political theory is directly or indirectly related to the problem of justice. This has given rise to diverse perspectives on justice. Of these, the following are particularly important: liberal perspective, libertarian perspective, Marxist perspective, Femi-St perspective, subaltern perspective, and communitarian perspective. An acquaintance with these perspectives will immensely help us in understanding the complexity of the problem. Rawls's theory of justice. John Rawls, 1921 to 2002, a contemporary American philosopher, in his celebrated TTI 7, substantive liberty refers to A's condition in which individual finds of enjoying his freedom. For this purpose, he should be capable to UND-RJ what is good for him and for his society, determine his goals, and TDD those goals without unreasonable restraints, where necessary, should be taken in the direction of removal of economic and cultural from the life of the deprived sections of society to enable the concerned individuals to enjoy their freedom in the real sense. Work A Theory of Justice, 1971, has pointed out that a good society is characterized by a number of virtues. Justice is the first virtue of a good society. In other words, justice is a necessary but not a sufficient condition of a good society. Those who argue that justice should not be allowed to come in the way of social advancement and progress run the risk of causing the moral degradation of society. Problem of distribution. According to Rawls, the problem of justice consists in ensuring a just distribution of primary goods, which include rights and liberties, powers and opportunities, income and wealth, means of self-respect, and so on. Rawls has described his theory as the theory of pure procedural justice. It means that once certain principles of justice are unanimously accepted, the distribution resulting from their application will be necessarily just. Rawls has severely criticized those theories of allocation which ignore moral worth of the individual for the attainment of any predetermined goals. He has attacked utilitarianism because in calculating the greatest happiness of the greatest number, it does not care if it leads to extreme hardship to any particular individual. For instance, one might imagine a state of affairs in which the maximum amount of happiness would be produced and its distribution to a maximum number of people achieved by the enslavement of a minority. Rawls has brilliantly argued that you cannot compensate for the sufferings of the distressed by enhancing the joys of the prosperous. Utilitarianism Z, 7J7, X, XX-YJ, F, A777. Aimlif Grienermers Fars to O School of Carrot Thought founded by Jeremy Bentham 932, which prescribes greatest happiness of the greatest number as the goal of legislation and public policy. The balance of pleasure over pain derived from a thing or a course of action represents the amount of happiness. In estimating greatest happiness of the greatest number, each individual treated as one unit, but in estimating the total amount of happiness derived from a thing or action, this mode of thought does not pay due to the disparity in the shares of particular individuals. Rawls has evolved a unique methodology for arriving at a unanimous procedure of justice. Following the tradition of the social contract, Rawls has envisaged an original position by abstracting the individuals from their particular social and economic circumstances. These individuals are symbolically placed behind a veil of ignorance where they are supposed to be deliberating as rational agents. They are totally unaware of their wants, interests, skills, and abilities, as well as of the conditions which lead to discrimination and conflict in society. But they have an elementary knowledge of economics and psychology and are also endowed with a sense of justice. Each individual wants to maximize his or her well-being without being envious. They are self-interested but not egoists. They are not prepared to take a risk or resort to gambling. According to Rawls, in such a state of uncertainty, the rational negotiators will choose the least dangerous path. In other words, each individual will hypothetically place himself or herself in the least advantaged position while recommending the criteria of allocation of the primary goods. Hence, each of them will demand greatest benefit for the least advantaged. Social contract. The idea of the social contract refers to an agreement among men whereby they relinquish the hypothetical state of nature and enter into civil society. Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, John Locke, 1632 to 1704, English philosophers, and Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 78, French philosopher, are regarded the chief exponents of the theory of the social contract. They have given different accounts of the state of nature, the terms of the contract, and the nature of political obligation which comes into existence in consequence of the social contract. Principles of distribution. As a result of the hypothetical negotiation under such conditions, 3 principles of justice will be set by all, according to Rawls, in the following order. 1. Principle of equal liberty. J.E. Equal right to most extensive liberty compatible with similar liberty of others, which postulates that nobody's liberty will be compromised for any other benefit. Liberty in this sense implies equal right to political participation, freedom of expression, religious liberty, equality before the law, etc. 2. Principle of fair equality of opportunity, particularly for acquiring offices and positions. And 3. Finally, difference principle, which implies that any departure from equal distribution of the primary goods can be justified only when it could be proved to bring greatest benefit to the least advantaged. In other words, a special reward for extraordinary ability and effort to any individual can be treated as just only if it results in the greatest benefit to the least privileged. When these conditions have been fulfilled, the criteria of efficiency can be justly applied in a competitive economy. In other words, the rule of allocation to each according to his ability can be applied only if higher efficiency of the concerned individual results in ameliorating the condition of the least privileged. Here Rawls introduces the idea of the chain connection, which implies that in order to strengthen a chain, we should start with strengthening its weakest link, and then repeat the process by identifying the weakest link on each occasion. As Norman Barry, An Introduction to Modern Political Theory, 1989, has elucidated, Rawls argues that a chain connection operates between the best and the worst off, and that a rise in the expectations of the best off will have the effect of raising everybody else's expectations throughout the stem. The justifiability of any special concessions, subsidies, or protection depends on empirical facts whether or not such benefits filter down ultimately to help the neediest. As Samuel Gorovitz has significantly observed, Rawls is clearly a redistributionist in that he takes the proper function of government to include not merely the maintenance of a social order, but the achievement of distributive justice by placing the highest social value on the needs of the neediest. John Rawls. A Theory of Justice in Contemporary Political Philosophers, edited by Anthony de Crespigny and Kenneth Minogue, 1975. A critical appraisal. Rawls's theory of justice has been criticized by various schools of thought. Collectivists argue that he has discovered the ground for the justification of the existing capitalist system. He has shown that if the rich have the freedom to accumulate wealth, the poor would be automatically benefited. Even if his principle of fair equality of opportunity is strictly enforced, the existing disparities between the rich and the poor will not be substantially reduced. A slight improvement in the condition of the most disadvantaged sections will be treated as an excuse to permit vast socio-economic inequalities. Some critics argue that the identification of the most disadvantaged sections is very difficult. If income and wealth are treated the sole criteria for identifying such sections, how shall we compensate those who lack ability or who suffer from emotional insecurity? Marxists contend that Rawls has tried to determine the principles of justice in a hypothetical condition where people deliberate behind a veil of ignorance. Any deliberations without the knowledge of prevailing social and economic conditions are meaningless. Moral systems should always be analyzed in the light of class relations and the patterns of ownership of private property. Libertarians argue that Rawls has sacrificed liberty for the sake of equality. Why should we force the meritorious and industrious to work for the benefit of the most disadvantaged sections? Moreover, enterprising persons must take risks for their advancement in life. Rawls's negotiators are not prepared to take risk. How would they help in social progress? Communitarians point out that Rawls's political philosophy does not grade any conception of good life as superior or inferior to others. This ethical neutrality evades the opportunity of the pursuit of the common good. On closer analysis, these diverse critiques seem to be based on biased interpretations of Rawls's theory of justice. In fact, Rawls has tried to combine different value systems in order to arrive at his theory of justice. Some tenets of these value systems are thought to be incompatible with each other. Any attempt to combine them must yield a complex model. This applies to the present case also. Indeed, Rawls' theory of justice represents a convergence of libertarianism, egalitarianism, and communitarianism. In the first place, Rawls is a libertarian because his conception of men negotiating in the original position envisages those who are trying to maximize their self-interest. This conforms to libertarian point of view. Secondly, his first principle of justice accords priority to liberty, which cannot be compromised for any other benefit. Then Rawls is an egalitarian because he concedes equal liberty for all. Further, he insists that social economic inequalities can be allowed only if they satisfy the condition of fair equality of opportunity for all. In other words, he accepts equality as a cardinal principle and insists that only inequalities shall be required to be justified. Again, he rules that any reward for merit and effort must satisfy the condition that it yields greatest benefit to the least advantaged. Why should the meritorious accommodate the interests of the least advantaged? Here Rawls invokes the principle of the chain connection, operating between different individuals. More meritorious enjoy the benefits of their merit in association with the less meritorious lot. A chain is no stronger than its weakest link. Rawls shows that society can be strengthened by strengthening its weakest parts successively. The idea of chain connection brings Rawls very close to the image of a communitarian. It is true that Rawls contemplates to retain the capitalist system on some specified conditions. However, it should not be forgotten that once these conditions are fulfilled, the capitalist system is bound to assume a new humane look. In fact, Rawls has discovered a method for making procedural justice an instrument of meeting the requirements of substantive justice. By insisting on the emancipation of the least advantaged on priority basis, he has advanced the principle of moral individualism, which requires consideration of individual cases for a favorable treatment, and prevents the better-placed members of the backward classes from taking undue advantage of their class position. Libertarian perspective. Libertarian perspective on justice also treats liberty of the individual as its central problem, but it focuses on formal liberty and insists on minimal role of the state in economic activities of individuals. It regards the intellectual property as an important ingredient of the idea of welfare state. This perspective is chiefly represented by Nozick's theory of justice as well as Hayek's view of justice. Nozick's theory of justice. Robert Nozick, 1938 to 2002. An American philosopher, in his Anarchy, Stale and Utopia, 1974, sought to advance an alternative to Rawls's theory of justice. Whereas Rawls sought to moderate his libertarianism by a modicum of egalitarianism and communitarianism, Nozick adhered to libertarianism in its pure form. If Rawls is known as a left liberal or egalitarian liberal advocating a substantially redistributive welfare state, Nozick may be described as a right liberal or a libertarian committed to a night watchman state. Night watchman state. Night watchman state refers to the model of a state whose functions are similar to those of a night watchman, that is ensuring safety of life and property of its clients, viz., its citizens. In other words, it is responsible only for the maintenance of law and order within its territory and defense against external attacks. Its power of taxation is largely determined by the needs of performing this function. Indeed, night watchman state represents the antithesis of welfare state. Modes of acquisition. Nozick ridicules Rawls's approach, which seeks to determine the principles of distribution of certain goods as if they have come to us as a gift from heaven. Nozick insists on a realistic approach which should account for the different modes of acquisition of goods and entitlement of different individuals to own those goods. He has identified three sources through which various goods are acquired by individuals: their selves, their bodies, brain cells, etc. They have absolute right over them. An individual is free to use his limbs and brain to do whatever he likes. B. The natural world, land, water resources, minerals, etc. Individuals may acquire bits of the natural world through several methods and may become entitled to their use as they like. This is precisely the area where principles of entitlement are required to be determined according to logic. And C. The things people make by applying themselves to the natural world, agricultural and industrial products, etc. An individual's entitlement to these products may not be questioned. Voluntary transfer of these goods will establish others' entitlement to them. Principles of entitlement. People. Entitlement to self-PSIR of their body and mind. Their physical and mental faculties is obvious, which needs no further justification. Their entitlement to bits of the natural world and the products of their labor should be based on the principles of justice. Nozick identifies three principles on which this entitlement would conform to justice. Initial acquisition. The method whereby an individual comes to appropriate some previously unowned bits of the natural world. Those who come to settle in an uninhabited continent may legitimately acquire its land and natural resources on first-come, first-served basis, as long as nobody is made worse off by their doing so. This means that this mode of acquisition should not result in creating scarcity for others, a condition which may scarcely be satisfied. This is similar to the condition spelled out in John Locke's Second Treatise of Government, 1690. In the case of similar acquisition, viz., as long as enough and as good is left for others. B. Voluntary transfer. It applies to all property whether acquired through initial acquisition or by mixing one's labor with the natural world, i.e., by means of one's talents, efforts, enterprise, etc. in a market situation. In other words, if I use others' labor and pay them as per market rates, I become owner of the product of their labor. This must be based on voluntary contract, without force or fraud. In all such transactions, an individual shall be treated as end in itself, and not as a means to others' ends. This is similar to the moral principle enunciated by Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, a German philosopher. Hence, a contract through which an individual sells himself or any other individual to slavery will be void. And C. Rectification. This is precisely the area where the state or the international community will be justified to intervene in order to restore justice. Nozick concedes that the history of the world abounds with involuntary transfers as well as unjust acquisitions of natural resources. As long as economic disparities result from voluntary transfers, Nozick is not bothered. But if some country has gained control over rare natural resources, depriving others of their legitimate share, Nozick would step in to register his protest. If Wilt Chamberlain becomes a millionaire because millions of people are willing to pay for watching him play basketball, it is his legitimate right. If the inventor of the cure of a dreaded disease, like cancer, demands exorbitant charges from his patients, there is nothing wrong in this deal for Nozick, because he does not make anybody worse off by treating his patients. But if there is a single source of water which is needed by all human beings, nobody has the right to take it into his control. A critical appraisal. Nozick claims to discover the principles of justice for all human beings, but his bias is quite clear. He is an out-and-out champion of a competitive market society which favors the rich and the resourceful, and lets the weak go to the wall. He absolves the rich of all social responsibility, not to speak of social indebtedness. In a very large part of the contemporary world, justice is thought to be the voice of the oppressed. But Nozick wants to maintain the prevailing oppression in the name of justice. Even his principle of rectification is designed to legitimize the huge riches of the manipulators and hit at the only assets of oil-producing countries because oil is needed all over the world, and its resources are confined to a small region. Nozick invokes moral principles to demolish a redistributive, welfare state. He approves of taxation only for the provision of the common services, like streets and street lights, police and defense, etc. When a part of taxes imposed on the rich is spent on welfare of the poor, Nozick would term it immoral, as it is akin to forced labor. In Nozick's view, it involves using abilities and efforts of one section as a means to others' ends. It involves involuntary transfer and, therefore, violates the moral principle. The lucky should have freedom to help the unlucky, if they so like. Nozick makes welfare of the poor dependent on charity, not on justice. He is not prepared to concede that the operation of competitive market society may itself create certain conditions of injustice. In contrast, Rawls's provision for the regulation of social economic inequalities on the condition of giving greatest benefit to the least advantaged shows his genuine concern for justice. Hayek's view of justice. F.A. Hayek, 1899 to 1992, an Austrian philosopher, was a champion of freedom that enables the talents to flourish and thereby promote progress. He placed liberty or freedom above every other political ideal like equality and justice. He particularly attacked the concept of social justice as an unrealizable principle. In his noted work Law, Legislation, and Liberty, The Mirage of Social Justice, 1976, Hayek argued that the idea of social justice itself is irrelevant. Justice is the characteristic of human conduct and not of a society. If freedom is curtailed to promote equality, the disputes over the distribution of life's goods are bound to give rise to conflict and controversy. Search for justice is simply a matter of procedure designed to promote freedom. Justice requires that each individual should get maximum opportunity to serve his interest according to his own understanding. Hayek maintained that society has only limited resources which are not enough to satisfy everybody's needs. If we try to adopt the policy of social justice, the bureaucracy responsible for the implementation of that policy would assume the power of arbitrary distribution of those resources. This will harm the individual freedom. Again, diverse interest groups will start demanding a large share of these resources in order to satiate their self-interest. Stronger interest groups will be able to corner the larger share. So the incompetent sections of society will be able to grab an undue share of social wealth. As a result, the competent will suffer. They will be discouraged from giving their best to society. This trend will impoverish society. Such a situation will be inimical to growth of excellence as well as individual freedom. A critical appraisal. Hayek is keen to promote excellence in society. He is not worried about the plight of the poor and the unlucky. His way of thinking resembles the railway's policy on late-running trains. When many trains are running late, the railways would try that the trains which are less late should be given way to run on time, and those which are very late could be allowed to be further late. The emphasis is on reducing the number of late-running trains, even if some trains become very, very late. Hayek would wish that the distinguished members of society should maintain and enhance their excellence, even if the poor become poorer. Hayek not only rejects social justice, his philosophy also militates against the spirit of humanitarianism. Humanitarianism refers to the spirit of human welfare which impels us to help the needy, the poor, and the helpless. It is based on the view that every human being has the right to social assistance in the case of utter necessity. If somebody is in distress, he cannot be left to languish and die. It is the duty of Societatis come to his rescue and provide him with necessary means of subsistence, medical care, and treatment to protect his life. 3. Marxist perspective. Concern with justice. Status of the notion of justice in Marxist thought has remained a controversial subject. One view is that Marxism aims at replacing capitalism by socialism, for which revolution is indispensable. Inclination towards justice one would mean maintaining the existing system with minor changes, and thus making a departure from the basic tenets of Marxism. This view regards the question of justice as irrelevant for the Marxist theory. It holds that the exploitation of workers as described in Marx's Capital, 1861-79, is the natural characteristic of capitalism. It would be futile to regard it as the problem of injustice and to try to find its solution within the capitalist system. Marx did not seek any reform in the level of incomes and wages within the capitalist system itself, but he wanted to transform the entire mode of production and property relations. Diverse perspectives on Justice 529. Again, in his critique of the Gotha program, 1875, Marx rebuked those socialists who became complacent after raising the demand of fair distribution within the existing system. Moreover, in Marxian framework of social analysis, morality is regarded as a part of superstructure, and it is argued that historical changes in the base, viz., the mode of production, result in corresponding changes in the criteria of right and wrong, just and unjust. Then, how can we determine any enduring principles of justice? Finally, according to Marx, The communist society which will be evolved after the dissolution of capitalism will be free from the conditions involving scarcity and conflict. Hence, the state and its juridical apparatus will no longer be required in that society. Base and superstructure. Why? Base and superstructure are used in Marxist theory to describe the Rectal 7 between economic structure of society and other aspects of social life. JS Bildung metaphor. Mode of production, i.e. the economic structure of society, constitutes the base or the substructure, while legal and political religion, morals, and other forms of social consciousness constitute that any change base results in corresponding changes in the superstructure. Should we assume on the basis of the foregoing arguments that Marxism is not concerned at all with the question of justice? On deeper analysis, we may realize that this assumption would not be correct. Marx has repeatedly dubbed workers' exploitation a theft, or even an act of robbery. Again, Marx has conceded moral supremacy of one mode of distribution, viz., to each according to his need, over another mode of distribution, viz., to each according to his ability. This shows his concern with distributive justice. Then, in spite of his adherence to moral relativism, he has shown the way to set up a social system where the ideology or false consciousness emanating from the prevailing mode of production will disappear. Hence, it would be a morally superior system. 1. Moreover, Marx firmly believed in freedom and humanism. How can we call him indifferent to justice? Marxism attacks those conditions of dominance and dependence which are the glaring examples of social injustice. It would, therefore, be improper to say that Marxism is not concerned with the problem of justice. He, of course, does not accept a solution which would serve as an excuse to retain capitalism with certain modifications. Marx, 1818-85, and Engels, 1820-95, have amply shown the extent of injustice which is inherent in the capitalist system itself. This is evident from their concept of surplus value. Concept of surplus value. According to Marxist theory, capitalist mode of production involves exploitation of the working class. Marx's theory of surplus value illustrates how this 530 an introduction to political theory. Exploitation takes place. According to Marx, labor is the sole creator of value. Of the four elements of production, land, labor, capital, and organization, three elements, viz., land, capital, and organization, are sterile because they are capable of producing only what is put in them. They are, therefore, no source of value. Labor is the only variable element which produces value in society. In his A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, Marx observed, "The common social substance of all commodities is labor. The relative values of commodities are, therefore, determined by the respective quantities or amounts of labor worked up. Here it is essential to distinguish between value and price of a commodity. Price is only a monetary expression of value. If the price of a commodity corresponds to its value in monetary terms, it may be described as the natural price. But, besides the natural price of a commodity, there is the market price which fluctuates heavily depending upon the conditions of demand and supply. The market price is, therefore, sometimes much higher than the natural price of a commodity, sometimes much lower. Under the conditions of a free market economy fostered by the capitalist system, the worker is forced to sell his labor in the open market at the market price. Labor is the only element of production which produces surplus value. In other words, labor is capable of producing much more than what is required to maintain, develop, and perpetuate it. Suppose a worker is required to work at an average of 30 hours a week to match the value of the necessities required to maintain him and his family. If he works only to this extent, he does not produce surplus value. But, under the capitalist system, a wage laborer is forced to sell his labor power to the capitalist where its market price is determined by the law of demand and supply. With the increased availability of the labor force, the market price of labor declines. The capitalist forces the worker to labor to his maximum capacity while he pays him only subsistence wages at the market rate. In this way, the laborer gets back only a part of the value that he produces in the shape of his wages. Subsistence wages. Subsistence wages refer to the wages required to meet the requirements of mere survival of the worker and his family. The value produced by the labor may be divided into two parts. One part comprises that value which is paid to the worker as wages. The other part comprises the value of surplus labor done by him which is not paid to the worker, but which swells the pockets of the capitalist and constitutes his profit. Rent and interest are paid out of this surplus value. If the capitalist employs his own capital, land and building, etc., the entire surplus value would go into his pocket. Otherwise, he will only get the industrial or commercial profit, and some part of the surplus value will be passed on to third parties. In any case, land, capital, or organization do not produce any value. The value of these elements is derived from the surplus value produced by labor. With the overthrow of capitalism and socialization of the means of production under the socialist system, the exploitation of surplus value will be eliminated. The value of labor would be paid to the worker, or some part of it would be diverted to the provision of common services which will again benefit the worker. Only the worker who produces value will be entitled to maintenance. Social parasites would no more be tolerated. He who does not work, neither shall eat. Vision of the socialist society. The remedy of the injustice involved in the capitalist system lies in transition to the socialist system. Socialist system comes into existence after the overthrow of the capitalist system through a proletarian revolution. This system is characterized by social ownership of the major means of production. The production relations of the socialist society are based on cooperation and mutual assistance among the workers liberated from the exploitation. State power is still necessary to be used for the oppression of reactionary forces and also to destroy the values and attitudes fostered by the capitalist system. In due course, as the last vestige of the old system is destroyed, the state as an institution becomes redundant and the stage is set for the withering away of the state. The socialist system is, therefore, envisaged as eventually ushering in the epoch of a classless and stateless society, described as communist society. 532. An Introduction to Political Theory. Reactionary forces. Reactionary forces refer to the forces that seek to reverse the direction of the ongoing change, or to replace the new system by the old one. In a socialist system, reactionary forces seek to restore the capitalist system. The socialist system, therefore, stands for that economic and political system which is established by the proletariat after a revolutionary overthrow of the capitalist system. It is coterminous with the dictatorship of the proletariat. This stage does not represent the final goal of revolution. It is only an interim stage of transition from capitalism to communism. The functions of the state in socialist society are to be determined by the changed relations of production, which may be described under various heads. Socialization of production and distribution. The first socialist state, according to Marxist principles, was established in Soviet Russia after the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917, under the stewardship of Lenin, 1870 to 1924. Lenin sought to evolve a program of action according to Marxist theory for his socialist state, although his own contribution in this sphere cannot be ignored. According to Lenin, the first and foremost function of the socialist state was complete socialization of the means of production and distribution in the sphere of industry as well as agriculture. In his pamphlet on economics and politics in the era of dictatorship of the proletariat, 1919, Lenin recorded, "In Russia, labor is united communistically insofar as, first, private ownership of the means of production has been abolished, and secondly, the proletarian state power is organizing large-scale production on state-owned land and in state-owned enterprises on a national scale, is distributing labor power among the various branches of production and the various enterprises, and is distributing among the working people large quantities of articles of consumption belonging to the state." The Communist Party of Soviet Russia, immediately after the assumption of power, abolished private ownership of land without compensation to the big landowners, and expropriated the big capitalists, owners of factories, joint stock companies, banks, railways, and so forth, without compensation. Large state farms and cooperative societies of small fanners were also organized. Raising the productivity of labor. Maximization of production for the satisfaction of the masses is an important objective of the Marxist program. Complete socialization of all major means of production and distribution is meant to ensure production for the masses, not for a particular class. Raising the productivity of labor is another important requisite of this program. Lenin elaborated this idea in his pamphlet on the immediate tasks of the Soviet government, 1918, as follows. This objective is secured through large-scale planning. The idea of planning was, in fact, introduced by the socialist system of Soviet Russia, which served as a model for many developing countries, including India. Development of science and technology. Maximization of production calls for the fullest development of science and technology and its use in the industrial as well as agricultural spheres. A rational system of production, according to Marxism, implies not only socialization of the major means of production, but also the fullest technological advancement to ensure maximum production. Common ownership of the major means of production would create conditions for the fullest development of the forces of production for meeting social needs. Development of science and technology is to be undertaken as an integral part of the program of socialist reconstruction. Transformation of bourgeois culture. Destroying the vestiges of capitalism involves not only the transformation of the economic system, but also the transformation of bourgeois culture into socialist culture. The cultural function of the socialist state was accorded special significance by Mao Zedong, 1893 to 1976, the chief architect of the socialist revolution in China, 1949. Mao has given a new interpretation to the principles of Marxism-Leninism as regards their operational aspect. Marx, Engels, and Lenin had, of course, realized that classes could not be abolished in a single stroke, but they had nevertheless assumed that the dictatorship of the proletariat would be a short-lived affair and would be quickly followed by the process of the withering away of the state. Mao, on the other hand, postulated that the class struggle would continue for a very long period after the proletarian revolution. In other words, a socialist revolution on the economic front, followed by the socialization of the major means of production, would not be sufficient by itself. It would have to be continued on the political and ideological fronts for a very long time, maybe for a century or several centuries. In other words, the class struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat continues throughout the stage of socialism, in the political, cultural, ideological, and educational fields, though its intensity might fluctuate. This is the gist of Mao's concept of permanent revolution. According to classical Marxist theory, a fundamental change in the substructure, namely the mode of production, must bring about a corresponding change in the superstructure, namely legal and political framework, morality, culture, and ideas. Mao's theory postulates that, Sometimes, the superstructure tends to dominate the substructure. In other words, bourgeois political culture is so deep-rooted in the minds of the people, that it may continue to influence their behavior even after the transformation of the economic foundations of society. The big property owners may have been dispossessed, yet they may continue to command special attention or consideration or other privileges in society because the prevalent attitudes in society die hard. The people have to be initiated into the socialist political culture with a view to consolidating the forces of socialism. The socialist state must take this function upon itself, fighting against injustice in the international sphere. Classical Marxism knew no national boundaries. Marx himself had given the call, "Workers of the world unite." But Lenin sought to consolidate socialism in one country before it could be expanded further. After World War II, 1939-45, the idea of world communism was abandoned, and various socialist states or communist countries, such as Yugoslavia and Cuba, apart from the USSR and the People's Republic of China, continued to exist as independent nations. The socialist states also adopted the policy of peaceful coexistence, which signified a long-term coexistence of the capitalist and socialist states without war between them. Besides, the socialist states recognized their duty to help revolutionary movements of the oppressed classes abroad in their fight against imperialism and neocolonialism. In fact, neo-Marxists have reinterpreted the future class struggle as the struggle of the new nations against the imperial and neo-colonial powers in the international field. Conclusion: Marxian theory of communism, which seeks to replace capitalist system by socialist system, envisages that eventually a classless society will come into existence. It will be a society no longer divided into antagonistic classes on the basis of ownership of private property. Private property is the source of exploitation and injustice in society. It must be distinguished from personal property, which is the source of security for the individual. Marx and Engels in their Communist Manifesto, 1848, declared, "The theory of the communists may be summed up in the single sentence: abolition of private property." Marxian communism does not contemplate to abolish personal property, which is the fruit of man's own labor, and which is the groundwork of all personal freedom, activity, and independence. It includes the property of the petty artisan and of the small peasant. Such property needs to be protected. It is the capitalist system which has destroyed such property. Communist system will safeguard it, but it will not allow private property, which is the source of exploitation. As Marx and Engels, Communist Manifesto, have further noted, communism deprives no man of the power to appropriate the products of society. All that it does is to deprive him of the power to subjugate the labor of others by means of such appropriation. Abolition of private property will result in the abolition of classes and class antagonism, and it will pave the way for the free development of all. So Marx and Engels conclude, when, in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared and production has been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of the whole nation, the public power will lose its political character. Political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. In place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association, in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. This picture of the classless society is quite fascinating. But the problem with this view is that it treats the possession of private property as the only source of class distinctions. In actual practice, class distinctions may reappear on the basis of possession of political and bureaucratic power, even after the abolition of private property, giving rise to new forms of dominance and injustice. So the problem of injustice will have to be tackled at many more subtle levels. 4. Feminist perspective. Feminist perspective on justice seeks restoration of justice for women who remain deprived of equal status and opportunities vis-a-vis men since earliest times. This perspective is based on the philosophy of feminism, which is closely concerned with the condition of women in society, the causes of their suffering and deprivation. It aims at the removal of discrimination against women in terms of their rights, opportunities for self-development, and share in political power. In short, feminism seeks to secure justice for women in all spheres of life. That is why the main focus of feminism coincides with the feminist perspective on justice. This perspective inquires into various forms of injustice against women prevailing in society and insists on restoring justice in each relevant sphere. Broadly speaking, injustice against women may be found in the following spheres for which suitable measures of redressal must be taken: A. Political sphere, B. Economic sphere, and C. Cultural sphere. Political sphere. Feminists argue that our society largely discriminates between men and women in the matter of allocation of benefits and burdens. Society has failed to appreciate the full range of contributions made by women for its sustenance, not to speak of giving adequate reward for these contributions. On the other hand, society has also failed to realize the extraordinary constraints under which women work, not to speak of removing these constraints. Coming to the political sphere, it may be noted at the outset that the advanced nations of Western Europe and North America withheld women's right to vote for a very long time. It was introduced in the United States as late as 1920. In France, it was granted in 1947, and in Switzerland, it was extended to all territories in 1971. Apart from their fight for suffrage, women in Western countries had to launch separate struggles for securing rights connected with citizenship. These included to pass their citizenship to their children, to retain their citizenship on marriage on the basis of their own nationality, instead of their husband's nationality, to contend for political office and to hold it, and the right to serve on juries. Now they have won their political rights in all the advanced industrial nations, but their actual share in political power is far behind that of men. For instance, 9 decades after the women won the right to vote in the United States, their share in the House of Representatives is less than 20%. In the Senate, it is less than 10%. It is nil at the positions of president and vice president. On the occasion of signing of the Charter of Paris in 1990, marking the end of the era of Cold War, women were conspicuous by their absence or near absence in the group photographs of European heads of states or heads of governments. Many reasons are advanced to explain this situation. It is now ruled out that the gross underrepresentation of women at the positions of political power is the outcome of their own choice. One tangible reason of this situation is that the vast majority of successful candidates come from a handful of elite professions, such as law, which require high levels of education, but women get fewer opportunities for higher education. A record of military service or high standing in business also proves a stepping stone to political office. Women lag far behind in this area also. Besides, electoral victory requires large-scale mobilization of funds. Party workers are less willing to mobilize such funds for women candidates. Even where women are elected, they are excluded from responsible positions because of a preconceived notion that they cannot take a tough stand on important issues. It is also believed that women with small children might be constrained to be absent on some important occasions. The position can be changed if the responsibility of bringing up children is equally shared by mother and father, at least in the cases where mother is equally competent. Moreover, experience has shown that women in high positions can also take bold decisions and firm stand at the time of crisis. The political tenure of Indira Gandhi, 1917-84, former Prime Minister of India, is the case in point. Feminists have also identified some typical problems concerning women which prevent them from taking up political career. It is generally observed that women are particularly conscious of their bodily appearance and self-presentation, as if beauty is the measure of their success in social life. It is believed that a woman's looks and figure constitute much of her fortune. Again, women are vulnerable to sexual harassment and various kinds of violence, including domestic violence. Apart from molestation on streets, offices, and public places, it is alleged that a woman's vulnerability is directly proportional to her beauty and attractive makeup. Preoccupation with personal care and decoration sometimes prevents a woman from thinking of taking up a political career. Adequate provision of safety, educational and career development opportunities, and professional training for women would go a long way in ameliorating the lot of women. This can be secured more effectively if women themselves come forward in the field of active politics. It would not be correct to say that there are no women activists. However, a large number of women activists are devoted to community work at grassroots level. According to Martha Acklesberg, Communities, Resistance and Women's Activism in Women and the Politics of Empowerment, edited by Anne Brookman and Sandra Morgan, 1988, women have been leaders and activists in bread riots and tenant organizations, participated in factory-based strikes that engendered and depended on community support. They have led struggles toward new and better schools. Again, women have also been leaders in the struggles for environmental justice. In India, women living on mountains particularly played active role in Chipko movement. They hugged the trees to stop their cutting. They also lodged strong protests against the displacement of tribals due to construction of dams, particularly against Nirmada Dam. Then women have also led struggles against rape, sexual harassment, domestic violence, etc., all over the world. In short, women activists have largely fought for welfare of women and the society at large, but they have scarcely focused on their own political career. Economic sphere. Feminists argue that women's contribution to economic life has been largely ignored. Hence, they have been denied befitting benefits in this sphere. The system of national income accounting ignores the unpaid work done by women for RHE benefit of family and community. Many feminists argue that most women not only do a lot of domestic work, their services towards childbearing and child-rearing, etc., constitute real work. They not only consume the worker's time and energy, but also involve various skills, including some sophisticated skills like cooking, housekeeping, sewing, weaving, embroidery, etc. Apart from the operation of domestic appliances, market value of these services is seldom taken into account. Even working women who make a substantial contribution to family income have to perform most of these services for which they seldom get credit, not to speak of any special reward. Feminists further argue that women's larger contribution to well-being of men and other members of the family could be justified if it is made voluntarily. But, in fact, it is necessitated by the social conditions where women's occupational choices are constrained by institutional factors, such as employment opportunities and cultural norms which impose larger burden on women. The services rendered by women provide more time and energy for men who are thus enabled to make a significant contribution to society. Thus, women's extra labor benefits not only their men and their families, it also benefits the larger society. Unfortunately, the women doing a huge amount of unpaid work are stigmatized as dependent on men. It is a striking example of unjust distribution of benefits and burdens in society. Cultural sphere. Women are also victims of discrimination in cultural sphere. Many common social practices reflect a cultural climate of masculine dominance in which women regularly experience shame, embarrassment, and vulnerability. In professional life, men look for excuses to touch the bodies of their women colleagues. and to address them in apparently affectionate but actually mischievous ways. Most of the jokes cracked by men ridicule or sexualize women. In Indian languages, most of the abuses involve insult to women, the mother, the sister, and the daughter. Women's attractive looks and voice are widely used in advertising, which tend to prejudice their dignity. Women's reputation is regarded to be so delicate that many of the cases of molestation and outraging of modesty of women go unreported due to fear of shame. In Indian tradition, some saints have deprecated the company of women as the door to hell. In Indian mythology, women have been treated as an object of donation. Many great men sought to save their glory by gifting their wives to strangers. When several contenders stake their claims for marrying the same girl, decision is taken by an authority on the basis of some logic, based on conventions. Choice of the girl herself is seldom invoked. Among Hindus, cremation ceremony of the dead body of a person is to be performed by his son, which is believed to ensure the dead person's entry into heaven. It is presumed that if the dead person had only daughters and no son, he would not be entitled to a place in heaven. Our beliefs about otherworldly matters are derived from our experience of word-eye matters. In modern times, when girls have proved their talents in all-important fields, exaltation of son to the detriment of daughter will have to be abandoned, like so many other superstitions. In a nutshell, justice for women must be secured in all spheres, political, economic as well as cultural. Without securing substantive justice for women, no society can claim to have established a just social order. Subaltern perspective on justice is concerned with the plight of those groups in society who are more or less permanently placed in subordinate position because of various constraints inherent in the social structure. In other words, these are exploited, oppressed, and marginalized groups. Because of an inherent division of society into the ruling and subaltern groups, a lion's share of all benefits accruing from the total efforts of society is cornered by a tiny class variously described as ruling class, dominant class, or the elite, and the majority consisting of various subordinate groups who put their abilities and efforts into the creation of these benefits are left with a meager share thereof. So the subaltern critique of justice raises the question of social justice in most eloquent manner. What is meant by the term subaltern? The concept of the subaltern was introduced in social theory by Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, an Italian Marxist who was imprisoned by Mussolini for his radical views during the ascendancy of fascism. In his prison notebooks 1929-351971, Gramsci revealed some new dimensions of Marxian thought which included the concept of the subaltern. It is interesting to recall that the Marxian theory of class structure as founded in late 19th century was challenged by the elite theory in the beginning of the 20th century. Class theory had envisaged the division of society broadly into two classes on the basis of ownership and non-ownership of means of production. It implied that if ordinary people, the masses, get a lesser share of the cake, they deserve it. This view is designed to vindicate the liberal model of distribution, to each according to his work, that is the market society model. The concept of the subaltern, on the other hand, contradicts the elite theory and holds that ordinary people contribute substantially to the production of the cake and still get a marginal share thereof because of their exploitation by the ruling class. The ruling class evolves a value system to suit its own interests and projects it as the one embodying universal interests. In other words, the subaltern groups, peasants, workers, and other subordinate groups, are made to believe that they are being ruled with their consent. Gramsci described this quality of the ruling class as hegemony. Thus, hegemony signifies the ability of the ruling class to convince the subject classes that their rule represents the common interest. Hegemony. According to Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, Italian Marxist, hegemony refers to a web of beliefs and institutional as well as social relations which serve as instruments of domination in society. In the capitalist society, family, school, church, and other primary groups, e.g. neighborhood and peer groups, play a leading role in creating consent which keeps the system going. Use of force is resorted to only when file instruments of consent fail to work. In short, while elite theory treats the division of society into rulers and the ruled as natural and functional, subaltern theory regards it artificial and exploitative. Elite theory eulogizes the role of ruling class in building the whole civilization and downgrades the role of the ruled. But subaltern theory focuses on the significance of the role of the subordinate classes. It even believes that the issue height perspective, division of society info elites and masses, reason of the division, exponents. The subaltern groups are capable of organizing themselves and shaping human history. But most of the historians are biased towards the elite, and they have largely ignored the role of the subaltern groups. Subaltern theory insists on rewriting of history giving due place to the role of the subaltern groups, whether this division is alterable, nature of the division, outcome of the division, distinction between elite and subaltern. No, masses cannot be equated with elites at any stage. V. Pareto. G. Mosca. R. Michaels. Artificial and exploitative. Subaltern groups also play significant role, beside dominant class, in sustaining RHE social system. Yes, distinction between dominant and subaltern groups can be obliterated through revolution. Antonio Gramsci subaltern ersp high. Ruling, dominant, class and subaltern grb upri slb asterisk, w pound. Competence arid hegemony of the perpinkantij organizational ability class endowed with ideologka of the elite and lack, as well as economic pp wet carrot of these qualities. In and lack of THLSI power at the masses, natural and functional elites play the key role. They direct and masses simply follow. In contemporary social analysis, the scope of subaltern theory has been considerably expanded. It is now conceded that any group in society who has been relegated to a subordinate position because of undeserved discrimination, e.g. discrimination on grounds of gender, age, vocation, class, caste, race, region, religion, language, culture, etc., should be included in the category of subaltern groups. Their energies, abilities, and skills are systematically exploited, but they are deprived of their due reward. Justice can only be restored if their rights are protected, their contribution to society is valued and properly rewarded, and their dignity is restored. It also demands restoration of equitable shares of social benefits for the elite and subaltern groups. 6. Communitarian perspective. Communitarian perspective on justice is best understood by contrasting it with liberal perspective, as will Kimlicka, in Contemporary Political Philosophy, an Introduction, 2002, has observed. Liberal visions of politics do not include any independent principle of community, such as shared nationality, language, identity, culture, religion, history, or way of life. Communitarians believe that the value of community is not sufficiently recognized in liberal theories of justice or in the public culture of liberal societies. Broadly speaking, liberalism holds that an individual should be left free to pursue his self-interest solely on the condition that his freedom does not come in the way of similar freedom of others. On the contrary, communitarians hold that an individual finds self-fulfillment by accepting the prevalent social roles, practices, and situations within the community, and not in isolation from his fellow beings. Thus, against the liberal concept of isolated self-communitarianism, introduces the concept of situated self. While liberalism defines the common good as the sum total of individual goods, communitarianism, on the other hand, treats the common good as one entity, which is the source of good for each individual. Communitarian view also differs from liberal view on the respective status of right and good in determining the principles of justice. Liberal theory of justice, particularly Rawls's theory of justice, accords priority to right over good. Rawls, in his Theory of Justice, 1971, commended justice as the first virtue of social institutions, as truth is the primary consideration in accepting any system of thought. For communitarians, on the other hand, the right implies virtue, and when we accept the good, the right has already been taken care of. Alasdair MacIntyre, 1929, British, Scottish, moral philosopher and an early exponent of communitarianism, in his essay After Virtue, 1981, observed, "For what constitutes the good for man is a complete human life lived at its best, and the exercise of the virtues is a necessary and central part of such a life, not a mere preparatory exercise to achieve such a life. We thus cannot characterize the good for man adequately without already having made reference to the virtues." MacIntyre ridiculed the liberal notion of individuals as autonomous moral agents operating in an atmosphere where they are disconnected from social context. In his view, individuals flourish only within the context of socially established cooperative human activity, which is designed to encourage the development of human excellence. He argued that liberals were committed to moral relativism, detaching themselves from any particular standpoint in order to practice tolerance. So they could not defend any particular view of justice, nor develop a unified concept of the good. Thus, they have not been able to develop true communities or define moral obligations of the members of society to each other. Moral relativism, A. Moral relativism refers to the view that no moral principle or value system can be treated as universally right and acceptable. Moral relativism holds that the validity of any moral principle can be established only with reference to a particular social and historical context. This view is opposed to moral absolutism. Moral absolutism. Moral absolutism refers to the view that a particular moral principle or value system should be accepted universally valid for all individuals and societies. So each individual and group must conform to its requirements. Moral absolutism does not allow freedom to any individual or group to propose or follow any alternative moral principle or value system. MacIntyre exhorted the people of the West to immerse themselves in the knowledge and traditions of Western culture to enable themselves to reason truly about the contents of justice, the good and virtue. In whose justice? Which rationality? 1988. MacIntyre came to realize the pitfalls of moral absolutism and conceded that liberal tolerance was itself a virtuous practice. He argued that Rawls's rational negotiators who have gathered to determine the principles of justice represent the disconnected and disembodied people deliberating behind the veil of ignorance. Like many other liberals in the past few hundred years, Rawls tries to understand human beings independent of all activities, desires, ideas, roles, and pursuits that characterize human lives in actual society. Sandel argues, is anything left of the person when we subtract all this from his personality? He laments that the Rawlsian view of the person is woefully impoverished. Sandel asserts that liberal theories have failed to recognize our embeddedness in a particular time, place, and culture. He urges that political theory should help in generating such laws, institutions, and practices that are genuinely good for us and instrumental in creating a fully just society. Justice cannot be secured by isolated individuals seeking personal profit, as in markets and political arena, but by those who create a deeper commonality, through shared self-understanding and mutual affection. Sandel argues that liberal political philosophy sought to justify a form of individualism which was not founded on concrete social institutions. It was wrong in giving priority to the pursuit of abstract equal justice over a communal, moral good. Liberal perspective implies that the self is prior to its ends. On the contrary, Sandel maintains that the self is not prior to its ends. It is rather constituted by its ends, which are not chosen but discovered by the self by virtue of its being embedded in some shared social context. Sandel contends that Rawls's view of unencumbered self does not correspond with our deepest self-understanding. In his Democracy's Discontent, 1996, Sandel reiterates his argument and even claims that the decline of democratic politics in the United States in the 20th century was due to the wrong ordering of priorities between the self and its ends. Charles Taylor, 1931, Canadian social philosopher and exponent of communitarianism, in his philosophical papers, published in 1985, questioned the premise of atomistic individualism, which is the hallmark of liberal political theory. He attacked the liberal concept of human beings as autonomous choosers. This concept treats human being only as a manifestation of will and ignores the complexities of human personality, which would develop only when it is situated in a society. Taylor argued that atomistic type of individualism promised freedom for human actors, but ultimately failed to realize that human beings constantly reflect on their life in order to find its meaning. He pointed out that human agency, rights, and freedom exist only in their social context, whereas modem, liberal, political theory failed to account for the reciprocal relations among individuals and between individuals and society. In his Sources of the Self, 1989, Taylor further argued that human agency may be understood only from the premise that persons exist as embodied individuals engaged both in self-interpretation and in constant interaction with others. In this process of moral reflection, they criticize and transform themselves through the interpretation and reinterpretation of their rights and obligations. To impart meaning to their actions, they are constantly guided by moral sources: secular, religious, literary, and philosophical. Michael Walzer, 1935, American political philosopher, may be distinguished from other exponents of communitarianism for his unique contribution in this sphere. While other communitarians have hugely produced a communitarian critique of liberal theory of justice, Walzer, in his celebrated 544 An Introduction to Political Theory, work Spheres of Justice, 1983, has enunciated a communitarian theory of justice, although in some respects it is akin to liberal pluralist point of view. Walzer argued that the quest for a universal theory of justice was misguided because it was futile to look for any principle of justice outside the community, particularly its history and culture. The requirements of justice could only be identified in the context of a particular community, its practices, and institutions. According to Walzer, the shared understandings in our society require us to apply the principle of complex equality, as distinguished from simple equality, in the distribution of social goods. It implies a system of distribution that does not contemplate equal distribution of the same good, e.g. income, wealth, or power, according to a uniform criterion, e.g. ability, output, or need, but rather seeks to ensure that inequalities in one sphere, e.g. wealth, do not permeate other spheres, e.g. healthcare and political power. Walzer argued that the modem society includes a number of spheres of distribution in which different social goods are allocated each by its own independent criterion. In other words, the distribution of rewards in the modem society is not confined to that of income and wealth, but there are so many sought-after things in society. Walzer asserts that if the boundaries between different spheres are respected, one person's preeminence in, say, the sphere of money may be offset by another's higher social prestige and a third's success in holding political office. This type of social pluralism may lead to a kind of equality in which no one decisively outranks anyone else. Thus, Walzer denies that economic status of an individual holds the key to his social prestige and power. The problem with Walzer's suggestion is that there is no reliable method to compare the value of non-economic factors like reputation, political power, education, and health, etc., with the value of income and wealth. In the absence of such criteria, it is difficult to attack the disparities created by the market society. For example, it would be a poor consolation for a university teacher, writer, artist, PR scientist that the low economic return of his talents and effort is compensated by the high esteem in which he is held in society. In fact, Walzer gives precedence to ethical considerations over economic considerations. Walzer argues that a society of equals lies within our reach. It is implicit in our shared understandings of social goods. These understandings do not produce a vision of sun-pi equality, which will lead to immense inequalities through the operation of free market. If the state tries to reinforce initial simple equality, it will end up as a tyrannical state. In our shared understandings, we strive for complex equality. According to Walzer, complex equality means that no citizen standing in one sphere or with regard to one social good can be undercut by his standing in some other sphere with regard to some other good. No social good X should be distributed to men and women who possess some other social good Y merely because they possess Y, and without regard to the meaning of X. Divert Astra's perspectives on Justice 545. Walzer comes to the conclusion that distribution of social goods should be determined according to the right reason as applicable in each sphere. Thus, the spheres of politics or health or education should not be corrupted by the domination of money, for money properly rules in the sphere of commodities. The sphere of office should not, beyond a certain limited point, be contaminated by nepotism, which belongs in the sphere of kinship and love. The sphere of kinship and love should not be contaminated by the consideration of profit and loss, which are relevant only in the marketplace. Family organization should not be patterned after male domination, which properly belongs to the sphere of military organization. If Walzer's suggestions are adopted in actual practice, we will certainly have a just society which he intends to create. But he has not indicated the way to convince tired dominant people in different spheres of social life to adopt these rules. Walzer is scheme Othering embodies a strong moral philosophy, but it does not provide for equally strong political philosophy. 21L. Concept of the common good. Nature. V of the common good. What is the common good? Aristotle, ancient Greek philosopher, believed that the state exists for the sake of the good life. It exists to promote moral objectives, justice, and the common good. However, in actual practice, different constitutions may exist to pursue different objectives. Making a distinction between right, or normal, and perverted types of constitutions, Aristotle maintained that the right type of constitution pursued the common good, which implied the good of the whole community. D.D. Raphael, Problems of Political Philosophy, 1976, has identified the pursuit of the common good as the key feature of the modern state. As he observed, the state carries out its purpose by laying down laws, backed by force, requiring everyone to refrain from actions, crime and toils, that harm the common good, and to contribute in taxes and other imposts to upkeep of services, such as defense, public utility, and social services, that promote the common good. What is the common good? At the outset, it may be noted that the notion of the common good is closely related to the idea of justice. Justice is concerned with determining the right criteria for the allocation of benefits and burdens among the members of society. Indeed, only those rules of justice will win respect of all members of society which are beneficial to all, i.e., which conform to the prevalent notion of the common good, common interest, or public interest. Though these terms are used interchangeably, they are not identical in their meaning and scope. The common good embodies a normative concept. It is concerned with moral standards which are the subject of philosophical discussion. The common 546 interest embodies an empirical concept. It is concerned with the understanding of the persons likely to be affected by a proposed decision. It can be empirically ascertained. Then, the public interest is a matter of judgment by a competent authority who is expected to be sensitive to the needs and aspirations of the people. Those likely to be affected by a decision yet to be taken can make appeals to the competent authority in the name of the public interest. In case there is a dispute about a decision taken in the public interest, it can be resolved through discussion between the decision makers and those affected by it. The notions of the common good and the public interest are based on the same logic. What is described as the common good in moral philosophy becomes the public interest in the realm of politics and administration. But the common good is more comprehensive than the public interest. In other words, all references to the public interest imply the common good. But all references to the common good cannot be expressed in terms of public interest. For instance, a soldier may die in war so that his country wins the war. It is a sacrifice made for the common good, not in public interest. On the other hand, if government enforces quarantine laws to prevent the spreading of an infectious disease, this step is taken in public interest, which also implies the common good. A government official who takes bribe for the welfare of his family may be prosecuted in public interest because he acts against the common good. A good citizen always puts the common good before his own or his family's interest. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712-78, famous French philosopher, in his classic work The Social Contract, 1762, made a strong case for the pursuit of the common good. He expressed great indignation at the selfishness of men and the brazenness of social and economic interests which appropriate the sacred name of the public good. Vintage, Green, 1836-82. A brilliant English philosopher, I.O. his lectures on the principles of political obligation, 1882, declared that the state was an instrument for the promotion of the common good. This tradition of thought on the common good, as founded by Rousseau and Green, led to the development of the communitarian perspective. The idea of the common good is frequently invoked in order to focus on certain political demands or to vindicate certain acts, decisions, or policy measures. References to the common good or public interest abound in political speeches, posters and pamphlets, newspaper editorials, verdicts of the law counts, arguments of the lawyers, guidelines of the government, and even on international forums. It is a fascinating word which defies any precise definition. It cannot be equated with the good of the state, because a particular form of the state, like a tyranny, may operate against the common good itself. Nor can it be equated with the good of the majority, because the common good may be invoked to stop injustice against minority. Someone may like to define the common good as the common interest of the civil society. But it is not necessary for the civil society to have a common interest. It may be characterized by conflicting interests. Reconciliation of these conflicting interests may not necessarily represent the common interest, although it is so described in liberal theory. This reconciliation, in many cases, may be the result of bargaining between contending parties, and the process of bargaining is not conducive to arriving at the common good. One possible interpretation of the common good could be given as the good of the community. But it is difficult to identify the good of the community apart from the narrow interests of different individuals and groups comprising it. In any case, this is precisely the area where we should look for a workable definition of the common good. 5. A principle usually invoked FA justified D public decision. Administrators, lawyers, policymakers of a nation or an international organization, arriving at public decisions which take core of argal interests PF people though nature sect one ons, MQI happy face IE, to carrot share and extra carrot DI, Oliver say, whether at happy face national or international level, usually determined by a competent authority people of a nation or different nations. Distinction between justice, common good, and public interest. The issue justice, common good, public interest, status highest ideal which lends legitimacy to any action, arrangement, policy, or decision. An ideal usually invoked to persuade the members of a community to resolve thief differences on a matter of common concern, scope settlement of individual claims and allocation of benefits and burdens among the members of society, discovering the points on which good of all members of a community would converge, sphere of application universal, whether at national or international level, usually confined to the members of a community FF. Criteria subject to constant debate. Subject to constant debate. Who are affected? Everyone, whether individuals, associations, or nations, a community and its members. X. Who are concerned with the issue? Philosophers, jurists, social reformers, philosophers. In short, the common good points Iowa goal which does not give precedence to the interests of a class, party, or faction, but gives due regard to the interests of all members of society. In other words, the common good stands for the goal which is regarded by the consciousness of the community as conducive to the welfare of the whole community, transcending the immediate interests of different individuals and groups. If its realization entails some loss or benefit to a particular individual or group, that loss or benefit is not treated as a matter of settling individual claims. For example, taxation system of a welfare state is designed to accommodate the common good. The measures concerning defense, law and order, public health, expansion of education and environmental cleanliness, etc., are geared to meet the needs of the common good. But disputes may still arise as to whether a particular measure conforms to the common good or not. If people are genuinely interested in the pursuit of the common good, their disputes will never take a violent form. The nature of the common good is quite complex, but one thing is certain that in the case of a conflict between different groups, the common good shall not coincide with the interests of a particular group. For example, in the case of labor management dispute, the common good cannot be identified with the interest of the workers or that of the management. Similarly, heavy taxation of the urban population to provide for liberal subsidies to the rural population, or spending the revenue of villages for the advancement of cities cannot be equated with the common good. If we want to test a proposal from the point of view of the common good, we must consider the merit of its beneficiaries rather than the claims of its opponents. When the common good is invoked in the context of claims and counterclaims of the conflicting parties, we wish to remind them of certain objectives beyond their conflicting goals, competition and bargaining which are recognized by the community and which should not be overlooked by them. Some writers tend to equate the common good with the utilitarian formula of Tyre, greatest happiness of the greatest number. This view is misleading. John Rawls, 1921-2002, has amply shown how the greatest happiness of the greatest number could be interpreted to mean injustice to the minority. This argument can be extended to the common good also. If the minority is made to suffer in the name of promoting the so-called general happiness, it would be against the spirit of the common good. On the other hand, some champions of individualism argue that insistence on the common good would undermine incentives for the individual to make best use of his talents and efforts. This view is also misleading because if the common good is ignored, no individual would be able to achieve his potential excellence or make full use of his personal assets. As J.K. Galbraith, 1908-2006, has pointed out, the rich cannot have full enjoyment of their wealth unless there is adequate provision of public services in society. Method of pursuit. Consistent pursuit of the common good in a society can be ensured only through the process of consensus. Those who focus on social cleavage as part of the basic structure of society cannot be devoted to the common good. For example, in contemporary Indian society, some people focus on rural-urban divide, others focus on caste division. Some sections lay stress on religious differences and induce communalism. Others harp on the division based on linguistic or regional interests. Some people focus on the divide across gender. Others try to sow the seeds of dissension between white-collar and blue-collar workers. Some politicians, too, capitalize one type of social cleavage or another, and after winning seats in legislative assemblies or the parliament, they try to encash their political support in the bargaining for a share in power. However, these divisive tendencies should not be confused with those humanitarian movements which aim at the preservation of environment or other laudable objectives. For example, when the so-called developmental activities render some poor tribals or villagers homeless, out off job or sick, the movements aiming at their rehabilitation should not be termed as divisive activities. Cleavage and consensus. VJ. The existence of cleavage in a society means that society is sharply divided into antagonistic groups on the basis of some more or less fixed attribute. For example, such division may occur along the lines of class, region, religion, language, race, or gender. On the contrary, consensus implies the absence of a rigid division in society on these lines. The existence of consensus in a society may be analyzed at two levels. A. As a process, it implies that the different groups have resolved their differences and arrived at an arrangement which is best suited to their needs under the existing constraints. And B. As a condition, it implies that the different groups in a society have no differences on any issue. That society is informed by a deep-rooted and long-term agreement on all issues. It is a utopian view of consensus. In modern societies, consensus is achieved only as a process. Broadly speaking, notion of the common good is concerned with the hopes and aspirations of a larger community beyond the area of self-interests of different individuals and groups. Some people may take to a dangerous path for want of proper knowledge, due to their temperamental weakness, or due to the fascinating effect of fashion or advertisements. Government may frame some rules and regulations, or take administrative measures to deal with such situations. For example, advertisements of wine and cigarettes have been banned on radio and television. A cigarette case or its advertisement anywhere must contain a statutory warning. Cigarette smoking is injurious to health. Dangers of drug abuse and drinking are displayed in the form of warnings at prominent public places. Wide publicity is also given to the measures meant for environmental protection, cleanliness, prevention of diseases, population control, expansion of literacy, etc. All these steps are designed to promote the public interest or the common good. For a wider understanding of the concept of the common good, it may be analyzed in different perspectives. Of these, liberal, communitarian, Marxian, and Gandhian perspectives are particularly important. 2 Quetzales. Our respective liberal view of the common good regards it as the aggregate of individual goods. According to this view, the common good is not a metaphysical element which exists beyond the experience of ordinary persons. Man is a rational creature. In other words, man is endowed with the faculty of reasoning which enables him to grasp his own good, and to realize the need of certain rules which are necessary for securing the good of all members of society. These rules are instrumental to the reconciliation of conflicting interests of different individuals and groups. Indeed, the point of their reconciliation represents the common good. Individuals who have a common interest in some issue organize themselves into an interest group. Then the point of reconciliation between different interest groups represents the common interest of society, which is coterminous with the common good. From this point of view, any conflict existing in society is not very deep. Every problem of society is capable of a peaceful solution. Every member of society realizes that we live in a scarcity situation where all wishes or demands cannot be fulfilled. People can fulfill their reasonable demands by making suitable adjustment with others, so they are found to be ready for the necessary adjustment. They can decide about their respective rights and obligations by using their own intellect and by persuading each other to adopt a reasonable course of action. This equilibrium of their respective rights and duties represents the common good. Norman Barry, An Introduction to Modern Political Theory, 1989, who uses the term public interest as a synonym for the common good, has significantly observed, liberal advocates of the doctrine of the public interest argue that the concept describes the shared interests of a community and that its promotion, so far from oppressing individual interests, actually enables individuals to secure advantages which they could not otherwise enjoy. For liberal thinkers, the rules of the civil society which provide safety of the individual from the oppressive powers of others constitute the common good. When everybody abides by these rules, then the strong will not oppress the weak. Nobody will cheat anybody. Everybody will enter into contract with others at his free will, and everybody will sincerely act according to the terms of the contract. State intervention will become necessary only when some antisocial element does not comply with the rules. The chief exponents of the liberal view of the common good include John Locke, 1632 to 1704, Adam Smith, 1723 to 90, Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832, and John Stuart Mill, 1806 to 73. A critical appraisal. Liberalism regards the rules of the market society as a fit instrument of the common good. It views the free competition, equality of opportunity, and allocation according to merit as the lilies of proper behavior. The problem with these rules is that the reward of an individual's merit and effort would be governed by the market demand, which is beyond individuals' control. Only a welfare state can take care of this situation. C.B. McPherson, 1911 to 87, a contemporary political philosopher, has criticized the market society model on the ground that it subjects human talents to the rules of demand and supply. It stunts the natural capabilities of man and destroys his creative freedom. In a nutshell, liberal interpretation of the common good can only be accepted on the condition that it is linked with the concept of the welfare state. Communitarian perspective. Communitarianism is an important stream of contemporary political philosophy. It points to the shortcomings of liberalism and attempts to redefine the relation between individual and the community. Liberalism promotes individualism to focus on individual freedom, which undermines individuals' affinity with the community. When every individual turns to seek his own good, no one is emotionally attached to anyone. An individual would manage to have many means of comfort at the expense of his emotional security. In other words, if an individual devotes himself exclusively to the pursuit of self-interest, he cannot secure good life in the fullest sense of the term. If isolated individuals cannot secure their own good by their efforts, How can we arrive at the common good by aggregating the outcome of their individual efforts? Communitarians hold that only a community is capable of realizing the common good. If all individuals pool their efforts for the attainment of the common good instead of striving to secure their individual good, they would be able to realize the common good more effectively, from which they would be able to derive their individual good. This view necessitates individuals' first commitment to the community and not to himself. For communitarians, individuals' own existence and personality are the product of his social situation, roles, and conventions which are embedded in society. While liberals leave the individual to pursue his self-appointed goals, communitarians want him to pursue the community-determined goals. While liberals regard the individual to be the sole proprietor of all his faculties, communitarians affirm his indebtedness to society for these faculties. While liberals insist on individuals' rights and liberties, communitarians focus on his duties and obligations. Communitarianism insists on our common identity and eulogizes those values and beliefs which are dear to all of us. Early indications of communitarianism are found in the political thought of Aristotle, ancient Greek philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712-78, French philosopher G.W.F. Hegel, 1770-1831, German philosopher N.T.H. Green, 1836-82, English moral philosopher. Its contemporary exponents include Alasdair MacIntyre, 1929, Charles Taylor, 1931, Michael Walzer, 1935, and Michael Sandel, 1953. Th. Green, Lectures on the Principles of Political Obligation, 1882. The forerunner of communitarianism argued that human beings, as self-conscious creatures, attain the knowledge of the common good in association with the members of their community. Green believed that men knew the common good more intimately than their self-interest or individual good. The common good not only comprehends the good of all members of the community, but their conception of the common good is also identical. The state and politics come into existence for the realization of the common good. The idea of the common good is the foundation of political obligation. Green asserts that the state is authorized to make only those laws which promote the common good, and the individual is obliged to abide by only those laws which conform to the common good. If an individual thinks that he can protect the common good more effectively by opposing a particular order of the state, his political obligation does not stop him from going ahead. It is the consciousness of the common good which induces people to accept their duties. They are prepared to forego their personal choice and self-interest for the sake of realizing the common good. They are convinced that they can attain self-realization only by pursuing 554 An Introduction to Political Theory. The common good. Alasdair MacIntyre, After Virtue, 1981. Argued that individuals flourish only within an atmosphere of socially established cooperative human activity. If the state treats individuals as disconnected entities and lets them loose to realize their rights without realizing their duties, the result would be social disintegration and moral disaster. Michael Sandel, Liberalism and the Limits of Justice, 1982, asserted that the person can only be understood in the context of his embeddedness in a particular time, place, and culture. Only with this understanding a political theory can generate laws, institutions, and practices that would be genuinely good for us and contribute to a fully just society. This alone will create a deeper commonality, which will be informed by shared self-understanding as well as affection. Then Michael Walzer, Spheres of Justice, 1983, laid down elaborate criteria for the distribution of various social goods according to the proper spheres of their application, where they would contribute to the smooth functioning of the community. Charles Taylor, Philosophical Papers, 1985, echoed MacIntyre's attack on entire liberal conception of atomistic individuals and confirmed the tenets of communitarianism. Taylor argued that if human beings want their genuine development, they must acknowledge first that they are situated in a society. They can realize their good only through cooperation in pursuit of the common good. On the whole, communitarian notion of the common good requires the individual to pursue his goals within the structure of society, and to look for his good as part of the good of whole society. A critical appraisal. Communitarian concept of the common good insists on cooperation and not competition between individuals, and thereby promotes social solidarity. It inspires the isolated individuals to establish cordial relations with each other and shows them the way to obtain emotional security. However, in spite of its strong ethical base, it has no mechanism to ensure that its principles will be adopted as the general rules of behavior. In a nutshell, communitarianism embodies a strong moral philosophy, but it is not founded in equally strong political philosophy. JV. Necessary conditions for the common good. According to Marxist theory, since the division of human society into two antagonistic classes on the basis of ownership of private property, idea of the concept of the common good 555. Common good has become irrelevant. The common good can exist only in a classless society, i.e. either under primitive communism, which existed before the rise of civilization, or in a future communist society. Since the state is an instrument of the dominant class for the exploitation of the dependent class, a classless society does not need state power. It is bound to evolve into a stateless society. Under this system, society uses its authority for the protection of common interests of all members of the community which represent the common good. Primitive communism was a pre-state society where the instruments of labor were of the most primitive kind. The club, the stone axe, the flint knife, the stone-tipped spear, followed later by the bow and arrow. Man's muscular strength was the only motive force employed to operate these elementary tools. These tools were held in common ownership by the members of the primitive community which engaged itself in common labor, such as common hunting, common fishing, and the fruits of this common labor were also shared in common. There was no concept of private property, hence no exploitation of man by man. The amount of production at this stage was scarcely sufficient for the subsistence of each member of the community. There was no surplus that could be stored in private possession. Hence, society was not divided into haves and have-nots. In the absence of class distinctions and consequent exploitation, there was no need for a special apparatus of coercion. The common affairs of the community were managed collectively or entrusted to the most respected and experienced members of the community. The concept of state or political power, exploitative class power, was particularly absent at this stage. On the other hand, communist society will come into existence after the socialist stage of historical development. According to classical Marxism, when all means of social production will be placed under social ownership, remnants of capitalism will be liquidated, labor will become universal for every able-bodied person on voluntary basis, and forces of production will have been fully developed, the state will wither away. In this phase of historical development, called communist society, economy will be regulated by the principle, from each according to his ability to each according to his need. In other words, in communist society, the distribution of burdens shall depend on abilities, while the distribution of benefits shall depend on needs. Benefits shall not be treated as the reward of contribution to the common good. It is the picture of an ideal society where men shall shed their selfishness and spontaneously contribute to the common good without the thought of the return. It is hoped that when society undertakes the responsibility to fulfill all their needs, men will use then maximum abilities for contribution to the common good without any specific incentives. The idea of the common good shall be fully realized only in such an ideal society. But before it comes into existence, society will have to undergo various stages of class struggle which must be understood in the present context. Doctrine of class struggle. Karl Marx, 1818-83, and Friedrich Engels, 1820-95, have particularly dwelled on the role of class struggle in the process of historical development. They believe that the struggle between the antagonistic classes, haves and have-nots, had been of fundamental importance in society since the dissolution of the primitive tribal community with its common ownership of the means of production. Thus, the opening sentence of the Communist Manifesto, 1848, reads, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Of these classes, one invariably comprises the oppressors and exploiters, and the other includes the oppressed and exploited." So the Communist Manifesto proceeds. With the development of productive forces, men enter into social relations corresponding to the prevailing mode of production. Thus, the ancient society was characterized by the relations between master and slave, the medieval society by those between feudal lord and serf, while the modern society is marked by the corresponding relations between capitalist and worker. Each stage of social development is, therefore, known by the division of society into social classes. Critics point out that Marx has nowhere given a clear-cut definition of class. In the third volume of his Capital, 1894, edited by Friedrich Engels, he raised many questions about the nature of class without arriving at a definite answer. However, he recognizes that classes are not homogeneous and that varying degrees of social status may give rise to a number of classes. He holds the view that all classes are ultimately divisible by two, one of which controls the means of social production, while the other is forced to thrive on its labor power, and that the antagonism created by this division gives rise to a profound contradiction. Yet it is through this very contradiction that progress is effected. Accordingly, class struggle is instrumental to social progress. Until the stage of perfect production is reached, class struggle is bound to operate at each stage of social development. The process of class struggle results in the elimination of the contending classes and the emergence of a new class structure corresponding to the act's mode of production. As the productive forces change, the class which hitherto controlled them is confronted by a new class, which claims to be able to administer them more efficiently. And just as the merchants and craftsmen were able to challenge the feudal lord of later Middle Ages, so will the wage earner challenge the capitalist and wrest economic power from him. Marx and Engels laid special emphasis on the class struggle to transform the capitalist system which had entered a decisive phase. Thus, they declared, the modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new conditions of oppression, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses, however, this distinctive feature. It has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. The Communist Manifesto, 1848, they recognize the existence of some other classes on their way to dissolution. The proletariat is distinctively a revolutionary class whom they addressed in particular. Of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modern industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. The lower middle class, the small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie, to save from extinction their existence as fractions of the middle class. They are, therefore, not revolutionary, but conservative. The proletarian revolution, according to Marx and Engels, would be different from all previous revolutions of history. All previous historical movements were movements of minorities, or in the interest of minorities. The proletarian movement is the self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority. This revolution would bring about the final emancipation of mankind, because there is no class below the proletariat which could be subjected to exploitation when the proletariat comes to power. The proletarian revolution would, therefore, pave the way for the emergence of a classless society. Whereas G.W.F. Hegel, 1770 to 1831, had envisaged the culmination of social progress through a clash of nations, Marx and Engels anticipated society's march towards perfection through a clash of classes. They believed that mankind's division into classes would cut across their division into nations. Thus, they announced, "The working men have no country. We cannot take from them what they have not got." National differences and antagonisms between peoples are daily more and more vanishing, owing to the development of the 558 and introduction to political theory, bourgeoisie, to freedom of commerce, to the world market, to uniformity in the mode of production and in the conditions of life corresponding thereto. In order to exhort the proletariat to prepare themselves for revolution, Marx and Engels inspire them to develop their class consciousness, to identify their class interest, and to organize themselves to fulfill their historic mission. Thus, the concluding part of the Communist Manifesto reads, "The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win. Working men of all countries, unite." A critical appraisal. According to Marxist theory, as long as society is divided into antagonistic classes, it is not possible for the individual to discover the common good. At best, he can discover his class interest. For example, under capitalism, the interest of capitalist class lies in maintaining the capitalist system, whereas the interest of working class lies in overthrowing capitalism and establishing a socialist system so that it eventually turns into communist society. The common good can only be realized in the communist society. However, in actual practice, the vision of communist society is nowhere realized. Experience of over 7 decades of socialism in the former Soviet Union and over 4 decades in East Europe has shown that it never came close to the image of a classless society. When economic power as the basis of class division is removed, political power brings a new class division into existence. In due course, political power in socialist countries proves to be more oppressive than that in liberal democracies. Liberal democracy, at least, provides for some mechanism of civil liberties which enable the citizens to exercise some control on political power, but under socialist system, the new ruling class not only appropriates economic resources of the state for personal enjoyment, it also suspends civil liberties. Initially, the citizens are compensated by the adequate provision of social and economic rights, but when these rights cannot be maintained due to increasing shortages, the system proves to be fragile. That is what precisely happened in the former Soviet Union and its satellites during 1989 to 91. So Marxian perspective on the common good must be taken with a pinch of salt. Gandhian perspective. Commitment to the common good is the essence of Gandhian philosophy. Mahatma Gandhi, 1869 to 1948, Indian activist and social philosopher, saw India's independence as an opportunity to wipe every tear from every eye. He wished to transform the destiny of India at a critical juncture through moral regeneration. It was a time when India was groaning under an oppressive foreign rule, abject poverty, vast social and economic inequalities. Further, it was also in the grip of communal tension and hatred. Gandhi preached the gospel of spiritualism, ahimsa, nonviolence, renunciation, non-possession, dignity of labor and moral courage, etc., for the uplift of man as well as society. His doctrine of trusteeship, his vision of a classless society, and his concept of servodaya, uplift of all, hold the key to his idea of the common good. Doctrine of trusteeship. Gandhian doctrine of trusteeship is addressed to the conscience of the rich and resourceful members of society, particularly landlords and capitalists. It urges them not to consider themselves as the sole proprietors of their possessions, but only trustees of a gift bestowed upon them by God for the service of humanity. This view is in consonance with the basic philosophy of Gandhi. His principle of non-possession, aparigraha, implies that worldly possessions make you morally depraved. Hence, one should not take more than his immediate needs. To maintain one's moral strength, material things should be used with a spirit of renunciation. Gandhian principle of non-stealing, astaya, implies that amassing of wealth, or even the possession of more than one's immediate needs amounts to theft because it is meant to fulfill others' needs. In Gandhi's words, Earth has enough resources to satisfy everybody's need, but not their greed. Any attempt to satisfy one's greed means theft. It reminds us of 19th century French philosopher P.J. Proudhon's famous dictum, "Property is theft." However, Gandhi does not favor overthrowing the existing economic system. This system has become oppressive because of moral decline. If the organizers of agriculture and industry could be persuaded to act as public servants, They will win wide public esteem instead of the existing hatred. The feeling of class conflict will be replaced by the sentiment of class cooperation. Gandhi wants change of heart of the rich and resourceful persons to enable the society to have full benefit of their talents and efforts without suffering injustice caused by the exploitation of the poor by the rich. As Gandhi wrote in Amrita Bazar Patrika, 1934, what is needed is not the extinction of landlords and capitalists, but a transformation of the existing relationship between them and the masses into something healthier and purer. Gandhi realized that this was by no means an easy task. As he himself conceded in the Modern Review, 1935, you may say that trusteeship is a legal fiction, but if people meditate over it constantly and try to act up to it, then life on earth would be governed far more by love than it is at present. Absolute trusteeship is an abstraction like Euclid's definition of a point and is equally unattainable. But if we strive for it, we shall be able to go further in realizing a state of equality on earth than by any other method. Moral regeneration at any stage is really difficult. We need a constant inspiration from Gautam Buddha, Jesus Christ, or Mahatma Gandhi to follow this path. Every step in this direction will give us more enlightenment, peace of mind, and genuine happiness. Vision of a classless society. Gandhi's faith in human equality made him a strong votary of a classless society. This means elimination of discrimination on any irrelevant ground. In a country like India, people are discriminated on many grounds, e.g. religion, caste, sex, etc. Gandhi taught us to do away with such discrimination. Gandhi preached equality of all religions. As he wrote, temples or mosques or churches, I make no distinction between these different abodes of God. They are what faith has made them. They are an answer to man's craving somehow to reach the unseen. The Mind of Mahatma Gandhi, compiled by R.K. Prabhu and U.R. Rao, 1945. Gandhi strongly defended equality between man and woman. As he wrote, my opinion is that, just as fundamentally man and woman are one, their problems must be one in essence. The soul in both is the same. The two live the same life, have the same feelings. Each is complement of the other. The one cannot live without the other's active help. But somehow or other man has dominated woman from ages past, and so woman has developed an inferiority complex. But the seers among men have recognized her equal status. Selections from Gandhi by Nirmal Kumar Bose, 1948. Caste and division of labor was another ground of discrimination which Gandhi sought to demolish. His gospel of bread labor expected everybody to do physical labor towards production, at least to compensate for the bread that he consumes. Bread is symbolic of various items of one's physical consumption. As Gandhi wrote in Harijan, 1935, if all labored for their bread and no more, then there would be enough food and enough leisure for all. Then there would be no cry of overpopulation, no disease and no misery as we see around. Such labor will be the highest form of sacrifice. Men will do many other things either through their bodies or through their minds, but all this will be labor of love for the common good. There will be no rich and no poor, none high and none low, no touchable and no untouchable. If we did so, our wants would be minimized, our food would be simple. We should then eat to live, not live to eat. Let anyone who doubts the accuracy of this proposition try to sweat for his bread. He will derive the greatest relish from the productions of his labor, improve his health, and discover that many things he took were superfluities. In short, the principle of bread labor is designed to promote three things: A. Simple living among all citizens. B. Dignity of labor. And C. A sense of equality transcending entire prevailing division of labor. Originally caste symbolized the division of labor which strayed on to division of society into high and low ranks. The principle of bread labor would serve to obliterate this ranking. This would even create equality between the rich and the poor. As Gandhi wrote in From Yervada Mandar, published, 1945, there is a worldwide conflict between capital and labor, and the poor envy the rich. If all worked for their bread, distinctions of rank would be obliterated. The rich would still be there, but they would deem themselves only trustees of their property, and would use it mainly in the public interest. Above all, Gandhian principle of ahimsa, nonviolence, is also conducive to the creation of a classless society. When a person avows not to harm anybody, not to cause injury to anybody, and not to hurt anybody's feeling, what else is left for the realization of a classless society? Thus, the vision of a classless society runs throughout Gandhian thought and philosophy. Concept of Sarvodaya. The term Sarvodaya may be rendered as uplift of all, rise of all, or awakening of all. All the meanings of this term closely correspond to each other. In a society where only the few are endowed with knowledge, power, prestige, and wealth, and a very large number are languishing, Sarvodaya wants them to rise above. But since it believes in upliftment of all, it does not envisage a conflict between the high and the low, between the rich and the poor. As a votary of purity of means as well as end, Gandhi was convinced that violent means cannot be used to achieve a non-violent end. Whereas the principle of Sarvodaya seeks material upgradation of the deprived and the underprivileged sections, it also envisages moral upgradation of the rich who would offer their riches for the welfare of the poor and service of the community. Thus, they will not only give a proof of self-control and magnanimity, but also raise their own spiritual level. The idea behind Sarvodaya was inspired by John Ruskin's Unto This Last, 1860. Gandhi came across this work in the midst of passive resistance against the racist regime of South Africa. This sea mountained a message of uplift of the last man, or the most neglected lot. Gandhi was so impressed by this it constantly and tried to act up to it. Then life on earth would be governed far more by love than it is a present. Absolute trusteeship is an abstraction like Euclid's definition of a point and is equally unattainable. But if we strive for it, we shall be able to go further in realizing a state of equality on earth than by any other method. Moral regeneration at any stage is really difficult. We need a constant inspiration from Gautam Buddha, Jesus Christ, or Mahatma Gandhi to follow this path. Every step in this direction will give us more enlightenment, peace of mind, and genuine happiness. Vision of a classless society. Gandhi's faith in human equality made him a strong votary of a classless society. This means elimination of discrimination on any irrelevant ground. In a country like India, people are discriminated on many grounds, e.g. religion, caste, sex, etc. Gandhi taught us to do away with such discrimination. Gandhi preached equality of all religions. As he wrote, temples or mosques or churches, I make no distinction between these different abodes of God. They are what faith has made them. They are an answer to man's craving somehow to reach the unseen. The Mind of Mahatma Gandhi, compiled by R.K. Prabhu and U.R. Rao, 1945. Gandhi strongly defended equality between man and woman. As he wrote, my opinion is that, just as fundamentally man and woman are one, their problems must be one in essence. The soul in both is the same. The two live the same life, have the same feelings. Each is complement of the other. The one cannot live without the other's active help. But somehow or other man has dominated woman from ages past, and so woman has developed an inferiority complex. But the seers among men have recognized her equal status. Selections from Gandhi by Nirmal Kumar Bose, 1948. Caste and division of labor was another ground of discrimination which Gandhi sought to demolish. His gospel of bread labor expected everybody to do physical labor towards production, at least to compensate for the bread that he consumes. Bread is symbolic of various items of one's physical consumption. As Gandhi wrote in Harijan, 1935, if all labored for their bread and no more, then there would be enough food and enough leisure for all. Then there would be no cry of overpopulation, no disease and no misery as we see around. Such labor will be the highest form of sacrifice. Men will do many other things either through their bodies or through their minds, but all this will be labor of love for the common good. There will be no rich and no poor, none high and none low, no touchable and no untouchable. If we did so, our wants would be minimized, our food would be simple. We should then eat to live, not live to eat. Let anyone who doubts the accuracy of this proposition try to sweat for his bread. He will derive the greatest relish from the productions of his labor, improve his health, and discover that many things he took were superfluities. In short, the principle of bread labor is designed to promote three things: A. Simple living among all citizens. B. Dignity of labor. And C. A sense of equality transcending the prevailing division of labor. Originally, caste symbolized the division of labor which strayed on to division of society into high and low ranks. The principle of bread labor would serve to obliterate this ranking. This would even create equality between the rich and the poor. As Gandhi wrote in From Yurvada Mandar, published, 1945, there is a worldwide conflict between capital and labor, and the poor envy the rich. If all worked for their bread, distinctions of rank would be obliterated. The rich would still be there, but they would deem themselves only trustees of their property, and would use it mainly in the public interest. Above all, Gandhian principle of ahimsa, nonviolence, is also conducive to the creation of a classless society. When a person avows not to harm anybody, not to cause injury to anybody, and not to hurt anybody's feeling, what else is left for the realization of a classless society? Thus, the vision of a classless society runs throughout Gandhian thought and philosophy. Concept of Sarvodaya. The term Sarvodaya may be rendered as uplift of all, rise of all, or awakening of all. All the meanings of this term closely correspond to each other. In a society where only the few are endowed with knowledge, power, prestige, and wealth, and a very large number are languishing, Sarvodaya wants them to rise above. But since it believes in upliftment of all, it does not envisage a conflict between the high and the low, between the rich and the poor. As a votary of purity of means as well as end, Gandhi was convinced that violent means cannot be used to achieve a non-violent end. Whereas the principle of Sarvodaya seeks material upgradation of the deprived and the underprivileged sections, it also envisages moral upgradation of the rich who would offer their riches for the welfare of the poor and service of the community. Thus, they will not only give a proof of self-control and magnanimity, but also raise their own spiritual level. The idea behind Sarvodaya was inspired by John Ruskin's Unto This Last, 1860. Gandhi came across this work in the midst of passive resistance against the racist regime of South Africa. This sea mountained a message of uplift of the last man, or the most neglected lot. Gandhi was so impressed by this work that he published its summary in Bis Gujarati articles under the title of Sarvodaya. Ruskin's teachings are very close to Gandhian philosophy. Ruskin rejected the cult of machinery and consumerism as well as the idea of economic man and mercantile economy. Instead, he advocated simple technology, manual labor, communal enterprise, and measurement of value in terms of quality of life. Gandhi relied on these teachings to sharpen his own thinking on various issues of social reform. Comparative perspective on the common good. The issue liberal perspective, communitarian perspective, Marxian perspective, Gandhian perspective. Object of individuals, communities, good of one's communities, commitment, good class, good constitution of aggregate of community as common good community, as the common individuals the source of not feasible and the source of good goods, everybody's good. A class-divided society, everybody's good. Attitude towards not very deep. No real conflict b. No real conflict. Conflict may be resoul, ved through, flict. Misunderstanding may, between antagonistic classes. Adherence to ahimsa and the discussion be removed by. Focusing on community's good. Cannot be solved. Common good will eliminate all conflict. Ultimate nature of the good. Material, spiritual. Grounds of conformity to no machinery. Its vision of a relies mainly criticism market society to ensure indie, classless society on moral. Model may vidua one calm. Seems persuasion. No datary creative multimate to the unrealizable effective freedom of the community chinery to individual. Alize the ideal. In practice, a Gandhian concept of servodya rejects the utilitarian view of greatest happiness of the greatest number in favor of greatest good of all. As Gandhi himself wrote in Young India, 1926, a votary of ahimsa cannot subscribe to the utilitarian formula of the greatest good of the greatest number. He will strive for the greatest good of all and die in the attempt to realize the idea. He will, therefore, be willing to die so that others may live. The greatest good of all inevitably includes the good of the greatest number, and therefore, he in concept of the common good. 563. The utilitarian will converge in many points in their career, but there does come a time when they must part company and even work in opposite directions. The utilitarian, to be logical, will never sacrifice himself. The absolutist will even sacrifice himself. Here the term absolutist stands for the person who has absolute faith in ahimsa, one who will never depart from the path of ahimsa in deference to any other ideal. The message of self-sacrifice for the greatest good of all is the essence of servodya. Competition brings out the best in products and the worst in people. David Sarnoff concept of democracy. Meaning of democracy. The idea of democracy has existed in the tradition of Western political thought since ancient times. The term democracy was first used in the 5th century BC by the Greek historian Herodotus in the sense of rule by the people. This term is derived from a combination of two Greek words, demos, meaning the people, and kraton, meaning to rule. Abraham Lincoln's famous definition of democracy as government of the people, by the people, for the people is very close to its literal meaning. In short, democracy as a form of government implies that the ultimate authority of governance in this system is vested in the ordinary people so that public policy is made to conform to the will of the people and to serve the interests of the people. Several exponents of democracy have treated democracy chiefly as a form of government. John Austin, 1790 to 1859, James Bryce, 1838 to 1922, A.V. Dicey, 1835 to 1922, John Seeley, 1834 to 95, and A.L. Lowell, 1856 to 1943, are some prominent holders of this view. Lowell, for instance, says that democracy is only an experiment in government. Seeley describes it as government in which everyone has a share. Analyzing Lincoln's definition, D.D. Raphael, Problems of Political Philosophy, 1976, observes that all government is government of the people. Hence, government of the people does not convey much. As regards government for the people, Raphael argues that a benevolent despotism, as much as democracy, may be government for, i.e. in the interests of, the people, though the political experience of Europe, if not perhaps always of Asia, leads one to doubt whether a despotism can for long remain benevolent. So the essential idea of democratic government is government by the people. 564. Concept of democracy. 565. Benevolent despotism. Benevolent despotism refers to a type of government where powers of governance are concentrated in the hands of a ruler who is not bound by law, constitution, or any other authority, but who tends to rule for the benefit of the people at his own will. Now, the expression government by the people also presents some difficulties. Literally, this would mean direct democracy, i.e. a system where all public decisions are taken by the whole body of citizens. The form of government which existed in 4th century BC Athens, an ancient Greek city-state, is cited as an example of direct democracy. But it was not a democracy in real sense of the term, as it was the government by a tiny section of the people, who were called freemen. Majority of the residents of the city-state were slaves or non-citizens. Slaves and women had no political rights under that system, so it was by no means the government by the people. Direct democracy. CT democracy refers to a form of government where all public decisions, taken by the general body of citizens at their regular meetings. It is feasible only in very small communities, as in some ancient Greek city-states. Or modern democratic states, we largely have universal political rights, but these states are so large that we cannot imagine to have direct democracy. So we have evolved the system of indirect or representative now. We have the government by the people through their representatives who are chosen for a definite period, like 2 years to 6 years. Thus, the people get an opportunity to test their representatives who may be re-elected or replaced in view of their promise and performance. Government by the people implies that public decisions should approval of all the people. In practice, it would be a far cry. Place. All people cannot be made to think alike. So people's pre-prespertatives have to be elected by a majority vote. Then public decisions by these representatives have also to be taken by a majority vote as they would unanimous. So the strength of people who actually approve of a particular decision is further diluted. However, it may be hoped that in spite of differences of opinion on minor issues, all public decisions in a democracy would be taken for the people, i.e., in the interests of all the people. MHE principle of democracy requires that while all public decisions are taken with the approval of the majority, due regard may be given to the view of the MWM. The majority must behave in a responsible manner. It should take care of the minority. It should also try to accommodate the opinion on essential issues. Under normal conditions, where there is a free of information and freedom to influence public opinion, those who are in 566 An Introduction to Political Theory. Minority today may be in majority tomorrow, and vice versa. Hence, majority and minority would give due regard to each other and live in a cordial atmosphere. However, in a multicultural society where people tend to vote for the candidates belonging to their own caste, region, religion, language, or culture, etc., they may be divided into permanent majority and minorities. In such a case, the principle of democracy requires that different minorities, like racial, religious, linguistic, or cultural minorities, enjoy full freedom to preserve their cultural traits and feel fully safe. Multicultural society. Multicultural society refers to a society where people belonging to different cultural groups, that is, those who identify themselves with particular language, region, religion, caste, dress code, eating habits, etc., live together as equal citizens of the same state. Democracy as government by the people relies heavily on the wisdom of the people. As Harry Emerson Fosdick, 1878 to 1969, has stated, democracy is based upon the conviction that there are extraordinary possibilities in ordinary people. Is it proved by our experience? Sometimes ordinary people falter in their judgment. Sometimes they are swayed by emotions. They are often misled by demagogues. In some quarters, it is suggested that democracy as the rule of mediocre should be replaced by a better system like meritocracy, i.e. government, by those who have proved their competence. Shall we then get better results? Demagogue. Demagogue refers to a type of a political leader who tries to win support of the people by appealing to their emotions rather than by giving rational arguments. It is interesting to note that the idea of meritocracy was introduced by Michael Young. The Rise of the Meritocracy, 1958. Meritocracy implied a system of occupational hierarchy where each person will get his appropriate position according to his qualifications, competence, and character rather than on the basis of age, gender, race, or inherited wealth. It was based on the belief that only a limited pool of talents exists among a nation's children, and that such talents should not be allowed to go waste. However, the author of this idea himself was hardly optimistic about its consequences. He felt that such a system would denude the working class of its culture and leadership. Critics of meritocracy argue that society will do better if there is equality of outcome rather than equality of opportunity in an open competition. Accordingly, democracy would be more conducive to social development than the proposed system of meritocracy. All the ills of democracy can be cured by more democracy. Alfred Emmanuel Smith, classical notion of democracy. From ancient to modern times, democracy has a long tradition, but the notions regarding its essence and grounds of its justification have been revised from time to time. Plato and Aristotle saw democracy at work in some of ancient Greek city-states, especially at Athens. Its salient features were CZ, equal participation by all freemen in the common affairs of the polis, city-state, which was regarded as an essential instrument of good life, arriving at public decisions in an atmosphere of free discussion, and C, general respect for law and for the established procedures of the community. The Greeks took pride in their customary law and admiringly distinguished it from the arbitrary rule prevalent among the barbarians. However, the form of democracy prevalent in ancient Greek city-states was by no means regarded as an ideal rule. Plato decried democracy because the people were not properly equipped with education to select the best rulers and the wisest courses. Democracy enabled the men with the gift of eloquence and oratory to get votes of the people and secure public office, but such men were thoroughly selfish and incompetent who mined the state. Then, Aristotle identified democracy as the rule of the many, that is, of the more numerous members of the community, particularly the poor ones. In his classification of governments into normal and perverted forms, Aristotle placed democracy among perverted forms since it implied the rule of the mediocres seeking their selfish interests, not the interest of the state. Aristotle observed that no form of government prevalent during his times was stable, and this led to frequent upheavals. In his search for a stable form of government, Aristotle, in his Politics, tried to analyze the merits and demerits of various forms of government. In the process, he made very interesting observations about the merits and demerits of democracy. This rule by the poor has some advantages. The people, though individually they may be worse judges than those who have special knowledge, are collectively as good. Moreover, there are some artists whose works are best judged not by themselves alone, but by those who do not possess the art. For example, The user or master of a house will be a better judge of it than the builder, and the guest will be a better judge of a feast than the cook. But the demerits of democracy, in this sense, were no less striking. According to Aristotle, again, democracy is based on a false assumption of equality. It arises out of the notion that those who are equal in one respect, such as in respect of the law, are equal in all respects. Because men are equally free, they claim to be absolutely equal. The upshot is that ability is sacrificed to numbers, while numbers are manipulated by trickery. Because the people are so easily misled and so fickle in their views, the ballot should be limited to the intelligent. With this line of argument, Aristotle came to commend a mixed constitution that is a combination of aristocracy and democracy as the best possible form of government. Indeed, Aristotle's ideal of the mixed constitution implied the need to restrain unbridled powers of rulers in order to make them people-friendly. Later, ancient philosophers like Polybius, 203 to 121 BC, Cicero, 106 to 43 BC, and St. Augustine, 354 to 430, sought to carry forward the ideal of the mixed constitution by subordinating the rulers to virtue or to law, which was exalted to be above the rule of men. With the dawn of modern political thought, Machiavelli, 1469 to 1527, in his Discourses, 1531, and Montesquieu, 1669 to 1755, in his The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, took democracy to be a pure form of government that could be safely incorporated into statecraft only as one component of a mixed republican constitution. Then the early exponents of the theory of the social contract, viz., Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, and Locke, 1632 to 1704, sought to base political legitimacy on the consent of the people. This theory offered a challenge to traditional dictatorship and the divine right of kings. It recognized the state as an artificial and mechanistic creation of man, which was meant to serve his own end, placing the ultimate source of all governmental authority in individuals who entered into the contract for the creation of the state for the protection of their natural liberty and natural rights. Social contract theory laid the foundations for later democratic theory. Then Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 78, another brilliant exponent of social contract theory, introduced the idea of popular sovereignty and became the greatest early theorist of democracy. His theory of popular sovereignty is embedded in his concept of the general will. For Rousseau, the state is not only a product of the general will, it continues to function under the guidance of the general will. General will. According to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the Socio-Contract, 1762, the general will refers to the point of convergence of the real will of all members of a community. It reflects the true interest of each individual as well as the common good of the whole community. Sovereignty of the general will constitutes the foundation of popular sovereignty. The classical concept of democracy was articulated by some of the modern thinkers, particularly of England, such as A.V. Dicey, 1835 to 1922, and James Bryce, 1838 to 1922. Dicey's account of democracy. Dicey, in his famous work Law and Opinion in England FL 905, treated democracy as a form of government under which majority opinion determines legislation. According to him, it would be unwise in a democracy to enforce laws not approved by the people. He tried to demonstrate elaborately the relation of legislation to the prevailing public opinion. However, he also pointed out that particular laws are the product of a particular historical setting. Since public opinion under democracy is not a uniform phenomenon, it has not produced uniform laws. Bryce's account of democracy. James Bryce is one of the greatest champions of democracy and its most sympathetic critic. In his two monumental works, The American Commonwealth, 1893, and Modern Democracies, 1921, he chiefly treated democracy as a form of government. He defined democracy as the rule of the people expressing their sovereign will through the votes. Ultimately, he reduced it to the rule of the majority. Justification of democracy. Bryce finds the justification of democracy in the concept of relativity, that is by comparing its merits and demerits with other forms of government. The test of government, according to Bryce, is the welfare of the people. Thus, the standard of merit of any form of government can be judged by the adequacy with which it performs the chief functions of government: the protection from internal and external enemies, the securing of justice, efficient administration of common affairs, and the bestowal of aid to individual citizens in their several occupations. History shows that these functions can be carried out by democracies as well as by any other form of government. But democracy has an additional merit in that it stimulates men to self-education, because participation by the people in government activities opens wider horizons for the individual and tends to broaden his interests. This participation is the essence of democracy. It is not actual rule by the people. The people in a democracy exercise their authority in two ways. A. They determine the ends towards which their government shall aim, and Z. Watch over those into whose hands they have placed the actual power of administration. Bryce does not claim that democracy offers a panacea for all the ills of society, yet he prefers it to other forms of government because it has brought about considerable improvement in the standard of governance. It has not led to world brotherhood, nor has it dignified and purified politics, but it has provided for better governance in comparison to the past. Defects of democracy. Bryce has enumerated 6 outstanding evils of the existing form of democracy. I. The power of money interests to pervert administration or legislation. IR. The tendency to allow politics to become a trade, entered for gain and not for service. Z7I, extravagance. The failure to evaluate properly the skilled man and to abuse the doctrine of equality. V, party politics. And VR, the tendency of politicians to play for votes. However, Bryce points out that the first three of these evils are common to other forms of government also. They are not specific evils of democracy. The last three are, of course, more closely associated with democracy, but they are by no means insurmountable. Democracy has closed some of the old channels of evil. It has opened some new ones, but it has not increased the stream. Major problems of democracy include self-interest and irresponsibility of power. Democracy has two powerful weapons to fight against these evils: A, law, and L, opinion. The weapon of opinion is a peculiar safeguard. No other form of government provides for it. Steady urbanization in large democracies and the consequent rise of large labor groups has complicated the problem of democracy. The future of democracy depends upon development of human wisdom. While no other government gives to the citizen as does a democracy, at the same time, no other government demands so much. Bryce concludes his account of democracy with an optimistic note. An appraisal. Bryce has, of course, given an illuminating account of democracy as a form of government. However, he has not deeply analyzed social phases of the problem. He has also dismissed without proper weight the growth of self-conscious groups within society. He has underestimated the true significance of industrial democracy. He sees the growth of a large working class and the ideas of proletarian dictatorship as threats to democracy. But he has failed to appreciate their impact, which was transforming the concept of democracy itself. However, his contribution as an exponent of classical notion of democracy in the modern times cannot be ignored. Industrial democracy. Industrial democracy represents an attempt to introduce the principle of democracy in the sphere of industrial organization, whether an industry is placed under private ownership or public ownership. This expression of democracy largely implies workers' involvement and participation in the decision-making process. It is argued that this arrangement infuses a sense of responsibility among workers, creates greater understanding between the management and workers, prevents industrial conflicts, and raises the productivity of labor. Growth of democracy. Since the 18th century, democracy came to be regarded as a moral standard by which regimes were judged rather than merely as one of the forms of government. During this period, democratic theory and practice focused on the extension of franchise with a view to translating the principle of human equality into practice. However, in actual practice, democracy was first established in the Western world during the 19th century. Initially, this term stood for representative government, where election of representatives was held by a competitive vote. However, only male citizens had the right to vote in elections. In this sense, democracy came to be established in the United States in 1820s and 1830s when a number of states expanded the franchise. In France, adult male suffrage was abruptly introduced in 1848, but they could not set up a parliamentary government on an enduring basis till 1871. In Britain, parliamentary government had been established on an enduring basis since 1688, but the bulk of male citizens were not granted franchise till 1867. It is worth noting that in all these systems only male franchise was sought to be introduced. Hence, early democratic systems of modern Western world were at best imperfect expressions of the idea of democracy, as they were not based on universal adult franchise. Female franchise has been operative in the United States since 1919, in Britain since 1928, in France since 1945, and in Switzerland all women got their right to vote as late as 1971. Thus, even in the Western world, the idea of democracy was materialized only in the 20th century. Universal adult franchise T. Under a democratic system, the provision that each citizen of the state is entitled to vote at the election on attaining the prescribed age, such as 18 years or 21 years, without any discrimination on grounds of gender, race, caste, creed, region, language, culture, etc. Concept of liberal democracy. Latate. Democracy is an old concept. Liberalism is a recent one. Today, liberalism is generally thought to be inseparable from democracy, so much so that the term democracy is applied to refer to liberal democracy, unless otherwise specified. But as C.B. Macpherson, in his Democratic Theory, Essays in Retrieval, 1973, observed, until the 19th century, liberal theory, like the liberal state, wasn't at all democratic. Much of it was specifically anti-democratic. Classical liberal theory was committed to individuals' right to unlimited acquisition of property and to the capitalist market economy, which implies inequality not only in the economic sphere but in the political sphere also. Thus, classical liberalism of the 18th and 19th centuries insisted on property qualification for the right to vote. This was contrary to the democratic principle, which implies equal entitlement of each individual, not only in the matter of choosing government, but also to other advantages accruing from organized social RNRV. But a combination of the two antithetical principles, liberalism and democracy, became inevitable in a later phase because of historical reasons. Classical liberalism fostered capitalism and free market economy, which were responsible for large-scale industrialization and urbanization. This gave rise to a large working class centered in large industrial cities and forced to live under subhuman conditions created by a cruel, competitive economy. In due course, this class became conscious of its strength and insisted on a voice at the decision-making level. Thus, The liberal state was forced to accommodate democratic principles in order to save its own existence. The outcome of this combination appeared in the form of liberal democracy, which represents a combination of free market economy with universal adult franchise. It is an attempt to resolve the conflicting claims of the capitalists and the masses by giving a voice to the ordinary people at the decision-making level. Liberal democracy today is distinguished from other forms of political system by certain principles and characteristics, that is, its procedure and institutional arrangements. Institutions are necessary for the realization of principles. Without principles, the institutions might be reduced to a mere formality. The two must go together. Principles of liberal democracy. Liberal democracy works on certain principles and certain mechanisms. Broadly speaking, principles of liberal democracy include a. Government by consent. L. Public accountability. C. Majority rule. D. Recognition of minority rights. And E. Constitutional government. Government by consent. Democracy is a government by consent of the people. Rational consent can be obtained by persuasion, for which an atmosphere of free discussion is essential. Any regime where the consent of the people is sought to be obtained without freedom of expression of divergent opinions does not qualify for being called a democracy, even if it maintains certain democratic institutions. In view of the highly technical nature, the large volume and urgency of governmental decisions, it is impractical to consult the people on every detail of every policy. However, discussion of the broad issues is indispensable. Discussion is usually held at two levels. A. Among the representatives of the people in the legislative assemblies, where members of the opposition have their full say. And Z. At the public level, where there is direct communication between the leadership and the people. Mass media, newspapers, radio, television, etc., also serve as effective channels of communication between the leadership and the people. Democratic leadership is expected not to lose touch with popular sentiment on the major outlines of policy, as the ruling parties are bound to seek a fresh mandate of the people at regular intervals. Public accountability. Liberal democracy, based on the consent of the people, must constantly remain answerable to the people who created it. John Locke, 1632 to 1704, who thought of government as a trustee of the power vested in it by the people for the protection of their natural right to life, liberty, and property, nevertheless, felt that it could not be fully trusted. He wanted the people to remain constantly vigilant. Locke thought of the people as a householder who appoints a night watchman for protecting his house, and then he himself keeps awake to keep a watch on the watchman. Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832, envisaged liberal democracy as a political apparatus that would ensure the accountability of the governors to the governed. For Bentham, both governors and the governed, as human beings, want to maximize their happiness. Then governors, who are endowed with power, may tend to abuse it in their self-interest. Hence, in order to prevent the abuse of their power, governors should be directly accountable to an electorate who will frequently check whether their objectives have been reasonably met. John Stuart Mill, 1806 to 73, in his brilliant essay on Liberty, 1859, declared the aim of his work to elaborate and defend a principle which will establish the nature and limits of the power which can be legitimately exercised by society over the individual. He significantly observed that the only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of a civilized community against his will is to prevent harm to others. Mill identified the appropriate region of human liberty as including liberty of thought, feeling, discussion, and publication, liberty of tastes and pursuits, and liberty of association or combination, provided it causes no harm to others. He asserted that liberty and democracy, taken together, create the possibility of human excellence. In his view, a system of representative democracy makes government accountable to the citizenry and creates wiser citizens capable of pursuing the public interest. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712 to 78, the exponent of popular sovereignty, postulated public accountability of government in a different way. In his concept of the social contract, sovereignty not only originates in the people, it continues to stay with the people in the civil society. People give their consent to vest their sovereignty in the general will, which coincides with their own higher self. As a votary of direct democracy, Rousseau is convinced that sovereignty cannot be represented. In his words, the people's deputies are not, and could not be, its representatives. They are merely its agents, and they cannot decide anything finally. The social contract, 1762. Rousseau commended an active, involved citizenry in the process of government and lawmaking. He wanted that all citizens should meet together to decide what is best for the community and enact the appropriate laws. Rousseau was in favor of a political system in which legislative and executive functions should be clearly demarcated. While he wanted the people themselves to constitute the legislative assembly, the executive function was to be left to the government. In his own words, the people require a government to coordinate public meetings, serve as a means of communication, draft laws, and enforce the legal system. Ibid. Such government shall be constantly accountable to the people for fulfilling the instructions of the general will. Should it fail to fulfill this obligation, it can be revoked and replaced. Majority rule. In modem representative democracies, decisions are taken in several bodies: legislatures, committees, cabinets, and executive or regulative bodies. Majority rule means that in all these decision-making bodies, from the electorate to the last committee, the issues are to be resolved by voting. Political equality is secured by the principle of one man, one vote. which implies that there will be no privileged sections claiming special weightage, nor any underprivileged sections whose voice is ignored. No discrimination is allowed on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, ownership of property, and even educational qualifications. Any restriction of suffrage should be based on a sound reason, that is where the ballot cannot be used in a rational and responsible manner, such as in the case of convicted criminals, the mentally deranged, and those below the legally fixed age. The principle of majority rule relies on the wisdom of the majority. Minority opinion has the option to enlist the support of larger numbers by persuasion in an atmosphere of free discussion. Recognition of minority rights. The principle of majority rule by no means allows the suppression of minorities. In modem nation states, there may be several racial, religious, linguistic, or cultural minorities who fear discrimination or the tyranny of majority. Minority grievances may take many forms ranging from psychological insults over discrimination in housing, education, and employment to physical persecution and genocide. Legal safeguards are, therefore, considered essential for the realization of the democratic principle because their presence helps to raise the level of awareness of both majority and minority and thus promote a favorable climate for democratic politics. Constitutional government. Constitutional government means a government by laws rather than by men. Democracy requires an infinitely complex machinery of processes, procedures, and institutions to translate the majority will into action. It makes enormous demands on the time, goodwill, and integrity of its citizens and public servants. Once the prescribed procedure is set aside, even for a legitimate purpose, it can set a precedent that may be followed for pursuing illegitimate purposes, and the floodgates of corruption might be thrown wide open. It is, therefore, essential to have a well-established tradition of law and constitution for the stability of a democratic government. These 5 principles throw sufficient light on the nature of liberal democracy. Mechanism of liberal democracy. Once certain principles of liberal democracy are accepted, the next step is to identify the mechanism that puts these principles into practice. This would enable us to distinguish a liberal democratic system from other political systems, totalitarian and autocratic systems. Champions of liberal democracy recognize certain institutions and procedures as essential characteristics of democracy. Presence or absence of these characteristics will determine whether MTHN is democratic or not. They firmly believe that a government can be conducted according to will of the people only by adherence to these institutions' SBNCLJ procedures. Any other system may have many qualities, but it will not accumulate as a democracy without these characteristics. The main characteristics of liberal democracy may be enumerated as follows. More than one political party freely competing power. Democracy seeks reconciliation between varying interests and ideologies groups. There is no fixed method of securing this reconciliation. When there is a free competition between more than one political parties, the people get an opportunity to consider various alternative policies, programs, and personalities to exercise their choice. According to this test, single-party systems do not qualify as democracies. The former Soviet Union present People's Republic of China cannot be treated as democracies conceded monopoly of power to their respective communist parties of a facade of periodic elections. Liberal democracy requires open competition for power between different political parties on the basis of established and accepted form of procedure. Political offices not confined to any privileged class. In a liberal democracy, a political office or public office can be acquired only through the support of the people, not by birth, tradition, or anybody's favor. This feature of democracy distinguishes it from feudalism, monarchy, and despotism, etc. In a democracy, all citizens enjoy equal rights and status. Any citizen can have access to political office by following the prescribed procedure and fulfilling certain conditions. Political office can be held only for a limited period which must be relinquished on completion of one's term or other exigency, as dissolution of the legislature, one's own resignation, etc. Some qualifications, such as age, education, etc., may be prescribed for the candidates of a political office, but nobody can be declared unfit for any office on grounds of caste, creed, sex, language, region, etc. However, in order to secure due 576 an introduction to political theory, representation for all strata of the population, some seats in the decision-making bodies can be reserved for minorities or weaker sections. It is believed that such provision would strengthen democracy rather than weaken it. Periodic elections based on universal adult franchise. Since representative government is the only practicable method of establishing democracy in the present-day world, periodic elections become necessary for this purpose. Each citizen should have the right to vote on attaining the prescribed age, say, 18 years. Nobody should be disqualified on grounds of caste, creed, sex, language, region, etc. Voting should be secret so that each citizen can exercise his or her right in this respect without fear or favor. It is true that the principle of universal adult franchise was introduced in modem democracies only gradually, but today it is regarded a necessary condition of democracy. Periodic elections require that the people's representatives should be chosen for a limited period, say 4 or 5 years, so that the party that comes to power is able to implement its policy and program, but it is obliged to seek renewal of the people's confidence to continue in power. At the same time, The opposition should have an opportunity to bring any shortcomings of the ruling party to the notice of the people, to offer alternative policy and program with a view to winning the next election. Protection of civil liberties. Protection of civil liberties, such as freedom of thought and expression, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly and association, and personal freedom. Freedom from arbitrary arrest is an essential characteristic of liberal democracy. On the one hand, these freedoms enable the citizens to form interest groups and other organizations to influence government decisions. On the other hand, THSI ensure independence of the mass media, particularly the press, from government control. Without civil liberties, will of the people cannot be translated into public policy and decision. Civil liberties, therefore, constitute the core of democracy. Interest groups. In liberal democracy, interest groups refer to the groups of people who organize themselves for pursuing their specific, collective interest. They try to serve their interests through obtaining the support of public opinion by publicizing their viewpoint widely and pleading to government to mold its policy to suit their interest. Examples of interest groups are trade unions, lawyers' associations, and chambers of commerce and industry. Independence of the judiciary. Freedom of the people cannot be secured if the powers of governance are concentrated in any one organ. Liberal democracy, therefore, insists on the concept of democracy 577, reparation of powers between different organs of government. While the executive and the legislature might become interdependent in a parliamentary government, the judiciary must be kept independent of both. While the legislature and the executive in a democracy are dominated by politicians, judges are appointed on merit, and they cannot be removed from office in consequence of sudden changes in the political climate of the country. Independence of judiciary enables judges to pronounce their verdict without fear or favor. This strengthens faith of the people in the regime and ensures continuity and stability of the judicial procedure. Conclusion. The above conditions must be fulfilled in a liberal democracy under the normal circumstances. However, some flexibility in these conditions may be conceded under special circumstances, such as emergency. In any case, mere fulfillment of these conditions should not lead us to complacency. In a developing nation like India, an apparent democratic structure may suffer from several inner distortions. For instance, the existence of more than one political party competing for political power may simply involve conflict and competition between certain dominant and vocal interests, such as large manufacturers, big businessmen, rich peasants, and landlords, for acquiring a hold on political power rather than for serving the public interest more effectively. Similarly, vested interests may try to foster a feudal political culture among the people so as to reduce them to submissive voters rather than vehicles of social change. Again, there may be no formal restriction on entry to positions of political power, but in actual practice, these positions may remain the sole preserve of a tiny class. Then there may be complete freedom of the press, but the press might be owned exclusively by big business houses who may use it for molding public opinion so as to serve their vested interests. Also, the freedom of expression might become redundant because of vast illiteracy, mass ignorance, widespread superstitions, abject poverty, and general apathy of the people. It is also possible that the judiciary is independent of both the executive and the legislature, but some judges might uphold the values of a bourgeois society and thus dispense a distorted form of justice. In a nutshell, the mere structure of a liberal democracy is no guarantee of achieving the objectives of democracy. In any case, the prolonged practice of following democratic procedure may create greater political awareness among the people and a general transformation of the attitudes of power holders. 4. Problems of representation. Modern democracy largely works through its representative institutions. In 578, An Introduction to Political Theory. In order to understand its working, it is essential, at the outset, to distinguish between direct and indirect democracy. Direct and indirect democracy. Direct democracy means the rule by the people of a state, town, or other political community by means of direct participation in the management of public affairs. Some examples of direct democracy are found in ancient Greek city-states, some of ancient Indian republics, New English townships, British parish meetings, etc. This system can obviously operate in an area having a small number of citizens who can periodically meet at one place. It is not practicable in the large states of modern times. Today we, therefore, have indirect democracy or representative democracy, where government is conducted by the representatives of the people who are elected at regular intervals. In modern times, tire-term democracy is used as a synonym of representative democracy, unless otherwise indicated. Types of representation: territorial and functional. In a representative democracy, elections are usually held on the basis of universal adult franchise. It means that each man or woman, after attaining the prescribed age, such as 18 years or 21 years, is entitled to vote in the general election, without any discrimination on grounds of gender, caste, creed, region, language, culture, etc. All voters of a community are collectively described as the electorate. Now the question arises: on what basis should the electorate choose its representative? This gives rise to two alternative systems of representation: A. Territorial representation, and B. Functional representation. Under territorial or geographic representation, the whole country is divided into geographical areas of nearly equal population, which are called constituencies. Voters of each constituency are entitled to elect their representative or representatives. With the growth of population or variation in its composition, boundaries of different constituencies may be required to be redrawn from time to time. It is imperative to ensure that any changes in these boundaries do not result in advantage or disadvantage to any political party. This system is simple and convenient. It enables the electorate to know their representative more closely. However, sometimes it may lead to undue prominence of local issues, relegating national issues to the background. Territorial representation system is apparently based on the assumption that each constituency has a uniform interest. But in the contemporary world, population is nowhere divided in this manner. A constituency may include peasants, workers, traders, industrialists, teachers, doctors, lawyers, and other occupational groups. In order to take care of the diverse interests of these different types of groups, a case is sometimes made for introducing functional representation. Functional representation implies that the people belonging to concept of democracy 579, different occupations or functions, should be allowed to elect their representatives on functional basis. These representatives should vote on issues relating to their specific functions. For instance, those belonging to industry should vote on industrial policy. Those belonging to agriculture should vote on agricultural policy. They need not be consulted on matters pertaining to education or foreign policy. Champions of functional representation argue that the representative of a particular territory cannot take care of the interests of all sections of people living in that territory. So the people should send their representatives to decision-making bodies on the basis of their specific economic and professional interests, and not on a territorial basis. Thus, Guild Socialists of Britain have been strong supporters of occupational representation. However, in actual practice, functional representation has largely been tried under totalitarian systems, particularly in pursuance of corporatism. As David Robertson has illustrated, corporatism found a political expression, more fapade than reality, in the fascist institutions of the 1930s and 1940s. In Spain and Italy, legislative assemblies and councils of the state were therefore organized around such trade corporations rather than around geographical constituencies and the capricious functioning of competitive elections. The convenience of corporatist theory from a fascist point of view was evident. It bypassed both class conflict and democratic elections. The Penguin Dictionary of Politics, 1984. Democratic systems have largely relied on territorial representation, although in the process of decision-making the representatives of specific economic and professional interests are also usually consulted. Theories of representation. What should be the role of representatives of the people in the process of policymaking? Are they authorized to control the entire process, or should they perform a limited function in this behalf? These questions have been answered differently by different theories of representation. Reactionary theory of representation, its chief exponents are Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, and Alexander Hamilton, 1756 to 1804. It insists on the need for order and authority, which are best maintained by the executive and the parliament. Hobbes particularly eulogized the authority of the monarch. The reactionary theory largely banks on superior knowledge and wisdom of the politicians who are regarded as the best custodians of public interest. People's representatives have a very limited role in this scheme of things, to convey the popular feelings for their consideration and decision. It is, in fact, an elitist theory with no provision of public control. Hobbes defined representation as acting in the name of another who has authorized the action. So when a representative is authorized to act on behalf of the represented, the latter is bound to accept the consequences of this act. When people authorize a sovereign, by means of the social contract, to act on their behalf, they make him their unlimited representative. This gives rise to absolute sovereignty. The rights once surrendered to the sovereign cannot be withdrawn. It is hoped that the sovereign will always take care of the public interest. This theory is democratic only so long as it accepts the primacy of public interest in policymaking. But it is undemocratic in practice because it sets aside the democratic procedure. Conservative theory of representation. Its chief exponents are Edmund Burke, 1729 to 97, and James Madison, 1751 to 1836. It is more progressive than the reactionary theory because it grants a measure of public control without encouraging popular participation in the process of government. It is also an elitist theory because it allows people to choose their representatives from an elite group. People are free to convey their feelings to their representatives, but they must bank on the good sense of these representatives rather than issuing them any instructions. However, if these representatives fail to satisfy them, they can be replaced by other suitable members of the elite group at the next election. Burke defined the role and duties of a parliamentary representative to put great weight on the wishes of his constituents and listen to their opinions. However, he did not want him to receive instructions from his constituents, but to exercise his own judgment. Burke argued that if a representative surrendered his own judgment to people's opinion, he would betray instead of serving them. Liberal theory of representation. Its chief exponents are John Locke, 1632 to 1704, and Thomas Jefferson, 1743 to 1826. It exemplifies the true spirit of democracy. It upholds equality of all people who are endowed with equal capability to rule. The liberal theory banks on the wisdom of the masses and treats their representatives only as their agents or messengers. In its view, representatives of the people are their true representatives. Instead of using their own judgment, they must translate the judgment of their constituents into concrete policy proposals. Locke not only wanted that a government should rule with the consent of the people, but also argued that no taxes could be imposed on the owners of property until they themselves agree, either personally or through their representatives. In short, a representative is ultimately accountable to his constituents. He has no special rights or powers, but only special obligations. Radical theory of representation. Its chief exponents are Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712-78, and the New Left. This theory holds wisdom of the people in highest esteem and goes to the concept of democracy 581. Stint of deprecating representative government itself. FT holds that wisdom of IC people is bound to be diluted through the process of representation. It, therefore, exalts direct democracy as the only truly democratic form of government. New Left, W. FLS, a general term applied to a variety of political doctrines and movements which emerged in late 1950s, particularly after the 1956 uprising J in Hungary. It originally arose against the Soviet hegemony over the B-or-Hatlinal communist movement and grew stronger in 1960s, particularly in position 2. The American intervention in Vietnam and the military occupation in Czechoslovakia by Soviet Union-backed East European countries. Eventually, to embrace the intellectuals of varied origins including dissident communists, anarchists, left-wing socialists, and cultural critics. Rousseau argued that so-called representative institutions only substitute the will of a few people for that of the whole community. He concluded that voters are free only at the moment of elections. As soon as they are formally represented, they are once more subjected to an alien will. Rousseau held that participation in self-government is intrinsically valuable, not just instrumentally. People would remain free only when they are politically involved and active throughout. Functioning of representative institutions has come to discourage active citizenship. Conclusion. It may be observed that the reactionary theory of representation relegates representation to marginal importance. The conservative theory erodes the spirit of democracy by overemphasizing the gap between elites and the masses. The radical theory claims to be most progressive as it pays highest importance to the people, but it tends to rule out representation itself. Hence, the liberal theory of representation may be treated as most logical and in consonance with the spirit of representative democracy. Electoral systems. A representative democracy. Election is the process by which members of a community or organization choose one or more persons to exercise authority on their behalf. The provision of election in a democracy is intended to ensure that the government will exercise its powers with the consent of the government. In other words, election lends legitimacy to the authority of the government. This source of legitimacy is regarded so important in the Modem 582, an introduction to political theory, that some non-democratic or totalitarian systems also try to legitimize their authority through the Audit of elections. The real test of a genuine election is whether the voters have real alternatives before them for exercising their choice or not. On the contrary, in a non-democratic system, such as the former Soviet Union, elections were held but the voter had to vote for or against a single candidate nominated by the Communist Party. In late 1980s, when independent candidates were allowed to contest elections along with party-nominated candidates, the totalitarian system itself began to disintegrate. Secret ballot is particularly important in democratic elections. When a voter votes in secrecy, he or she can exercise his or her choice without fear or favor. Where there is open voting, such as by voice or by raising hands, a voter will not feel as secure as in the case of secret voting. An electoral system refers to the method by which a voter is required equals to indicate his or her choice of a candidate or political party out of those contesting in the election, and b, the votes obtained by a candidate or political party are translated into allocation of seats or offices. When the number of qualified candidate or candidates in a constituency is equal to the number of offices or seats provided in that constituency, that candidate or candidates are declared unanimously elected. But where the number of candidates exceeds the number of seats, voting becomes necessary. The result of voting is determined according to the prevailing electoral system. Actual types of electoral systems are legion. Broadly speaking, 3 types of electoral systems may be identified as widely prevalent under democratic systems. A. Plurality system. Z. Majoritarian system. And C. Proportional representation. Of these, the first 2 are applied in single-member constituencies, while the third is applied in multi-member constituencies. J. Plurality system. Under plurality system, technically an election may be won by a simple majority. If there are only 2 candidates in the field for one seat, there will be no problem in deciding the winner. When there are 3 or more candidates in a single-member constituency, and the voter is required to vote for one candidate only, the rule of first past the post is sought to be applied to decide the election. It implies that any candidate obtaining the largest number of votes will be declared elected. It is not necessary for him or her to secure a clear majority that is more than 50% of the total number of valid votes. This practice is widely followed. Thus, the elections held for the British House of Commons, American House of Representatives, Indian House of the People, Lok Sabha, and legislative assemblies are based on this system. Its opponents argue that this practice is not fair to the minorities in multicultural societies where their candidates might lose election in most of the constituencies by a small margin. Under the plurality system, the votes scored by different political parties might not correspond to the number of seats won by them in the legislature. The advocates of this system, however, contend that this system promotes tyro-party system, which results in a balance between the ruling party and the opposition. It makes the majority sensitive towards the minorities and encourages major political parties to accommodate the interests and viewpoints of the minorities. Simultaneously, it prevents separatist tendencies among the minorities and motivates them to join the national mainstream. Above all, it provides for if-judicially stable and effective government. Majoritarian system MMWWDD, under majoritarian system, a candidate is usually required to obtain an absolute majority, that is more than 50% of the valid votes cast, to win the election. If here are only 2 candidates in the field for 1 seat, there will be no problem in deciding the winner. But when there are 3 or more contestants in a jingle-member constituency, and no candidate wins an absolute majority, some method must be evolved to decide the winner. According to the prevalent practice, 2 methods can be adopted for this purpose. Alternative vote. Under this system, a voter is required to indicate his order of preference for different candidates, that is, he or she would mark 1, 2, 3 and so on against the names of different candidates according to his or her order of preference. If no candidate gets absolute majority of first preference votes, the candidate who gets the least number offers preferences is eliminated, and the next preferences of his or her voters are added to the first preferences of other candidates. This process is repeated till some candidate gets absolute majority who is declared elected. This system is adopted for election to the Australian lower house, as well as for elections of the American and Indian presidents. B. Second ballot system. Under this system, a voter is required to vote for 1 candidate only. If no candidate is able to obtain absolute majority, second ballot is held to decide the winner. Again, several methods may be adopted for this purpose. Thus, for the election of the French president, when such a situation arises, second ballot is held between the 2 candidates who obtain the largest and the next largest number of votes in the first ballot. Then, for election to the French Assembly, if no candidate is able to secure an absolute majority in the first ballot, then a second ballot is held among those political parties who have obtained 12.5% votes or more of the registered electorate, and then the candidate obtaining the largest number of votes is declared elected. Under this system, constituencies are drawn on a geographical basis on the lines of plurality system. Hence, this may suffer from the same disadvantages as noticed in the case of the plurality system. Proportional representation. This system is particularly adopted in multi-member constituencies in order to secure a fair representation for the minorities as well as the majority. It is a complex system which may be implemented by several methods. Of these, 2 are most prevalent. A. List system. Under this system, the ballot contains separate lists of candidates of different political parties. The voter is required to mark 1 list according to his or her choice. In some systems, the voter is allowed to alter the content, the order, or both of the list itself. Various complicated methods of calculation of seats per list are used. The list system is employed in voting for national elections in Germany, the Italian Chamber of Deputies, the Knesset of Israel, the Swiss National Council, and the Legislature of Finland, etc. B. Single transferable vote. Under this system, a voter is required to indicate his or her order of preference against the names of different candidates. For each constituency, a quota is set which is usually equal to the total number of valid votes cast, divided by 1 more than the number of seats available, plus 1 vote. A candidate who obtains first preference equal to the electoral quota or more is declared elected. His or her surplus votes, that is first preferences over and above the electoral quota, are redistributed among those candidates whom these voters had given their next preference in proportion to the number of second preferences obtained by each of such candidates. The candidate obtaining the least number of first preferences is eliminated, and the next preferences of his or her voters are added to the first preferences of other candidates. This process of redistribution from both sides is repeated till the number of candidates securing the electoral quota equals the number of seats available, who are then declared elected. This system has been used in the national elections of Irish Republic and Malta. Single transferable vote system is largely used in multi-member constituencies, whereas its elementary version, alternative vote system, is used in single-member constituencies. Single transferable vote system, no. Of valid votes cast electoral quota, +1. I know. Of seats to be filled, +1. The system of proportional representation has a unique advantage. It enables due representation of all types of groups, such as ethnic groups, women, different interests, and ideologies. But it has a disadvantage also. If a nation is deeply divided into different social, economic, racial, religious, linguistic, cultural, and regional groups, proportional representation would hardly result in clear majority in the legislature. Coalition government, formed as a result of bargaining between different groups in the legislature, is bound to prove unstable and ineffective. Secondly, provision of proportional representation would encourage formation of political parties on the basis of narrow, sectional interests rather than on the basis of larger national interest, representing reconciliation of conflicting group interests. On the whole, this system is not conducive to tonal integration. V. Ethnic group. XMT group #0 refers to a social group whose members identify themselves as a partial group on the basis of similar physical features and similar cultural code. etc., feel unity among themselves. D. Distinguish themselves from other similar groups. 6. Methods of minority representation. High system of proportional representation may solve the problem of minority representation to some extent, but it hardly provides for a final solution in a complex situation. Some other devices have, therefore, been worked out for wiving this problem. Of these, two are most important. A. Concurrent majority, and D. Consociational democracy. Concurrent majority. In the United States, during the first half of the 19th century, an acrimonious debate ensued between the North and the South on the question of the abolition of slavery. The South was dependent on the plantation economy, for which it pleaded for the continuance of slavery. But File North was advancing on the road to industrialization. It wanted the abolition of slavery to ensure the supply of workers for the newly set up industries. The North enjoyed majority in the American Congress, hence it was most likely to win its case. At this juncture, John C. Calhoun, 1782 to 1850, an eloquent spokesman of the South, advanced the principle of concurrent majority with a view to safeguarding the interests of the South, which was in minority. In essence, this meant that any decision should be treated as valid only when due concurrence of all the important sectional interests affected by it has been obtained. It implied that if the government of a country takes a decision on the basis of numerical majority, minority affected by that decision should have the power to veto that decision. So Calhoun proposed to replace the prevalent federal system of the United States by a constitutional structure wherein each of the important economic, functional, or regional interests of the country would have the right to indicate its organ of self-expression, and concurrence of all these organs would become necessary for every important decision. In America, this proposal was never accepted, but this principle is often invoked on the question of the role of minority in the decision-making process. Again, the right to veto has been provided in the decision-making process of RHE Security Council of the United Nations, as well as in the European Economic Community. This type of provision is indicative of a favorable attitude towards the principle of concurrent majority. Consociational democracy. This system involves an elaborate arrangement to ensure minority representation. It is regarded particularly suitable for the governance of the societies which are deeply divided by religious, ideological, linguistic, regional, cultural, racial, or ethnic differences. It involves four basic principles. Of these, the first two are of primary importance, and the last two are secondary. 1. Executive power sharing. It entails a grand coalition of the representatives of all significant segments. Alternatively, the presidency and other high offices may be reserved for different segments of society. 2. Greater autonomy of different segments. It implies that decisions on all issues of common concern should be made jointly by the representatives of all important segments. On other issues concerning particular segments, decision-making should be left to the concerned segment if these segments are geographically distributed. Federalism is the most suitable arrangement. Otherwise, segmental autonomy should mainly take a non-territorial form. 3. Proportionality. Under this provision, allocation of political offices, administrative appointments, and public funds is to be made in proportion to the population of each segment. And finally, 4. Minority veto. It is the ultimate weapon for the minority segments to protect their vital interests. It is possible that the minority participating in a coalition may be outvoted by the majority on an issue involving its vital interest. In such a case, the right to veto may be invoked by the minority for the protection of its position. Consociational democracy has been tried in many parts of the world. For instance, in Austria, Catholic and socialist parties formed a coalition from 1945 to 1966. In Netherlands, this principle was adopted from 1917 to 1967. And in Lebanon, consociational democracy remained operative from 1943 to 1957. In fact, consociational democracy provides for a working government in a society sharply divided by multifarious interests. However, in order to promote a true understanding and cooperation among various segments, it is necessary to resolve their differences at the intellectual and emotional levels. IVI. Conditions for successful working QF democracy. Phonocracy as a form of government cannot function properly unless it is supported by suitable socio-economic and cultural factors. It is interesting to call that Alexis de Tocqueville, 1805-59, famous French writer, in his notable Gauba Democracy in America, 1835-40, tried to enumerate the principal causes which tended to maintain the democratic structure in the United States. His list eluded not only the constitutional structure but also a. the absence of a large plethora establishment, b. equality in social and economic conditions, c. a Shakespearean agricultural economy, and d. the mores, customs, and religious beliefs of Americans. For our purpose, this list should be treated only as gustrative and by no means exhaustive or authoritative. Conditions in America live thoroughly changed since de Tocqueville wrote about America. His list YY now be modified as follows so as to reflect the contemporary conditions. P. Primacy of civil authority over military power. Z. Larger equality in social economic conditions. C. A prosperous agricultural and industrial economy. TD. D. A democratic culture or mode of thought. IO. The contemporary world. Democracy has been adopted as a formal government in a large number of countries. It is not equally successful everywhere. The successful working of democracy depends upon many, Auditions. Some of the important conditions may be described as follows. National sentiment. Some thinkers have pointed out that national homogeneity is an essential condition for the success of democracy. For instance, John Stuart Mill, 1806-73, in his Representative Government, 1861, suggested that a mononational state is essential for the success of democracy. A large number of states have emerged in the globe since J.S. Mill wrote his representative government. Most of test states include people belonging to different races, religions, languages, and failures. Democracy is working successfully in many of these states. What is therefore needed for the success of democracy is not the uniformity of the people as a nationality, but the sense of belonging to a single nation, inspired by the feeling of having a common history, common way of life in the present and a common future, as also a common center of loyalty. Spirit of toleration. National sentiment cannot be created without the spirit of toleration. In act, the spirit of toleration is the keynote of democracy. In a democracy, we not demand conformity nor assimilation, but different groups are exposed coexist in spite of their differences. We are free to win others by persuasion and discussion, not by force or blackmail. The minority is expected to respect the majority. The majority is expected to accommodate minority with full dignity. Assimilation. Assimilation refers to the process whereby a dominant group imposes its culture so effectively on subordinate groups that they lose their own identity and become virtually indistinguishable from the dominant culture. A democracy means tolerance. Tolerance not merely of those who agree with us, but of those who do not agree with us. R.S.A. 5v. Jawaharlal Nehru. High moral character. High moral character of the people as well as leaders is another condition for the success of democracy. If people are led by their narrow selfish interests, or leaders are led by mere opportunism, democracy is bound to give way to demagogy. That is the practice of leaders playing with the emotions of the people instead of appealing to reason. On the contrary, a sense of morality and discipline will make the people active in solving social problems more effectively. Widespread education. An educated electorate is an asset to democracy. Generally, the people should be literate if not highly educated, so that they are able to learn more and exercise their judgment in the matters of common concern. Free access to the media of mass communication is provided within the democratic structure itself. Only a literate, preferably an educated, electorate can make best use of this facility. For the fulfillment of this condition, the state itself should provide for universal education. Economic security and equality. Lack of economic security in the masses is bound to undermine the people's faith in democracy. Similarly, vast economic disparities are bound to destroy the sense of equal dignity of individuals. In fact, democracy without a reasonable level of economic security and equality is a farce. Conclusion. Of all forms of government, democracy alone is meant to serve the cause of the people directly. However, the democratic process calls for a good deal of patience, not only at the level of policy making, but also at the level of policy implementation. This may not be found to be very effective during the time's crises. It is, therefore, essential that the provision for a temporary suspension democratic process during an emergency and suitable checks against arbitrary use of power should be made within a democratic constitution itself. Moreover, today democracy is regarded not only a form of government, but a way of life. That is why there is demand for democratization at all levels, relating factory, office, school, and family. Ratlet Flofi FRS, to the process whereby those affected by particular issuable decisions are assured to have their say or representation at the don-making level. This process may be applied in any political, administrative, of social institution. For example, democratization implies that members of a political party should have an effective say in drawing out policy and program of their party. Women's organizations should be consulted while making any law affecting women. Teachers and students' organizations should be consulted during the formulation of educational policy, and workers' organizations should have full say in determining the conditions of work as well as in the management of their respective spheres of work. 8. Democracy as a way of life. Conventional exponents of democracy largely treated it as a form of government. Champions of liberal democracy focus on politics as a process of group conflict, party competition, and struggle for power, which are sought to be resolved through democratic method. However, some philosophers have tried to shift their focus from this process to the analysis of democracy as a way of life. John Dewey, 1859-1952, an American philosopher, is the chief representative of this school of thought. Dewey's alternative theory of democracy seeks to connect it with the process of how people form judgments, communicate with each other, and come together to solve problems. In his celebrated work Democracy and Education, 1961, Dewey sought to compare democratic method to the scientific method, which public is conceived as a community of inquirers trying to solve their common problems. Freedom of speech, elections, and other democratic institutions maintained by liberal democracy enable people to adopt rational chides in politics. A successful democratic politics does not depend on the judgment of each citizen considered separately. When people arrive judgment through their constant interaction, their decision is likely to be efficiently sound. A democracy is more than a form of government. It is primarily a mode of associated living, of conjoint communicated experience. John Dewey, the method of democracy is to bring conflicts out into the open where their special claims can be seen and appraised. where they can be discussed and judged. John Dewey. Dewey defines democracy as a process whereby the majority is formed, particularly through free communication and free association between citizens. When citizens communicate, talk, share their ideas, and try them out so as to lessen their consequences, a democratic public comes into existence in the real sense of the term. In short, the scientific method of inquiry, communication, and experimentation before arriving at the conclusion is the hallmark of a democratic public arriving at a judgment about public issues. Dewey held that the creation of the democratic public was best accomplished in small groups, which allowed close communication between their members and coordination in the process of arriving at collective judgment. He argued that membership of voluntary associations and local communities could help individuals to become democratic citizens. But the increasing industrialization, urbanization, geographical mobility, and the growth of the state pose a serious challenge to the development of democracy as a way of life. However, its message is clear. We should organize our society into small, coherent communities to give effect to the democratic principle. This corresponds to the current slogan of the environmentalists. Small is beautiful. Democracy is the art of thinking independently together. Alexander Meiklejohn. Another implication of treating democracy as a way of life is associated with the demand of democratization at all levels, such as in political parties, industrial management, as well as university administration. This means that those affected by particular institutional decisions should have their say or representation at the decision-making level. Thus, the members of a political party should have an effective say in drawing out policy and program of their party. Workers should have effective say in deciding production policy and industrial management. Similarly, teachers and students should have a say in deciding the educational policy. In short, democracy as a way of life requires the end of authoritarianism at all levels, including school and family level. This does not mean the end of guidance and supervision by the superiors, but only that the decision should be taken in consultation with and with the consent of those affected by such decision. Concept of democracy 591. 1. Multiculturalism enables different cultures within a community to flourish and treat each other with mutual respect. Some writers have argued that this is a necessary condition of individuals' freedom. Thus, Joseph Raz, Multiculturalism, A Liberal Perspective, Dissent, 1994, observed that individual's autonomy is intimately tied up with access to his culture. It enables him to make good choices befitting a good life if his culture is flourishing and getting. The concept of multiculturalism is closely related to the functioning of democracy. When we seek to establish true democracy in a multicultural society, understanding the principle of multiculturalism would prove to be of a great help. Multiculturalism has emerged as an important principle of politics in recent decades throughout the world. Majority of the nations of the world today consist of multicultural societies. In other words, they include people who belong to diverse cultural as well as ethnic groups. Apart from differences in their traditional cultures, some groups have evolved certain non-conventional intellectual and sexual perspectives. Black aesthetics, lesbian and gay pride movements are the case in point. All such groups demand due recognition as normal components of society. The entire principle of multiculturalism not only extends due recognition to all such diverse groups, it also concedes that none of the cultural perspectives can be treated as inherently superior or inferior to others. Black aesthetics WHAW aesthetics refers to the set of standards of beauty and art forms as evalent in the culture of the black races. Historically, white races had managed. In the world, their standards of beauty and art were authoritarianism. Authoritarianism refers to a social and political outlook that requires everybody to conform to an established order, is to act according to the directions of the person or group who is recognized as the guardian of that. Rules out the need to obtain explicit or tacit consent of, affected by a decision. If does not permit ordinary people to express independent opinions, demands, or preferences. Neither does it envisage accountability of power holders to public opinion, nor any role of public Islam or popular voting in the process of public decision-making. Are rejected as universal standards. Now black races have not only achieved dependence, they have also shown that they are no less intelligent, talented, competent. Their aesthetic standards are no longer considered as inferior those of the white races. -7, 74, RV. 1 significance of emul to call to caret alism respect from others. Hence, the sense of identity is closely linked with individual self-fulfillment. The search for identity has become a popular theme of modern literature. The concept of identity in psychological as well as sociological sense seeks to link inner world of the individual with the outer world. It serves as a bridge between individual self and the community. It is now widely experienced that the sense of shared community has largely eroded, leaving modern people without a clear sense of identity. Modern society, particularly the Western society, is characterized by the absence, breakdown, confusion, or conflict of norms. In other words, an individual in this society is not sure about the shared expectation of behavior, the behavior that would be considered culturally desirable and appropriate. This state of normlessness in society is known as anomie. This results in breakdown of the self, which is the primary theme of many plays and novels written today. In order to maintain peace and solidarity in a multicultural society, it is necessary that all cultural groups, as defined in the wider sense, get due recognition, enjoy due respect and rights as equal citizens, and get due representation in decision-making bodies. Multiculturalism has emerged as a response to this vital demand. In a nutshell, multiculturalism implies an attitude and policy of accommodating diverse cultural groups within the national mainstream of a country. This involves action at two levels. A. Different cultural groups of the country, particularly the dominant cultural group, should cultivate an attitude of toleration and accommodation towards other cultural groups in order to give them a sense of security and dignity. And the state should secure their members equal rights as citizens and provide for their due representation in decision-making bodies. This also implies that the existing method of representation of individuals at political level should be replaced by some method of representation of groups, particularly the cultural groups. Multiculturalism, as well as democracy, is the order of the day. A multicultural country that fails to cultivate the spirit of multiculturalism may eventually disintegrate. Fragmentation of Yugoslavia, first into Slovenia, Croatia, Macedonia, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, 1991–92, and later into Serbia, Montenegro, 2006, and Kosovo, 2008. Is the case in point. Democratic community today has immensely grown IIJ size where small cultural groups live along with big cultural groups. It is necessary to infuse a sense of security among small cultural groups in a multicultural society. In order to secure social justice, it is necessary that the people belonging to different cultures should be given due representation in decision-making organs of government. A critical appraisal. In short, the concept of multiculturalism brings out the drawbacks of the contemporary liberal democracies. In the multicultural societies of today, the normal democratic process would set up majority rule, which tends to obliterate the identity of diverse cultural and ethnic groups. To realize the ideal of true democracy, it is necessary to give due recognition and protection to the cultural traits of diverse groups living together. This problem is not confined to the American or other Western societies. In a multicultural society like India, it is necessary to maintain the identity of various cultural groups for the realization of democracy and social justice. If the majority itself could absorb the cultural heritage of other groups into its own culture, it would set up a healthy tradition. Those who plead for the so-called purification of Indian culture by insulating it from the influence of other cultures run the risk of heading for moral degeneration of India. In any case, too much insistence on difference and rejection of the prevalent norms may result in isolation and deprivation of certain minority groups. Those who reject the mainstream culture and devote all energy to learning their own language and culture may ultimately realize that they are unfit to find employment, business opportunities, or professional avenues in society. It must be remembered that mainstream culture is not always the dominant culture. It could be the product of interaction between different cultures, combined with the demands of new technology, business environment, and professional techniques. It may even contain some foreign influence as well as the vestige of colonial past, the continuance of English language, calendar, dress code, and styles of living, etc. In the present-day India is the case in point. One may despise and reject them only at his peril. Again, some groups in society could be the victims of cultural distortion. They will have to transform their own culture for their emancipation. For example, the inhuman practice of untouchability in India was the product of dominant culture. However, it also vitiated the culture of its victims. That is why B.R. Ambedkar, 1891–1956, their undisputed leader, exhorted them to abandon their age-old occupation and practices, migrate from villages to big cities, educate their children, adopt new professions, and finally mix with the mainstream. Contemporary theory of democracy. Traditional theories of democracy were chiefly concerned with democracy as a form of government, and they looked for ethical justification of democracy. Contemporary theories of democracy largely focus on the nature of democracy in the light of recent sociological findings and its ethical critiques. Elitist theories were originally developed in the field of sociology to explain the behavior of men in a social setting. Their implications in the field of politics posed a challenge to democratic theory, which was in turn revised by several thinkers. Broadly speaking, the elitist theories hold that every society consists of two categories of men. A, the elite or the minority within a social collectivity, such as a society, a state, a religious institution, a political party, which exercises a preponderant influence within that collectivity. And B, the masses or the majority which is governed by the elite. Vilfredo Pareto, The Mind and Society, 1915–19, was the first to use the terms elite and masses to indicate superior and inferior groups in society, although the idea of such division of society was given earlier by Gaetano Mosca, The Ruling Class, 1896, and Robert Michaels, Political Parties, a sociological study of the oligarchical tendencies of modern democracy, 1911. Mosca postulated that the people are necessarily divided into two groups, the rulers and the ruled. The ruling class controls most of the wealth, power, and prestige in society and exercises all power, whatever form of government might be adopted. The ruled are not competent to replace it. 594. Contemporary Theory of Democracy. 595. Michel propounded his famous iron law of oligarchy, which implied that every organization, whatever its original aims, is eventually reduced to an oligarchy, that is the rule of the chosen few, based on their manipulative skills. Majority of human beings are apathetic, indolent, and slavish, and they are permanently incapable of self-government. Then Pareto came to the conclusion that the elite show highest ability in their field of activity, whatever its nature might be, while masses lack the qualities of leadership and fear from responsibility. They feel safe in following the direction of the elite. Revision of democratic theory. The elite theory had empirically demonstrated that democracy as the government of the people is incapable of realization. Champions of democracy found it difficult to repudiate the arguments advanced by the elitist theories. They, therefore, sought to accommodate the elite theory in the framework of democratic theory, which led to its revision. The elitist democratic theory, or democratic elitism, was developed by several writers. Views of Mannheim. Karl Mannheim, who had initially related elite theories with fascism and with anti-intellectualist doctrines, later championed the reconciliation between the elite theory and the democratic theory. In his Ideology and Utopia, An Introduction to the Sociology of Knowledge, 1929, Mannheim argued that society did not cease to be democratic by entrusting the actual shaping of policy to the elites. The people cannot directly participate in government, but they can make their aspirations felt at certain intervals, and this is sufficient for democracy. In a democracy, the governed can always act to remove their leaders or force them to take decisions in the interests of the many. Mannheim insists on selection by merit and shortening of distance between the elite and the masses in order to ensure compatibility between elite rule and democratic government. Fascism. Fascism refers to an anti-democratic theory advanced by Benito Mussolini p. 1883 to 1945, the Italian dictator, which exhorted people to set aside all rules, conventions, and legal limitations, and religiously follow the dictates of their leader in pursuit of national glorification. Views of Schumpeter. Joseph A. Schumpeter, in his Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, 1942, argued that the forms of government should be distinguished by their institutions, and especially by their methods of appointing and dismissing the supreme makers of law and policy. Accordingly, the democratic method is that institutional 596, An Introduction to Political Theory, arrangement for arriving at political decisions in which individuals acquire the power to decide by means of a competitive struggle for the people's votes. This implies that A. In a democracy, political decisions are taken by the leadership, not by the people themselves, and B. There is a free competition among the leaders for winning people's votes. In other words, democracy is not a government of the people, nor is it a means to give effect to the will of the people. Rulers comprise a select group of individuals who may be distinguished from the common people. Role of the common people is reduced to choosing their rulers from the competing elites. The redeeming feature of democracy is that, unlike other forms of government, it does not allow political leadership to wield absolute power. It must draw up policies with an eye on gaining a larger support of the electorate than its opponents can obtain. In any case, initiative remains in the hands of the leadership, while the people simply respond to it according to their choice. The leaders trade in votes, and the better combination of policies will fetch more votes by appealing to wider sections of the political market. Views of Aron. Raymond Aron, in his Social Structure and the Ruling Class, 1950, advanced another version of the democratic theory which combines it with the elite theory. Liberal democracy, according to Aron, is characterized by a general system of checks and balances and plurality of elites. He points out that the Soviet-type society is distinguished by a unified elite belonging to the Communist Party, while the Western-type society, that is liberal democracy, is characterized by a divided elite, which makes it a pluralistic society. With the plurality of elites, government becomes a business of compromise. Those in power are well aware of their precarious position. They are not only sensitive to public opinion, but are also conscious of the opposition with which they have to change seats in due course. According to this theory, initiative still remains in the hands of the elite. The masses are left to play the relatively passive role of choosing the ruling elite and to pressurize them in their functioning. Views of Sartori. Giovanni Sartori, in his Democratic Theory, 1958, developed his views on democracy which are similar to those of Schumpeter in all essentials. Like Schumpeter, he regards democracy as a procedure in which leaders compete at elections for authority to govern. Sartori argues that the role of the elite does not suggest any imperfection of democracy. On the other hand, it is the core of the democratic system. For Sartori, any notion of self-governing people is a delusion. Government is necessarily the business of competent leaders. The people exercise their right to govern only at elections when they select their leaders. The real danger to democracy emanates not from the existence of leadership, but from the absence of leadership, which would result in the mass being exploited by anti-democratic counter-elites. Sartori even envisages the contemporary theory of democracy 597, role of leadership in educating public opinion, which is otherwise not enlightened enough. Pluralist theories of democracy fall into two categories. A. The elitist democratic theories which regard the plurality of elites as the foundation of modem liberal democracy, such as those advocated by Karl Mannheim and Raymond Aron. And B. The group theories which interpret democracy as a process of bargaining among relatively autonomous groups. The existence and functioning of these groups in a democracy lends a pluralistic character to the polity. This view is regarded to be representing the mainstream pluralist theory of democracy. In the United States, A.F. Bentley, The Process of Government, 1908, and David Truman, The Governmental Process, 1951, interpreted democracy as a political game played by a great variety of groups. According to this interpretation, government is the focal point for public pressure, and its task is to make policies which reflect the highest common group demand. Thus, democratic society is seen as a pluralist, differentiated society where the management of public affairs is shared by a number of groups having different values, sources, and methods of influence. Robert Dahl, in his A Preface to Democratic Theory, 1956, developed a model of the democratic process which was described as polyarchy. This corresponds to the models developed by Bentley, Truman, and B. Latham, the group basis of politics, 1952, variously known as pluralism or the group theory. The term pluralism is used here in the sociological sense, that is to describe the pluralistic nature of democratic society. Pluralist theory of democracy is closer to pluralist perspective on power than pluralist theory of sovereignty. In this context, the term pluralism provides a scientific explanation of the political process. It also refers to a political outlook that recognizes several centers of power in society. Pluralism. Pluralism refers to a political outlook that gives due importance to the diverse interests and viewpoints in society. It tends to promote the emergence of several centers of power and authority, rather than accepting the state as the sole controller of people's actions. The gist of pluralistic democracy may be given as follows. The policymaking process, however centralized it may appear in form, is, in reality, a highly decentralized process of bargaining among relatively autonomous groups, particularly interest groups. In other words, public policy is not a product of the will of the elite or the chosen few, as the elitist theories of democracy maintain. On the contrary, it is an outcome of the interaction of all groups who make claims upon or express interest in that particular issue. The extent to which different groups will get their way is a function of the strength of the group's entire intensity of their participation. Interest groups. In a liberal democracy, interest groups refer to groups of people who organize themselves for pursuing their specific, collective interest. They try to serve their interests through obtaining the support of public opinion by publicizing their viewpoint widely and pleading to government to mold its policy to suit their interest. Examples of interest groups are trade unions, lawyers' associations, and chambers of commerce and industry. In fact, pluralist theory calls for the revision of the democratic theory itself, as well as of the elitist theory of democracy. In its view, policymaking is actually done neither by the representatives of a coherent majority nor by an autonomous and unresponsive elite, but is a product of the interaction among various groups. In any case, public policy will reflect the interests of the more organized and vocal groups in society. For instance, the interests of producers are likely to dominate over those of consumers because the former are usually more organized, vocal, and influential than the latter. A critical appraisal. The elitist and pluralist theories of democracy have added an empirical dimension to democratic theory by incorporating the results of sociological theory and research. In a nutshell, A. The elitist theories concede that policymaking in a democracy is the function of the elite, while the people's role is confined to approval and rejection of particular policies made or advocated by the competing elites. And 6. The pluralist theories view policymaking in a democracy as a decentralized process characterized by bargaining between competing autonomous groups. Pluralist theories are more optimistic than elitist theories because they repudiate the authoritarian basis of policymaking in a democracy as implied by the elitist theories. In any case, both theories arrive at conclusions which are far removed from the essence of democratic theory. Men, no doubt, differ in their physical and intellectual capacities and other natural gifts. But social inequalities in the present-day society do not always correspond to natural inequalities. In most cases, the phenomenon of domination in society is closely related to economic disparities. The elitist pluralist theory of democracy tries to justify the phenomenon of domination on grounds of certain outstanding inborn qualities of persons, or on grounds of better organization of certain interests. In effect, it tends to maintain the status quo. However, if the economic structure of the society is transformed so that rewards are directly related to the quality and amount of work done, instead of the privileged position and manipulative power of certain persons, the existing system of domination will disappear and the principle of equality based on reason will reign supreme, which is the essence of democracy. Concept of democracy implies that ultimate authority of governance should rest with the people themselves. When this idea is sought to be implemented through the mechanism of representative democracy, it is possible that the people may become inactive after choosing their representatives till the next general elections. Moreover, when the size of a democratic community expands geographically and it includes a large population with a variety of composition in terms of race, religion, language, and culture, distance between the people and their representatives is likely to widen. For example, in large democracies, like India and the United States, a very small section of citizens participates in any discussion, and very few citizens enter into contact with their representatives. Does not this state of affairs point to the erosion of democracy? Elitist theory of democracy implies that citizen participation is not a necessary condition of democracy. Thus, for Schumpeter, running of government and framing of public policies is the task of professional politicians. The role of ordinary citizens is confined to vote for the politicians, the political parties, and the programs of their choice at the time of periodic elections. In other words, modem democracy is primarily the rule of politicians in which ordinary citizens play a very limited role at regular intervals. Robert Dahl's pluralist theory of democracy also reconciles with a low level of citizen participation. C.B. Macpherson, Democratic Theory, Essays in Retrieval, 1973, has observed that Schumpeter-Dahl axis treats democracy as a mechanism designed to maintain an equilibrium. It conceives of democracy as a competition between two or more elite groups for the power to govern the whole society, requiring only a low level of citizen participation. In McPherson's view, it is a distorted view where democracy is reduced from a humanist aspiration to a market equilibrium system. Concept of participatory democracy repudiates this model of democracy as it regards people's political participation as the basic principle of democracy. In short, political participation refers to the active involvement of individuals and groups in the governmental processes affecting their lives. In other words, when citizens themselves play an active role in the process of formulation and implementation of public policies and decisions, their activity is called political participation. Conventional mode of political participation includes voting, contesting for a public office, campaigning for a political party, or contributing to the management of a community project like public safety, cleanliness drive, or the maintenance of a public park, etc. Interestingly, an act of opposition or public protest also involves political participation. For example, signing a petition, attending a Peace I demonstration, joining a protest march, or forming a human chain, etc., come within the purview of political participation. Indeed, the various acts of public protest in a non-democratic setup, like passive resistance, civil disobedience, and satyagraha, also qualify as political participation. They are the manifestation of a strong awareness of public interest. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712-78, the exponent of popular sovereignty, is regarded the pioneer of participatory democracy. In his classic work The Social Contract, 1762, Rousseau asserted that sovereignty not only originates in the people, it is also retained by the people in spite of their transition from the state of nature to civil society. Sovereignty cannot be represented because it cannot be alienated. The people's deputies are not, and could not be their representatives. They are merely agents of the people. Government is only an instrument to carry out instructions of the general will. The people must constantly deliberate on public policy and issue necessary instructions to the government. They should also make sure that government does not depart from these instructions. Otherwise, it should be revoked and replaced immediately. General will dash. According to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, The Social Contract, 1762, the general will refers to the point of convergence of the real will of all members of OJ community. It reflects the true interest of each individual as well as the common good of the whole community. Sovereignty of the general will constitutes the foundation of popular sovereignty. Conventional, citizen-initiated government, mobilized, protests, civil disobedience parade, cleanliness, activity drive, essay, referendum, initiative, work, etc. Political, campaigning, competitions, debates, forming human chains, organizing marathons, illiteracy eradication, campaign, community, national festivals, Republic Day, citizen-initiated, contact, organizing elections, forming advisory councils. A basic tenet of a healthy democracy is open dialogue and transparency. Peter Finn, forms of political participation, public office, deliberation, and debate is the way you stir the soul of our democracy. Jesse Jackson, government, initiated, citizen-initiated, *ticks, public hearing, political violence, unconventional. In a democracy, dissent is an act of faith. J. William Fulbright, forms of political participation. Political participation involves an active interaction between citizens and government. It is a two-way process. One party initiates and the other responds. Conventional participation includes the recognized methods of democratic functioning. Unconventional participation is less ordinary and sometimes viewed as less acceptable. Citizen-initiated contact, the process in which a citizen contacts public officials by phone, letter, fax, email, etc., or writes a letter to the editor of a leading newspaper regarding a pending piece of legislation or a matter affecting many people. For this purpose, citizens may also meet the concerned officials individually or collectively. Initiative, the process in which citizens may collect a specified number of signatures on a petition whereafter it is entitled to be placed before the legislature for popular vote. Recall, the process in which an elected official is required to relinquish office before the expiration of his term, on the demand of a specified number of voters. Public hearing, the process in which public officials invite members of the public to share their comments on particular matters. Sometimes such comments are invited in writing also. Advisory council, a body of distinguished citizens set up by government to advise it on particular aspects of the work of a department, e.g. the Central Health Services Council and the Central Housing Advisory Committee, formed in England. Referendum, the process in which an act passed by a legislature is presented to the voters for their approval. Protest, the process in which citizens express their disapproval to government's policy or decision. It may include a strike, hunger strike, picketing, procession, peace march, candle march, carrying of banners, slogan shouting, forming human chain, street shows, sticking posters on walls, distributing leaflets, refusing or returning an official prize or honor, etc. Civil disobedience, an open and intentional act of breaking an unjust law or courting arrest to draw public attention to a particular issue. Political violence, an extreme form of protest involving bombing, assassinations, riots, taking people hostage, damaging public property, etc. Democracy is based upon the conviction that there are extraordinary possibilities in ordinary people. Harry Emerson Fosdick. Present-day champions of participatory democracy argue that representative democracy gives little opportunity to its citizens for any significant participation in the decision-making process. Consequently, under the prevailing system, electorates have so little knowledge and understanding of political problems. Voters are so indifferent to voting. Political representatives are so averse to public accountability. And corruption and abuse of power are so rampant in the whole administration. If people get better opportunities off political participation, they will be inclined to discuss public issues elaborately, keep a strict watch on the activities of politicians, and they shall be able to prevent the corruption and abuse of power. Hence, citizen participation is not only a necessary condition of good society, but a basic feature of good society. In modern large-scale states, the objectives of participatory democracy are sought to be achieved through a. Decentralization of administration, in which many decisions are left to local communities, as in the case of expansion of Panchayati Raj in India, and b. Extensive use of referendum, as in Switzerland. Under this procedure, people's vote is sought on any new law, constitution, or constitutional amendment. In Australia, referendum is compulsory on any constitutional amendment. It is a method of combining some features of direct democracy with the mechanism of representative democracy. In contemporary political theory, citizen participation is sought to be justified mainly on three grounds. A. Instrumental view asserts that citizen participation is aimed at promoting or defending the interests of the participant. Before going in for participation, persons calculate the anticipated benefits and costs, and the prospects of attaining their objectives. Phi, developmental or educational view of participation holds that it enhances the participant's general moral, social, and political awareness. And C, finally, communitarian view of participation justifies it on the ground that it contributes to the common good. In socialist countries, the concept of participatory democracy came as a response to the elitist theory. Elitist theory had claimed that the division of society into leaders and followers was inevitable. It had, therefore, ruled out the prospects of a classless society. In a way, socialist circles accepted this position by recognizing the superiority of the vanguard of the proletariat. Participatory democracy sought to bridge the gap between leaders and followers by encouraging mass participation in the socialist program and making leaders responsive to the sentiments of the ordinary people. The description of socialist countries as People's Republic, People's Democratic Republic, etc., was symbolic of this approach. In China, for instance, Mao Zedong, 1893 to 1976, encouraged mass campaigns and followed the policy of mass line, which required the leaders and party workers to come close to the masses, explore their sentiments, and mold their leadership patterns on those lines. Vanguard of the proletariat. The expression used by V.L. Lenin, 1870 to 1924, an exponent of Marxism, to designate the more enlightened, energetic, and committed section of the working class which formed the Communist Party. This section was to provide leadership to the working class in its struggle against capitalism, and also to run the government during the socialist phase. A critical appraisal. Critics point out that the champions of participatory democracy insist only on increasing citizens' participation within the existing democratic system. They do not suggest any alternative system for its implementation. Indeed, necessary means of participatory democracy already exist within the organization and procedure of liberal democracy. Promotion of participation needs concrete action, not a theory. Then the advocates of participatory democracy seem to be too optimistic. People's participation in a democracy can reasonably be increased to a small extent. Beyond that, it may prove harmful. Beneficial results of public decisions, policies, and programs come very late. This process may require imposition of burden on some sections in the public interest. Ordinary people are not endowed with adequate patience and insight that would enable them to make a correct assessment of the situation. If they are encouraged for too much participation, they may take their grievances and disputes to streets and disrupt normal life. When ordinary people are reduced to a crowd, it becomes extremely difficult to keep them in discipline or control. When people are moved by excitement, they can hardly be persuaded to stop. As a result, we are faced with frequent gatherings and processions, slogan shouting, rallies, huge demonstrations, strikes, picketing and guerrillas, threats to stop water and electric supply and public transport, and incidents of damage to public property. Under the circumstances, it seems that those who have the skill to gather and mobilize crowds will be able to secure fulfillment of their unreasonable demands, whereas those who try to present their case peacefully and modestly will go unheard. Marxist theory of democracy. Liberal theory largely identifies democracy by its procedure and institutions. Marxist theory, on the other hand, evaluates any political system with reference to its class character, that is through identification of the antagonistic classes, owners and non-owners of the means of social production, within that system. Marxists criticize the prevalent form of liberal democracy because it harbors the capitalist system in which the majority of people comprising workers is deprived of power. Marxist critique of liberal democracy. Liberal democracy, by fostering capitalist economic system, exclusively serves the interests of the bourgeoisie, i.e. the capitalist class. Marxists, therefore, dubbed liberal democracy the bourgeois democracy. In spite of its vast paraphernalia of representative institutions, liberal democracy hardly serves the interests of the people on whose behalf power is exercised. According to Marx and Engels, the executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. Communist Manifesto, 1848. Here the term modem state refers to the prevalent model of liberal democracy. John Plamenatz, in his Democracy and Illusion, an examination of certain aspects of modern democratic theory, 1978, has enumerated 4 outstanding reasons advanced by Marxists, anarchists, and other like-minded thinkers for calling bourgeois democracy a sham. 1. Where there are great inequalities of wealth, there, whatever the form of eminent power and influence always belong mostly to the wealthy, only because they alone can afford to provide their children with the expensive schooling needed to fit them for positions carrying power and influence. 2. Where the political system, to work effectively, calls for large organizations, power and influence belong to their leaders rather than to the rank and file. 3. Where there are great social inequalities, leaders, no matter how modest their social origins, soon acquire the attitudes and ambitions of the privileged and lose touch with their followers. And 4. Power and influence depend greatly on information, and the wealthy are better placed than the poor both to get information and to control the distribution of it. These are, no doubt, most familiar points of criticism against liberal democracy involving large economic inequalities. But if we confine our attention to these reasons, it can be argued that if large economic inequalities are removed within the capitalist system, the liberal model can be made to serve as true democracy. But this position would not be acceptable to Marxist exponents of democracy who are convinced that democracy and capitalism cannot go together. In fact, Marxists focus on the defects of the capitalist system itself with regard to its capability of serving as democracy. Liberal democracy exclusively serves bourgeois interests according to the Marxian standpoint. Since the capitalist system of production is designed to serve the economic interests of the bourgeoisie, its political superstructure cannot be made to serve the people. In the economic sphere, society is divided into dominant and dependent classes, the haves and have-nots, the bourgeoisie, and the proletariat. Their interests are diametrically opposed to each other. Political power is only a handmaid of economic power. It is, therefore, quite natural that the political institutions of such a system, whatever their outer form, are bound to serve the interests of bourgeoisie. Liberal democracy, which represents the political institutions of capitalist economic system, pays lip service to sovereignty of the people in order to derive its legitimacy. It operates in a situation where all sections of society, the bourgeoisie as well as the proletariat, accept legitimacy of the bourgeois relations of production and the roles which these impose. In this situation, the state operates as an instrument of preserving the conditions suitable for a market mechanism which continues to serve the interests of the capitalist class. Liberal democracy creates ideological misconceptions. Liberal democracy, of course, creates representative institutions and concedes formal equality of political rights. It pretends to create a situation in which government is run by the chosen representatives of the people, the proletariat as well as the bourgeoisie. The workers who have the right to vote on par with businessmen and industrialists are led to believe that they have an equal share in governance. Moreover, liberal democracy claims to reconcile the interests of the proletariat with those of the bourgeoisie. This creates an impression that due care of the interests of the workers is being taken. But, according to Marxist theory, these are wrong impressions created by the liberal democracy, because this type of political system simply lends legitimacy to the property relations of the capitalist order which are neither natural nor rational. In other words, so long as the capitalist mode of production prevails, society remains divided into 2 antagonistic classes, capitalists and workers, who represent the dominant and dependent classes respectively. The state as the agent of the dominant class serves the interests of the capitalists at the expense of the workers. The dominant class has always had an edge over the dependent class in the sphere of ideas. The ideas promoted by the ruling class are the ruling ideas of any age. These ideas may involve injustice, but they are widely accepted as a standard of justice and seldom questioned. Under the spell of bourgeois ideology, the masses are made to believe that they are being ruled with their consent, but they blindly follow the values of bourgeois society against their own interest. Their consent is, therefore, a false consent. Liberal democracy tries to perpetuate the economic division of society. Liberal democracy, in spite of providing universal suffrage, periodic elections, freedom of thought and expression, does not embody an effective mechanism for transforming the economic relations of society in order to serve the common interest. Instead, it tends to perpetuate the economic division of society into haves and have-nots and the values of bourgeois society which support and legitimize this division. It is interesting to recall that liberalism conceded the democratic principle of wider suffrage in a number of Western countries only when it had made sure that its acceptance would not be detrimental to the maintenance of the property relations of the capitalist system. V.I. Lenin, in his State and Revolution, 1917, significantly observed, "Democracy for an insignificant minority, democracy for the rich, that is the democracy of capitalist society." Marx grasped this essence of capitalist democracy splendidly when he said that the oppressed are allowed every few years to decide which particular representatives of the oppressing classes shall represent and repress them in parliament. Thus, liberal democracy, in the Marxist view, is incapable of averting class exploitation. It is a device for keeping the exploiting class or its nominees constantly in power for the purpose of serving its own interests. 6. Dictatorship of the proletariat. According to Marxism, any form of state power implies dictatorship. The character of the state is determined by the character of its ruling class. Thus, bourgeois democracy and bourgeois dictatorship are coterminous. They denote a state characterized by the domination of the bourgeoisie. Similarly, dictatorship of the proletariat, proletarian democracy, or socialist democracy, denotes a state characterized by the domination of the proletariat. It is established by the proletariat after overthrowing the capitalist order by a violent revolution. This is not the final stage of evolution, but only an interim arrangement preparing the ground for the abolition of the division of society into dominant and dependent classes, and the consequent withering away of the state itself. It is termed dictatorship because it retains the state apparatus as such, with its implements of force and oppression, not because its organization is fundamentally different from the so-called democracy. Dictatorship of the proletariat is different from the popular notion of dictatorship, which is despised as the selfish, immoral, irresponsible, and unconstitutional political rule of one man, or a small political clique characterized. L608 An Introduction to Political Theory. By the oppression of the masses. On the other hand, dictatorship of die proletariat implies a stage where there is complete socialization of the major means of production, de novo planning of material production so as to serve social needs, provide for an effective right to work, education, health and housing for the masses, and fuller development options and technology, so as to multiply material production to achieve greater social satisfaction. Dictatorship of the proletariat is concrete democracy. In popular parlance, dictatorship denotes an antithesis of democracy. In Marxian terminology, so long as the state is in existence, with its vast coercive apparatus, there is no difference whether you call it a democracy or a dictatorship. If democracy means the rule of majority over minority, then the proletarian state is surely more democratic than the bourgeois state. As Henri Lefebvre, in his Sociology of Marx, 1968, has elucidated, the dictatorship of the proletariat means concrete democracy, the coercive power of a majority over a minority. The capitalist system of production maintained by the liberal democracy involves domination of the minority, the capitalists, over the majority, the workers in the economic, social as well as political sphere, which is inimical to human freedom. On the contrary, the socialist system of production maintained by the socialist democracy ensures domination of the majority, the workers, over the minority, the former capitalists, and this process continues as long as the state continues to exist. Domination and coercion during this period are necessary to contain the forces of counter-revolution and to destroy the vestiges of the capitalist order. The dictatorship of the proletariat is more akin to democracy not because of its form, but because of the purpose for which the state continues to exist during this period. Lenin advanced the concept of democratic centralism as a principle of organization of the socialist state as well as the Communist Party. This was designed to lend a democratic character to the so-called dictatorship of the proletariat. PVX. Democratic centralism. Democratic centralism refers to the principle of organization of THS socialist state as well as the Communist Party, as enunciated by V. L. Lenin, 1870 to 1924. It implies, a, that the membership of each body in the political hierarchy, whether of party or state, was to be decided by the vote of the lower body, and b, that although free discussion on policy matters was to be allowed at the initial stage, any decision reached by the highest body was to be imposed rigidly at all lower levels in the hierarchy. Dictatorship of the proletariat. 18a. Transitional phase. Dictatorship of the proletariat is not intended to last forever. In fact, Marx associated the term dictatorship principally with the Roman office of Dictatura Contemporary Theory of Democracy 609, where all power was legally concentrated in the hands of a single man during a limited period in a time of crisis. Hence, dictatorship of the proletariat was meant to accomplish a specified function. As Lefebvre, in his Sociology of Marx, 1968, observes, the working class must destroy the machinery of the existing state, but its own state is to last only for a transitional period during which state functions of organization and management are taken over by new social forces, and the state will begin to wither away when a truly rational organization of production becomes possible. In the past, i.e. before the advent of the socialist revolution, changes in the techniques and modes of production had only produced social transformations, but the character of exploitation had not fundamentally changed. Thus, during the period of domestic mode of production, slaves were exploited by their masters. During the feudal period, serfs were exploited by their lords. And during the capitalist period, workers are exploited by the capitalists. In all these cases, have-nots are exploited by the haves. But after the socialist revolution, when dictatorship of the proletariat is established, there is a radical change in the character of exploitation in the sense that the former haves are now oppressed by the former have-nots. All property is now socially owned. The abolition of private property, the root cause of ale exploitation, is expected to accomplish the elimination of exploitation itself and to establish a higher social rationality. In the words of Lefebvre, this implies a qualitative leap, class contradictions disappearing in the new unity, though classes themselves do not vanish literally overnight. Dictatorship of the proletariat is required to exist so long as classes exist, but it will function in such a way that all men will be converted into workers, thereby abolishing the division of society into antagonistic classes. As soon as the goal of the proletarian movement, the abolition of classes, shall have been reached, the power of the state, whose function is to keep the great majority of producers beneath the yoke of a small minority of exploiters, will be transformed into simple administrative functions. K. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, edited by F. Engels, 1894, 6. Concept of people's democracy. It is important to note that most of the theories of democracy are concerned with liberal democracy, but the concept of people's democracy is associated with Marxist thought. Marx did not reject democracy as such. He attacked bourgeois democracy as a distorted form of democracy and tried to give an alternative version of true democracy. He was inspired by Rousseau's critique of representative democracy and saw true democracy as an expression of homogeneous interests. But his adherence to class perspective convinced him that a class-divided society cannot have homogeneous interests. Accordingly, the idea of true democracy could only be realized in a classless society, or at best, in a socialist state which represented the uniform interest of the working class. Marx had anticipated that after the socialist revolution, bourgeois democracy would be replaced by a commune system. Commune refers to a large association whose members work together and own everything in common, including the product of their labor. In the present context, communes were envisaged to be small communities who would manage their own affairs and would elect their delegates for the larger administrative units, like districts and towns. These larger units would in turn elect their delegates for the still larger administrative areas, culminating in national administration. This system is described as pyramidal structure of direct democracy. Under this arrangement, all delegates would be bound by the instructions of their electorates and would take their respective place within the pyramidal structure of directly elected committees. In case of violation of instructions of their electors, they could be removed from office. It may be recalled that this scheme was sought to be implemented in the former Soviet Union after the Russian Revolution, 1917, and in China after the Chinese Revolution, 1949, but it failed in both the countries, primarily due to the lack of attachment to the common property and the absence of incentives for better performance. Socialist systems on the lines of the Soviet Union were also established in several countries of East Europe after the Second World War, 1939-45, under the direct supervision of the Soviet Union. Originally, these included Albania, Bulgaria, Czechoslovakia, East Germany, Hungary, Poland, and Romania. Some other countries of the world, apart from China, also adopted socialist system on their own. These included Cuba, North Korea, Mongolia, Vietnam, Yemen, and Yugoslavia. All of them were ruled by the communist parties of their respective countries, where they formed coalitions with some like-minded minor parties as a temporary measure. Broadly speaking, all socialist systems looked after the homogeneous interests of the working classes. They were described as people's democracies in order to distinguish them from Western-type liberal democracies. With the collapse of socialist systems in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, 1989-91, and relinquishing of this system by some other countries, people's democracies are now only left in China, People's Republic of China, Vietnam, Socialist Republic of Vietnam, North Korea, People's Democratic Republic of Korea, and Cuba, Republic of Cuba. It may be pointed out that the term democracy itself stands for government of the people. Hence, the usage of people's democracy seems to be tautological. This term was adopted to indicate a new type of democracy. Conventional use of democracy stands for liberal democracy, which is based on a specific contemporary theory of democracy 611, procedure of government formation. Hence, it may be identified as procedural democracy. On the other hand, people's democracy focuses on the substance of democracy, i.e. safeguarding the interests of the ordinary people. Hence, it claims to be identified as substantive democracy. In its view, interest of the working classes is coterminous with the interest of the people. 7. OISTNCTION between procedural KTZMP SUBSTANTIVG D theocracy I. Ordinarily, the institutions of liberal democracy are recognized as the characteristics off mainstream of democracy. Accordingly, democracy is regarded as a procedure designed to obtain consent of the people for public decisions. It is hoped that when this procedure is adopted, public decisions would be automatically devoted to people's welfare. Champions of liberal democracy regard it the standard by which they would judge any political system. They would never compromise this procedure for any other gain. This model of democracy is, therefore, called procedural democracy. Defense of procedural democracy implies that government by the people would necessarily prove to be government for the people. However, some exponents of democracy do not accept this position. They argue that higher goal of democracy, viz., people's welfare, should take precedence over its procedure. In other words, the structure of liberal democracy does not necessarily ensure that it would be conducive to people's welfare. So some critics of liberal democracy advocate necessary adjustment in the procedure and institutions of democracy for the achievement of its goal. Their approach to democracy may be described as substantive democracy. The debate between the champions of procedural democracy and substantive democracy regarding the true nature of democracy shows that democracy is essentially a contested concept. Thus, Marxists argue that the goals achieved by a state are determined by the class character of the state. They contend that when liberal democracy is adopted in the political sphere, it tends to sustain capitalism in the economic sphere, which promotes the interests of the capitalist class and exploitation of the working class. So it cannot be regarded as true democracy. Marxists hold that true democracy should promote the interests of the working class, which constitutes majority. That is possible only under socialism. Hence, socialism is synonymous with true democracy. Marxists have evolved an alternative political setup which is described as socialist democracy in order to distinguish it from liberal democracy. While liberal democracy is usually identified as political democracy, socialist democracy is described as economic democracy or social democracy. Champions of socialist democracy regard economic organization of society as the foundation of whole social life. They recognize economic power as the key to political power. Alternative forms of democracy as conceived by these two major schools of thought are shown in the following chart. Suitable for socialism, procedural democracy, liberal democracy, political democracy, suitable for capitalism. Distinction between procedural and substantive democracy. Democracy, R. Substantive democracy, 5 socialist democracy, AA, R. 1 foot is free LLRW, MW. Economic democracy RKTE-UU. Marxists argue that under capitalism all power is concentrated in the hands of capitalists, which is used against the working class. On the contrary, under socialism all power is assumed by the working class and it is applied for the liquidation of capitalism. Capitalism is sustained by liberal democracy, which accepts the primacy of civil liberties. Socialism sustains socialist democracy, which accepts the primacy of social economic rights. In other words, liberal democracy primarily seeks to protect the individual from arbitrary acts of government. It safeguards his personal freedom, freedom of movement, freedom of thought, expression, faith and worship, freedom of association, right to fair trial, equality before the law, etc. Socialist democracy, on the other hand, makes elaborate arrangements to provide for employment, education, housing, medical care, and recreation facilities for the people. Thus, Chinese government's white paper on building of political democracy in China, 2005, focused on the importance of economic development and social stability in establishing a democracy. It asserted that the continued rule of the Communist Party was the most important and fundamental principle for developing socialist political democracy in China. Liberal democracy allows several political parties to come up and to compete for power, but socialist democracy accepts monopoly of a single political party devoted to the interests of the working class. In a liberal democracy, voters have to elect a suitable candidate from several competing candidates, whether sponsored by political parties or fighting the election independently. But in a socialist democracy, voters have to approve the candidate nominated by the ruling political party. In a liberal democracy, elected government is the source contemporary theory of democracy 613 of decision-making. But in a socialist democracy, ruling political party is the source of decision-making. Organs of government simply ratify the decisions so made. Finally, a liberal democracy requires that bureaucracy and judiciary should remain neutral towards politics, but socialist democracy requires them to be committed to the party in power. Salient features of the two systems are shown in the following chart. Comparative study of liberal and socialist democracies. The issue liberal democracy, socialist democracy. Status of the major means of production. Furors of production. Status of rights. Status of political parties. Methods of election. Main source of decision-making. Character of bureaucracy and judiciary. Under private ownership. Primarily private profit primacy of civil liberties. Several political parties freely competing for power. Election of a suitable person from the competing candidates. The elected government. Politically neutral. Under public ownership. Fulfillment of social needs. Primacy of social economic rights. Monopoly of one political party representing the interests of the working class. Approval of the candidate nominated by the political party in power. Committed to the party in power. Marxists commend socialist democracy as best suited to overcome the defects of liberal democracy. But champions of liberal democracy do not accept this line of argument and dub the so-called socialist democracy the dictatorship or a totalitarian system, which represents the antithesis of democracy itself. Indeed, a socialist system cannot be termed as a democracy in real sense of the term, because it fails to safeguard liberty of the individual. Goals of socialism are certainly laudable, but when the procedure of democracy is set aside on the pretext of achieving those goals, we can no longer claim to remain democratic. We must try to reform the democratic procedure constantly in order to overcome its shortcomings, but adoption of the socialist system in the prevalent form will defeat the idea of democracy itself. In a dictatorship, the people are afraid to tell the truth to their leaders. In a democracy, the leaders are afraid to tell the truth to the people. Richard J. Needham, 1976, 614 An Introduction to Political Theory. VJH. I-AI-is theory. Elitist theory of democracy was developed when Marxist theory was already well known. In fact, the elitist theory was applied by some writers to vindicate the model of liberal democracy. In any case, the elitist theory shares some of its tenets with Marxist theory, while it marks a departure in respect of others. Both Marxists and elitists agree that so long as society is divided into the ruling and the ruled classes in a subtle manner, real political equality cannot be secured merely through a democratic form of government. However, These theorists differ regarding the nature of the social division and the scope of social change, etc. Nature of domination. Marxists believe that so long as the institution of the state exists, society remains divided into two economic classes, and that the economically dominant class is invariably the ruling class. The political and legal superstructure is always raised on the economic substructure. In other words, the class holding economic power holds political power concurrently. The elitist theory, on the contrary, postulates that society is broadly divided into the elite and the masses because of natural differences in the capabilities and aptitudes of different individuals. On the other hand, the carrot-IR theorists postulate plurality of elites, so that the competition among several elites is responsible for the circulation of elites. Marxists envisage an active role of the masses in the revolution. The elitists regard the masses as a passive lot. Nature of the social division. Marxists believe that the division of society into dominant and dependent classes is a symptom of their mutually antagonistic interests. This inevitably leads to class conflict, which is bound to persist as long as this social division continues to exist. Social progress postulates a march towards the goal of establishing a classless society. On the contrary, the elitists hold that the division of society into rulers and subjects is almost instinctive and voluntary. It does not involve any fundamental conflict of interests. The elites and the masses compensate each other to evolve an effective social organization. The elitist theory, in this respect, corresponds to Aristotle's defense of slavery, who argued that slavery existed in the interests of both the master and the slave. Nature of justice and rationality. Marxists are convinced that the division of all pre-socialist societies into the dominant and dependent classes does not conform to reason. It necessarily involves oppression and exploitation of the masses, and is therefore a stark embodiment of injustice. Justice can only be restored by eliminating this social division. The elitists, on the contrary, do not see any injustice or irrationality in the division of society into the elite and the masses. They treat it as natural, rational, and functional, and therefore do not plead for revolution to secure social justice. Scope of social change. According to the Marxists, political domination is based on economic domination. Economic relations in a society depend on the prevalent mode of production. Since the economic structure of society is alterable, political domination is also alterable. But the URI theorists believe that the domination of the elite is inherent in social organization. This phenomenon itself is almost unalterable. The scope of social change, according to the elitists, is therefore limited to the circulation of elites, a process by which an outmoded elite is replaced by a new, energetic, and promising elite. Scope of democracy. And B, ordinary people are given an opportunity to choose the ruling elites at regular intervals. That is, there is a provision for periodic elections based on universal suffrage. On the other hand, Marxists believe that true democracy cannot be achieved as long as society remains divided into superior, subordinate classes because of the economic division of society into haves and have-nots. In such a society, periodic elections based on universal suffrage are an eyewash because they cannot bring about an effective change in social relations unless the mode of production is fundamentally transformed. The domination of the bourgeois class is strengthened by the prevalence of bourgeois ideology. The proletariat vote for one or another group of the bourgeoisie, thinking that they are being ruled with their corset, and that the system is serving the common interest, whereas, in reality, this system exclusively serves the interests of the bourgeoisie. When society is divided into antagonistic classes, all talk of the common interest is a fraud. Marxists are convinced that political equality divorced from real economic equality is devoid of substance. Equality postulates the abolition of social divisions into antagonistic classes. The idea of true democracy can be realized only in a classless society. The elitists do not admit any possibility of a classless society or the termination of the conditions of dominance and dependence. As regards the possibility of democracy, Marxists distinguish between capitalism, communism, and socialism. Under capitalism, the industrial mode of production has been adopted, but society is divided into bourgeoisie and proletariat. Production is carried out for private profit, not according to social needs, and exploitation of the proletariat is inherent in the process of production. Under this system, the ideal of democracy is incapable of realization. Communism stands for a classless society with a rational system of production, with the highest development options and technology to ensure maximum production, and where all major means of production are held under common ownership. Hence, production is undertaken to meet social needs, not to earn private profit, and all members of society become workers. No capitalists, no parasites, no unearned income, no exploitation, no class conflict, but a genuine cooperation. Production and distribution of goods and services under this system is governed by the rule, from each according to his ability to each according to his need, thus fully realizing the ideal of democracy. Comparative study of Marxist and elitist theories of democracy. The issue: Marxist theory, elitist theory. Interests: nature of dominant class SO1. Scope of social change A star. T. Nature of social division. Nature of domination. The ruling class holds economic power and political power concurrently, a cohesive group which maintains its stronghold on power until it is overthrown. Society divided into dominant. Elites dominate in various spheres of life, and cleverly managed to use political power also. Plurality of elites. Constant competition between elite groups leading to the circulation of elites, division of society into elites, and dependent classes on the and the masses is almost instinct, tive involuntary, not based, nature of justice and rationality, basis of ownership and non-ownership of means of social on fundamental clash of their production. Their conflicting interests can never be reconciled. Social division is the source of social division is natural, rational exploitation and oppression of and functional. It does it. Why the masses? It involves injustice. Working class can organize its social change confined to the IT strength and overthrow capitalism. Circulation of elites. No scope this will eventually usher in a of changing the existing division classless society into elites and the masses. Scope of democracy. True democracy possible only democracy can be partly realized in a classless society which is through an open elite system and characterized by the rule of giving ordinary people an opoff. The masses tumulty to choose the ruling elites. At regular intervals, masses themselves will never rule circulation of elites. The expression used by Vilfredo Pareto, 1848 to 1923, an Italian sociologist, to indicate the endless cycle in which one type of elite is replaced by another. Pareto distinguished between two types of elites on the basis of their psychological orientations. Lions are marked by conservative sentiments, while foxes are more innovative and untrustworthy. A constant competition between the two results in one, replacing the other alternately. Pareto saw no possibility of the rule of the elite being ever replaced by the rule of the masses. Since direct transition from capitalism to communism is not possible, this is preceded by an interim stage, socialism, which is characterized by the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is a dictatorship because the coercive apparatus of the state is still retained. Capitalists are expropriated. The major means of production are socialized. All citizens are required to become workers. Full development of science and technology is undertaken. Social division into classes still exists, but the proletariat become the dominant class. Oppression is still used to suppress the bourgeois counter-revolution. Some rules and institutions of the bourgeois society are still retained, from each according to his ability to each according to his work. However, dictatorship of the proletariat is more democratic than the bourgeois democracy because it is a step forward in the direction of true democracy. Lenin, in his State and Revolution, 1917, made this point strongly. The dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e. the organization of the vanguard of the oppressed, as the ruling class for the purpose of suppressing the oppressors, for the first time becomes democracy for the poor, democracy for the people, and not democracy for the moneybags. The dictatorship of the proletariat imposes a series of restrictions on the freedom of the oppressors, the exploiters, the capitalists. We must suppress them in order to free humanity from wage slavery. Their resistance must be crushed by force. It is clear that there is no freedom and no democracy where there is suppression and where there is violence. A critical appraisal. Marx's theory of democracy most emphatically demonstrated the drawbacks of liberal democracy, especially in its inadequacy to win real equality for the masses. Historically speaking, liberal democracy arose in the 17th century to win substantive rights for the newly emerging bourgeoisie from the prevailing system of feudalism. Marxism arose in the 19th century to demand substantive rights for the newly emerging proletariat from the prevailing system of capitalism. This had a great impact on the liberal theory of democracy itself, which had to accommodate the claims of the working classes to maintain its legitimacy. In any case, the Marxist view of democracy cannot be accepted as the perfect theory of democracy. It has been criticized on several grounds. Marxist theory rules out the existence of democracy itself. The principle of democracy is universally identified with the sovereignty of the people. Both capitalists and communists subscribe to this view. The Marxist theory of democracy, however, relies on a narrow construction of the term people. It is concerned with the rights of workers and denies any rights to capitalists. It does not even recognize the rights of the middle class, which is rapidly expanding in the contemporary world. The cause of democracy will be better served if people of all sections are given equal weightage as regards their share in government. But Marxists insist that the state should be committed to a particular set of interests. That is why under the dictatorship of the proletariat, freedom of thought and expression and freedom of association are severely restricted, and the right to opposition is thoroughly embedded. In effect, there is no question of a free choice, as the people have to function within the framework of the prescribed ideology and an all-pervading organization. Now, this arrangement may be more conducive to social justice, but it is no means an example of democracy. Dictatorship of the proletariat holds no promise of a classless society. Marx's vision of future society was based on a benevolent view of human nature. He thought that when the root cause of conflict, the capitalist system of production, was finally terminated, all social conflicts would soon disappear and an era of genuine cooperation would be inaugurated. The 20th century witnessed proletarian revolutions inspired by Marxist ideology, especially in the USSR, 1917, and the People's Republic of China, 1949, where Marxian socialism was established. But the actual working of these systems showed a stiff competition for power, sharp political rivalries, and Khmer suppression of those who sincerely believed themselves to be true Marxists. not to speak of capitalists. The Sino-Soviet dispute in the 1960s emerged as a glaring example of the ideological differences within the communist camp. The dictatorship of the proletariat was intended to be a temporary phase, but in actual practice, this not only persisted throughout, but also fostered a system where differences of status were as sharp as anywhere in the world. Robert M. McIlver, in his The Web of Government, 1965, drew a vivid picture of the Soviet system to demonstrate this phenomenon. The doctrine of the temporary dictatorship is contradicted by the intensive centralization of economic and cultural activities, and this stateless society is relegated to the Greek kalends. The doctrine of the people's rule is flatly rejected by the rigorous insistence on the party line. There is an impressive framework of electoral systems stretching all the way from the local Soviets to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. There are everywhere people's courts and people's commissars, but the voting at elections is practically unanimous, and the one party retains complete control. The doctrine of the abolition of class has been negated by the occupational gradings, but far more thoroughly by the pyramid of power, which rises as steeply as, and perhaps more rigidly than, it did under the Tsarist regime. It may be noted that the advent of the policy of glasnost, openness, and end of monopoly of the Communist Party in nominating candidates for the election since the mid of the 1980s in the Soviet Union led to the collapse of the communist system itself by 1991. Hegemony of bourgeois values poses a challenge to the Marxist road to social transformation. Marxist theory had anticipated the collapse of the capitalist system because of its inner contradictions. However, actual experience showed that proletarian revolutions took place only in a part of the world that, too, where capitalism had not reached its highest stage. On the other hand, the continued success of Western capitalism has been resisting a proletarian revolution. In other words, the ruling class in capitalist society rules not only by force, but also through the consent of the ruled, because it derives its legitimacy from the cultural and intellectual orientations of the people. This is responsible for the incredible resilience of the bourgeois civilization. Under the circumstances, the Russian model of revolutionary strategy would not be of much avail because it would only destroy one aspect of the power of the ruling class, leaving its general hegemony untouched. Gramsci, therefore, suggested that Marxism revolutionaries should first undermine the hegemony of bourgeois values and beliefs of the people before seeking a political takeover. This view, which had a wide appeal in Marxist circles, in fact, points to a shift in the focus of Marxist ideology and program. 9. Radical theory of democracy. Radical theory of democracy contemplates to expand the scope of democracy by recognizing and possibly combining the essential features of procedural and substantive democracy. It is best represented by Macpherson's concept of democracy. Macpherson's concept of democracy. C.B. Macpherson, 1911-87, contemporary exponent of the radical theory of democracy, has sought to broaden the scope of democracy and to redefine its essential conditions in view of our recent experiences. In his earlier monograph, The Real World of Democracy, 1966, Macpherson argued that the liberal societies which grant universal suffrage, a choice between political parties and civil liberties, have no exclusive claim to the title of democracy. Democracy is a wider phenomenon. Macpherson identifies three variants of democracy which are equally valid if they fulfill certain conditions. The first variant is, of course, liberal democracy, which needs a more humane touch. Secondly, communist countries might qualify as democracies if they granted full intra-party democracy and opened up their closed bureaucratic systems. Finally, third world countries, which have no experience of Western individualism, could also conform to the ideals of some historical theories of democracy as far as their governments are legitimized by mass enthusiasm. Thus, in Macpherson's view, different types of systems which undertake to fulfill the aspirations of the masses, enjoy support of the masses, and provide an opportunity for the amelioration of the condition of the masses, qualify as democracies irrespective of the structures and procedures adopted by them for serving these purposes. In his more elaborate work Democratic Theory, Essays in Retrieval, 1973, Macpherson has attacked the elitist pluralist theory of democracy as expounded by Joseph Schumpeter, 1883-1950, and Robert Dahl, 1915-2014, as well as the utilitarian theory expounded by Jeremy Bentham, 1748-1832. He has pointed out that the traditional or classical theory of democracy was erected on a moral foundation. It saw democracy as a developmental process, as a matter of emancipation of humanity. The elitist pluralist theory, or the empirical theory, on the other hand, treats democracy as a mechanism whose essential function is to maintain equilibrium. Under this theory, democracy is reduced from a humanist aspiration to a market equilibrium system. And although the new orthodox theory claims scientific neutrality, its value judgment is clear enough. Whatever works is right, that is, whatever enables the existing class-stratified society to operate without intolerable friction is best. Democratic Theory Essays in Retrieval, 1973. The classical theory had throughout treated democracy as the cry of the oppressed, their claims for recognition as equal human beings, a means by which all men could enjoy and develop their human capacities. The exponents of the elitist pluralist theory have reduced democracy to a means by which men can register their wants as political consumers in the political market. This theory identifies democracy with a static political system which takes the dominant groups in society for granted, whether they are elite groups or strong interest groups. With the acceptance of this principle of domination, the principle of equality is relegated to the background, or even considered redundant. In contrast, McPherson has developed a new theory of democracy based on a moralist view and a humanist vision. It will emancipate human beings from the constraints of the prevailing competitive social order of the capitalist world and usher in a new society which will promote creative freedom. According to this view, the essence of man's freedom lies in realizing his creative faculties, that is, his truly human capacities for the fulfillment of his self-appointed goals. McPherson has particularly focused on the prevailing constraints in this sphere. He has argued that the empirical theory interprets democratic politics as a market mechanism and ignores the basic class conflict operating in a market situation. In order to understand the real character of capitalism, McPherson has pointed to the existence of two elements in Western democratic theory: A, the principle of utility maximization, and B, the principle of power maximization. Of these, the first element is quite familiar, which treats the human being as a consumer of utilities, i.e. inherently as a bundle of appetites demanding satisfaction. This idea played a significant role in the growth of capitalism. This is the essence of the original tenets of utilitarianism. The second element, viz., the principle of maximization of powers, may be traced to J.S. Mill's modification of orthodox utilitarianism. It is an ethical concept which interprets man as a doer and creator, rather than merely as a consumer and satisfaction seeker. In order to explicate this theory, McPherson draws a distinction between two types of power: O, developmental power, and Z, extractive power. Developmental power refers to man's ability to use his own capacities creatively for the fulfillment of his self-appointed goals. Extractive power, on the other hand, stands for power over others, man's ability to use other men's capacities to extract benefits for himself. McPherson on the genesis of creative freedom. The issue: utilitarian view, moralist view. The concept of possessive individualism, the underlying idea behind liberalism since its inception, asserts that the individual is essentially the proprietor of his own person and capacities, owing nothing to society for these endowments. This idea gives rise to a system in which social relations between individuals are transformed into market relations. In a simple exchange economy where means of production are simple and inexpensive, an individual is the owner of the means of production as well as the means of labor. But in a capitalist economy where means of production are complex and very expensive, the means of labor are detached from the means of production. As a result, labor is regarded as a commodity which can be bought and sold in an open market. The means of social production are owned by a small capitalist class which operates them solely with a profit motive, with little regard for humanist values. Members of the working class are forced to sell their labor according to the needs of the market, with little scope for using their energies and skills creatively in an atmosphere of freedom. The power of a horse or machine may be defined as the amount of work it can do, whether it is set to work or not. But human being is endowed with an urge for creativity, for making his unique contribution to society according to his talents. These talents are bound to rot in a capitalist economy where demand for work is governed by the calculations of private profit seekers. Conclusion: McPherson concedes that the existing liberal democracies have conserved civil and political liberties more effectively than the existing socialist regimes. However, he advocates to combine a system of socialist ownership with the institutions of liberal democracy in order to prevent the use of extractive power and to promote developmental powers of all human beings. He recommends the expansion of welfare state functions to facilitate allocation of goods and services to the people on grounds of need, rather than desert determined by the rules of the capitalist economy. Thus, he seeks to evolve a system in which the advantages of capitalist and socialist societies shall be combined. A difficult proposition indeed. As Norman Berry has observed, the difficulty with McPherson's argument is that he evaluates existing liberal democracy by reference to some ideal version of democracy, rather than by comparing it directly to existing alternatives. An Introduction to Modern Political Theory, 1989. McPherson's ideal is, of course, very difficult to realize in the prevailing scarcity situation. Yet efforts have to be made to meet the conflicting demands on all fronts as far as feasible. In a nutshell, democracy as an ideal can neither be achieved only through political institutions, nor only through a transformation of the mode of production. It has to be achieved in all spheres simultaneously: in the legal and political sphere through constitutional structures, in the economic sphere through socialist mode of material production, and in the cultural sphere through inculcation of new values of human equality, and so on. Concerto deliberative democracy. Concept of deliberative democracy embodies an attempt to reconcile two different models of democratic thought: democracy as a popular rule and democracy as the bulwark of personal freedom. Advocates of democracy as a popular rule argue that democratic decision-making should reflect popular will, as if people are ruling themselves as free and equal citizens, rather than being ruled by the arbitrary will of public officials. On the other hand, advocates of personal freedom argue that democratic decision-making should be the outcome of people's exercise of personal freedom, which implies freedom of thought, speech, press, association, and religion, right to hold personal property, freedom to vote and to contest for a public office, freedom from arbitrary arrest and seizure as defined by the concept of rule of law. Why rule of law? The principle which requires that the law of the land should be properly defined and notified so that the citizens know as to how it will affect them. Any action against an individual should be taken only under that law, and no on any other basis. Hence, no one should be arbitrarily arrested, nor punished without a fair trial. Accordingly, the notion of democracy as a popular rule is primarily concerned with the content of democratic decision-making so that it conforms to the popular will. Institutions and procedures of democracy can be adjusted to meet this requirement. On the other hand, the notion of democracy as the bulwark of personal freedom accords priority to the liberties of individuals. Any decision taken by the institutions which respect these liberties will be treated as legitimate. This view of democracy gives due recognition to the institutions of judicial review, separation of powers, checks and balances, etc., which are designed to protect personal freedom of the citizens. Judicial review. In a country with a written constitution, judicial review refers to the power of higher courts to examine the validity of any rule, enactment, administrative order, or action in the light of the provisions, underlying principles, or spirit of the constitution. If the court declares it to be unconstitutional, it would become null and void. J. McPherson has brilliantly demonstrated that the capitalist system creates conditions under which non-owners of property enjoy negligible amount of developmental power, whereas extractive power remains the sole preserve of the owners of land and capital. The concept of possessive individualism, the underlying idea behind liberalism since its inception, asserts that the individual is essentially the proprietor of his own person and capacities, owing nothing to society for these endowments. This idea gives rise to a system in which social relations between individuals are transformed into market relations. In a simple exchange economy where means of production are simple and inexpensive, an individual is the owner of the means of production as well as the means of labor. But in a capitalist economy where means of production are complex and very expensive, the means of labor are detached from the means of production. As a result, labor is regarded as a commodity which can be bought and sold in an open market. The means of social production are owned by a small capitalist class which operates them solely with a profit motive, with little regard for humanist values. Members of the working class are forced to sell their labor according to the needs of the market, with little scope for using their energies and skills creatively in an atmosphere of freedom. The power of a horse or machine may be defined as the amount of work it can do whether it is set to work or not. But human being is endowed with an urge for creativity, for making his unique contribution to society according to his talents. These talents are bound to rot in a capitalist economy where demand for work is governed by the calculations of private profit seekers. Conclusion. McPherson concedes that the existing liberal democracies have conserved civil and political liberties more effectively than the existing socialist regimes. However, he advocates to combine a system of socialist ownership with the institutions of liberal democracy in order to prevent the use of extractive power and to promote developmental powers of all human beings. He recommends the expansion of welfare state functions to facilitate allocation of goods and services to the people on grounds of need, rather than desert determined by the rules of the capitalist economy. Thus, he seeks to evolve a system in which the advantages of capitalist and socialist societies shall be combined. A difficult proposition indeed. As Norman Berry has observed, the difficulty with McPherson's argument is that he evaluates existing liberal democracy by reference to some ideal version of democracy, rather than by comparing it directly to existing alternatives. An Introduction to Modern Political Theory, 1989. McPherson's ideal is, of course, very difficult to realize in the prevailing scarcity situation. Yet efforts have to be made to meet the conflicting demands on all fronts as far as feasible. In a nutshell, democracy as an ideal can neither be achieved only through political institutions, nor only through a transformation of the mode of production. LT has to be achieved in all spheres simultaneously. In the legal and political sphere through constitutional structures, in the economic sphere through socialist mode of material production, and in the cultural sphere through inculcation of new values of human equality, and so on. Concept of deliberative democracy. Concept of deliberative democracy embodies an attempt to reconcile two different models of democratic thought: democracy as a popular nihil and democracy as the bulwark of personal freedom. Advocates of democracy as a popular rule argue that democratic decision-making should reflect popular will, as if people are ruling themselves as free and equal citizens, rather than being ruled by the arbitrary will of public officials. On the other hand, advocates of personal freedom argue that democratic decision-making should be the outcome of people's exercise of personal freedom, which implies freedom of thought, speech, press, association, and religion. Right to hold personal property, freedom to vote and to contest for a public office, freedom from arbitrary arrest and seizure as defined by the concept of rule of law. Rule of law, the principle which requires that the law of the land should be property, defined and notified, so that the citizens know as to how it will affect them. Any action against an individual should be taken only under that law, and on any other basis. Hence, no one should be arbitrarily arrested nor punished without a fair trial. Accordingly, the notion of democracy as a popular rule is primarily concerned with the content of democratic decision-making so that it conforms to the popular will. Institutions and procedures of democracy can be adjusted to meet this requirement. On the other hand, the notion of democracy as the bulwark of personal freedom accords priority to the liberties of individuals. Any decision taken by the institutions which respect these liberties will be treated as legitimate. This view of democracy gives due recognition to the institutions of judicial review, separation of powers, checks and balances, etc., which are designed to protect personal freedom of the citizens. Judicial review. In a country with a written constitution, judicial review refers to the power of a higher courts to examine the validity of any rule, enactment, administrative order, or action in the light of the provisions, underlying principles, or spirit of the Constitution. If the court declares it to be unconstitutional, it would become null and void. Now, deliberative democracy requires that democratic decision-making should strike a balance between personal freedom and popular rule. It should be used as a means of encouraging public deliberation on issues that are best understood through open, deliberative processes. Deliberative democracy does not subscribe to the model of politics where each individual is fighting to secure his self-interest. It rather promotes a model of politics where each individual is trying to persuade others to find a reasonable solution of public issues. In other words, people in a deliberative democracy try to influence each other through an accepted mode of reasoned argument, that is to win their heart through an appeal to the prevalent value system. At the same time, it pays due regard to personal freedom of every individual. Doesn't this process diminish autonomy of the individual? When others are allowed to persuade me according to their convictions, shall I not be deprived of the opportunity of living according to my choice? Defenders of deliberative democracy tell me that my autonomy doesn't simply consist in living according to my choice. It requires me to have a share in political decisions also, which affect me as well as others. This is made possible only through the mechanism of deliberative democracy. Deliberative democracy does not rule out division of labor between citizens and professional politicians. While it requires the citizens to participate in deliberation on public issues and thereby supplement the wisdom of politicians, it also demands constant public accountability of politicians. It requires the politicians to report and justify their decisions and actions to the people regularly and thereby help them to deliberate further on important public issues. Deliberation. Deliberation refers to the process by which people exchange their views with their fellow citizens as well as their leaders about their common problems and thereby determine their goals as well as their demands. Among the classical thinkers, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712-78, French philosopher, had observed that representative democracy was not conducive to the spirit of democracy. In his view, when legislative function is assigned to representative institutions, these institutions evolve their special interests, forgetting the interest of the community. In order to safeguard the interest of the community, each piece of legislation should be ratified by the community itself. The concept of deliberative democracy conforms to this view. Contemporary exponents of deliberative democracy include Michael Walzer, Spheres of Justice, 1983, J. Cohen and J. Rogers, On Democracy, Toward a Transformation of American Society, 1983, Bernard Manin, On Legitimacy and Political Deliberation, Political Theory, 1987, 8. L. Hurley, Natural Reasons, Personality and Polity, 1989, and J.S. Fishkin, Democracy and Deliberation, 1991. Genesis of deliberative democracy. Deliberative democracy. People's representatives to be constantly accountable to them, report and justify their decisions and actions regularly. I.H. Ghana position of deliberative democracy. Popular sovereignty liberal democracy. Popular rule civil liberty yard. Political equality encouraging people's J. Deliberation on public issues, rational deliberation among Tizens to shape their life. TC asterisk according to their choice. Deliberative democracy. The general theory of liberal democracy expects each individual to form his political attitude by considering the best way to secure his self-interest. On the other hand, the theory of deliberative democracy expects each individual to form his political attitude by considering the best way to secure the public good. When citizens bargain and negotiate, they may learn better what they want. But when they deliberate, they can expand rare knowledge, including their self-understanding as well as their collective understanding what will best serve their fellow citizens. Dennis Thompson, 2007, P. Process of Social Change. All that is human must retrograde if it does right advance. Change is the law of life. Society, like any other part of the universe, is also subject to constant change. As English poet Lord Alfred Tennyson, 1809-92, observed, "Old order changeth yielding place to new." A student of social science is interested in many questions concerning the nature of social change. Does social change follow any fixed pattern, or it takes a wayward course? Is the course of change beyond human control, or it can be manipulated by human effort? Is it destined to reach a preconceived goal or future is absolutely uncertain? Answers to these questions are given in terms of several concepts like revolution, evolution, development, progress, etc. Revolution. Revolution refers to a sudden, a very fast change in system which affect all aspects of social life, e.g., power structure, economy, way of living, norms and beliefs, and so on. It may be the outcome of mass uprising, mass mobilization, new discovery and inventions, etc. Factors behind have taken time to reach the point of culmination, but their impact is felt abruptly at a given point of time. 626.1 Evolution. Evolution refers to a model of social change where any perceptible change is the outcome of cumulative effect of many short, imperceptible changes. It transforms the old, simple forms of social life into new, complex forms. This model has been borrowed from biological sciences. In other words, it uses the analogy of evolution of plants and animals for explaining the pattern of social change. Development. Development refers to a process whereby a system or institution is transformed into stronger, more organized, more efficient and more effective form so that it proves to be more satisfying in terms of human wants and aspirations. 7-foot asterisk progress. Progress refers to a process whereby a system or institution is transformed into a new order which is regarded better than and morally superior to the old form. Progress is distinguished from other concepts of social change, evolution, development, etc., as it involves moral judgment and evaluation. While other views of social change try to measure it on empirical scale, the concept of progress applies normative criterion to ascertain its value for humanity. 1. Auguste Comte, 1798 to 1857, a French philosopher, postulated that with the advancement of science our social organization is transformed from a military society into an industrial society. In this sense, military society refers to a form of organization which is characterized by the regimentation of thought and action, while industrial society paves the way for freedom of thought. Herbert Spencer, 1820 to 1903, an English philosopher, also described political evolution in terms of transition from military society to industrial society. For Spencer, military society represented the tendency of integration while industrial society was characterized by differentiation. In other words, in military society, relationships among people were governed by the tradition, while in industrial society, they became free to enter into voluntary relationships. Henry Sumner Maine, 1822 to 88, British jurist and legal historian, argued that all progressive societies proceed from status to contract. Status denotes fixed position of the individual within the prevailing social setup, whereas contract indicates his freedom to enter into new relations at his free will. In fact, Spencer's distinction between military society and industrial society closely corresponds to Maine's distinction between status and contract. Then Ferdinand Tönnies, 1855 to 1936, a German sociologist, advanced his famous theory of transition from Gemeinschaft to Gesellschaft, that is, from community to association. For analyzing changes in the social organization, a community is based on natural will, whereas an association is based on rational will. A community is characterized by cultural homogeneity and enduring relationships, whereas an association is marked by cultural heterogeneity and calculative, contractual relationships. Tönnies observed that the loss of sense of community in modern societies was responsible for the social problems created by the breakdown of traditional social structures. Émile Durkheim, 1858 to 1917, a French sociologist, argued that less advanced societies represent mechanical solidarity based on similarity between individuals, while modern advanced societies are characterized by organic solidarity based on complementarities between individuals which necessitate division of labor. Then Max Weber, 1864 to 1920, a German sociologist, described the distinction between traditional and modern societies on a different basis. He observed that traditional society is organized around traditional authority which is based on long-established custom, whereas modern society is ruled by legal rational authority which rests on the rules framed on rational basis. Broadly speaking, each of the foregoing theories of social change projects a pattern of change from traditional to modern society. These may, therefore, be compendiously described as conventional theories of modernizations. Theories are considered to be particularly important: A. Marxist theory of revolutionary change, and B. Liberal theory of incremental change. Conventional theories of modernization. Exponent of pattern of change: the theory nationality from traditional, FO, modern. Auguste Comte, 1798 to 1857. Herbert Spencer, 1820 RL 903. Sir Henry Maine, 1822 to 88. Ferdinand Tönnies, 1855 to 1936. Émile Durkheim, 1858 to 1971, VL. Max Weber Star, 1864 to 1920. French, I. English, I. English C. German, French, German, A. Z. Military society. Military society. Status, Gemeinschaft, community, predominated by natural will, Iit im Karat Shanakai, solidarity, traditional authority, industrial society, contract, Zielgesellschaft, a association, predominated by rational will, organic, solidarity, a legal rational authority. In contemporary debates on the nature and process of social change, 2. Marxist theory of revolutionary change. Marxist theory of revolutionary change is mainly based on the contributions of Karl Marx, 1818 to 83, and Friedrich Engels, 1820 to 95. In fact, analysis of social change is the central theme of Marxist thought. As Marx himself observed, Theses on Feuerbach, 1845, philosophers have only interpreted the world. The point, however, is to change it. Changing the world involves changing society, as the physical world is governed by its own laws, and it is not amenable to change through human effort. Physical world is subject to necessity. Idea of freedom can only be realized in social life. Necessity and freedom, as elucidated by Friedrich Engels and Düring, 1878, Necessity refers to the condition under which life of man is governed by immutable laws of nature, e.g. the law of gravitational force, which exist independently of man's will. Man can acquire scientific knowledge of their laws and apply them to his own benefit, but cannot change them at his will. Up to a certain point of historical development, i.e. till the emergence of classless and stateless society, human life is governed by necessity, whereafter it enters the era of freedom. Freedom denotes a stage when man becomes able to create and recreate his social life at his will. Marx and Engels have described this point of historical development as humanity's leap from the kingdom of necessity to the kingdom of freedom. Marx and Engels have elucidated the mechanism of social change by their twin principles of dialectical materialism and historical materialism. Dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism indicates the philosophical basis of social change. It may be recalled that G.W.F. Hegel, 1770 to 1831, famous German philosopher, believed that idea or consciousness was the essence of the universe. It was the force behind all historical development. Marx rejected this view and postulated that matter was the essence of the universe, which embodied the force behind all manifestations of social change. For Marx, any stage of social life represented the corresponding material conditions. Thus, Marx advanced his theory of materialism against Hegel's theory of idealism. Hegel had tried to explain the mechanism of social change through dialectical method. Marx sought to combine Hegel's dialectical method with his philosophy of materialism. The term dialectical originally referred to the process whereby ideas are formed and clarified in the course of intellectual debate. A proposition or thesis is first advanced, and then challenged by a counterpart opposition or antithesis. Since both are apt to be partly true, the normal outcome of the ensuing discussion is a revised proposition or synthesis that combines the valid elements of each. In other words, the initial idea or proposition or thesis does not represent absolute truth. The counterproposition or antithesis, which is just the opposite or a negation of thesis, too does not represent absolute truth. When thesis and antithesis clash with each other, they tend to destroy each other's untrue elements, because true elements cannot be destroyed. The resultant proposition or synthesis, which embodies the residual elements both of thesis and antithesis, is relatively free from the untrue elements of the two. It is nearer the truth or perfection as compared to those two. But the synthesis, so evolved, may not embody the whole truth. It, therefore, takes the position of a new thesis and undergoes the same process of clash with its antithesis and the emergence of a new synthesis. This process of negation continues till it reaches the stage of absolute idea, which is free from contradiction. Hegel believed that social institutions only reflect the ideas behind them, and that it is the movement of ideas through the dialectical process which is responsible for the development of social institutions. Hegel saw nation-state as the highest stage of social evolution, as the embodiment of truth, the march of God on earth, the perfect form of social institution. While Marx adopted Hegel's mechanism of social change, the framework of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, he refused to recognize the idea or consciousness as the real force behind social evolution. Instead, Marx believed, the social institutions are shaped by the material conditions of life, which are determined by the mode of economic production in society. Thus, Marx sought to replace Hegel's dialectical idealism by his own dialectical materialism. George H. Sabine, A History of Political Theory, 1973 edition, has observed that Marx's philosophy is marked by continuity with Hegel's philosophy in important respects. In the first place, he, Marx, continued to believe that the dialectic was a powerful logical method uniquely capable of demonstrating a law of social development, and in consequence his philosophy, like Hegel's, was a philosophy of history. Though Marx construed his philosophy as a form of materialism, he still used the dialectic to support a theory of social progress in which higher moral values are necessarily realized. In the second place, for Marx, as for Flegel, the driving force of social change is struggle, and the determining factor in the last resort is power. The struggle is between social classes rather than nations, and the power is economic rather than political. Political power being in Marx's theory a consequence of economic position. Just as Darwin discovered the law of development of organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of development of human history. V. Friedrich Engels, 1333. Engels, Anti-Diering, 1878, sought to define dialectics as the science of the general laws of motion and development of nature, human society, and thought. He identified three laws of dialectics which can be illustrated with suitable examples from the material world. 1. The transformation of quantity into quality and vice versa. At certain temperatures, quantity, water is converted into ice or steam, changing quality. Water, ice, and steam could be identified as the same thing, quality, at different temperatures, quantity. 2. The interpenetration of opposites. Hard and soft are opposite of each other, but in the material world they interpenetrate into each other. Iron is hard, but it can be molded into different shapes, which shows that it is also soft. A flower is soft, but it can stay in its shape, which shows that it is also hard. And 3. The negation of negation. This is the basic principle of progress. Every stage of social development contains the seeds of its decay. Its decay is followed by a higher stage of development until a perfect society is evolved. In the material world, when we sow a seed, it sprouts. In this process, the seed is destroyed. The seed bud which appears is negation of the seed. Then it grows into plant. In this process, the seed bud is destroyed. The plant is negation of the seed bud. Thereafter, ear of corn grows on it, and the plant dries and decays. The ear of calm is the negation of the plant. It reproduces seed in larger quantity and better quality. This is the symptom of progress. One application of the laws of dialectics in social life is demonstrated through the principle of historical materialism. Historical materialism. It is important to note that dialectical materialism represents the philosophical basis of Marxism, whereas historical materialism represents its empirical basis. In other words, dialectical materialism is the subject of philosophical speculation, but historical materialism is a subject of social and historical investigation like an empirical science. In other words, all types of social relations prevailing at any stage of historical development are determined by the economic conditions. Marx's argument in this behalf begins with the simple truth that the survival of man depends upon his efficiency in the production of material things. Production is, therefore, the most important of all human activity. Society comes into existence primarily for the purpose of economic production because men in association produce more than men in isolation. A perfect society will secure all the necessities of life to the satisfaction of all its members. But according to the dialectic concept, perfection comes through a very long process. Society, since its inception, has always been subject to internal stresses and strains. Unsatisfied needs are, therefore, the result of the defective modes of production. But as man's knowledge of truth is also imperfect, he has always imagined another world where all his needs would be met. Thus, religion comes into existence as the sob of the oppressed creature, the heart of a heartless world, the spirit of conditions utterly unspiritual, but, in reality, religion is no more than the shadow cast by a defective economic system which will pass away with the removal of those defects. Marx dubbed religion the opium of the people, because when no one's needs are fully met in society, religion is the resort of all. As the process of material production holds the key to man's social life, changes in this process are responsible for all historical development. Marx's description of historical development is based on the concept of historical materialism. As Marx himself observed, in the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure, the real basis on which rises a legal and political superstructure, a contribution to the critique of political economy. 1859. According to this interpretation, mode of production in a given society constitutes its base or substructure. Legal and political institutions, religion and morals, etc., constitute its superstructure, which are shaped according to the changing character of the base. What is the reason behind changes in the mode of production? Marx's answer is, at a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces, these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution, ibid. To understand this process, it is necessary to distinguish, at the outset, between forces of production and relations of production. Together they constitute the mode of production. Forces of production comprise two elements. A. Means of production, tools, machines, factories, and so on. And B. Labor power, the skills, knowledge, experience, and other human faculties used in the work. Relations of production are constituted by the pattern of economic ownership of means of production. At every stage of historical development, the owners of means of production constitute the dominant class, and those left with labor power only constitute the dependent class. Man's constant search for improvement of production, with a view to overcoming scarcity, etc., leads to the development of forces of production. Means of production are improved by scientific discoveries and invention of new techniques and implements, while labor power is developed by the acquisition of new knowledge, education, and training. The development of the forces OT production leads to the contradiction between the forces of production and relations of production. The intensification of this contradiction ushers in a stage when the existing relations of production are no longer compatible with the level of development of the forces of production. Its result is the breakdown of the existing mode of production and its superstructure. Thus, for example, with the rise of industrialization in the sphere of forces of production, the pre-existing feudal system in the sphere of relations of production, that is, division of society into lords and serfs, is bound to collapse, which is now replaced by a new capitalist mode of production. This process of historical development can also be explained by the dialectical method. According to the dialectical logic, the established order is a thesis which inevitably produces its own antithesis in the form of a new mode of production. As a result of the clash between the existing social relations and the new productive forces, a new revolutionary class emerges which overthrows the existing order in a violent revolution. The old order gives way to the new. Slave society is replaced by feudal society. Feudal society is replaced by capitalist society. Capitalist society is replaced by socialist society. The new order, so established, represents the synthesis of the earlier orders which had been destroyed. According to the dialectical logic, Every stage of society which falls short of perfection contains the seeds of its own decay. Marx saw his contemporary capitalist society as an imperfect stage because it was marked by the division of society into antagonistic classes, the haves and have-nots, the bourgeoisie and proletariat, the dominant and dependent classes, and the consequent exploitation of the dependent class. It was, therefore, doomed due to an interplay of its inherent contradictions. Marx and Engels identified four main stages of past historical development. A. Primitive communism, in which forms of production are slight and communally owned. 6. Ancient slave-owning society, in which the means of production are owned by masters and labor for production is done by the slaves. C. Medieval feudal society, in which the means of production are owned by feudal lords and labor for production is done by the serfs. And C. Modern capitalist society, in which the means of production are owned by capitalists and labor for production is done by the proletariat, the propertyless workers. At each stage, society is divided into antagonistic classes. The class which owns the means of production and controls the forces of production dominates the rest, thus perpetuating tension and conflict. At each stage of historical development, the forms or conditions of production determine the structure of society. Thus, the handmill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill society with the industrial capitalist. The structure of society will in its turn breed attitudes, actions, and civilizations. Therefore, all the social, political, and intellectual relations, all religious and legal systems, all the theoretical outlooks which emerge in the course of history are derived from the material conditions of life. IR 7. The forces of capitalism had heralded a new era of progress by destroying the feudal system. But Marx saw capitalism itself as a transitory phase. As George H. Sabine, A History of Political Theory, 1973 edition, has elaborated. The abolition of feudalism meant for Marx the rise to power of the middle class and the creation of a political system which made its power effective. In its most developed form, as yet only partially reached, this system would be the Democratic Republic. The French Revolution, therefore, had been essentially a political revolution. It had transferred social dominance from the nobility and the clergy to the industrial and commercial middle class. It had created the state as a typical organ of middle-class repression and exploitation, and its philosophy, the system of natural rights in politics and economics, was the ideal justification and rationalization of the middle-class right to exploit the worker. French Revolution. In European history, French Revolution refers to the culmination of the series of violent political and social upheavals in France, 1789–99, caused by the revolt of the middle classes against the prevalent regime. It resulted in the overthrow of King Louis XVI, the end of monarchy as well as the supremacy of nobility and clergy, followed by the establishment of popular sovereignty. Thus, class conflict was inevitable during the capitalist stage of historical development, and another revolution was in store. Marx, therefore, anticipated a more profound social revolution, by which the rising proletariat would displace the middle class from power as the middle class had displaced the older feudal class. This revolution would pave the way for the termination of the era of exploitation. As Sabine has further elucidated, the rising class, too, must have its philosophy, and as the philosophy of the middle class was in substance a claim to the natural rights of property, so a proletarian philosophy must be a socialist claim to the human rights of men without property. But just because the proletariat lay at the bottom of the social structure, with no class below it to be exploited, a proletarian revolution would not merely transfer the power to exploit, but would abolish exploitation. It would be the first step to a society without distinctions of social class and a true beginning of history as a record of full human self-realization. An outline of historical materialism, Marxian analysis of the process of historical development. X society. C. Base. Substructure. W. And made of production. 1. Superstructure, legal and political structure, religion, morals, social practices, literature. Forces. 1. Art, culture, etc. Of production. Relations of production. 1. Means of production _ labor power, social formations, tools, and human no occultment, ledge and slave owning. Skills, society. Contending classes. 1. Master and slave. K. Feudal society. Capitalist society. Lord and serf. 1. Capitalist and worker theory of revolution. Marx's theory of revolution is an integral part of dialectical materialism. According to the dialectic model of analysis, development of thesis and antithesis takes place slowly and gradually, but as a result of tire clash between the two, synthesis appears in a sudden stroke. No stage of historical development would end until it has become fetters on the forces of production. The productive forces inherent in any society develop completely before a change takes place, and the change itself would be sudden as when ice turns into water or water turns into steam. In that sudden revolutionary change, the entire structure of society would be eventually transformed until the new society in its turn is overthrown and remolded. Thus, any significant social change, the epoch-making change, is always the product of a revolution. Revolution is the indispensable midwife of social change. Each stage of social development evolves a set of ideas, attitudes, and moral values to sustain the existing pattern of social relationships. These ideas lend legitimacy to the system and constitute the dominant ideology. Moreover, The dominant class always has the vested interest in the existing system, howsoever outmoded it may be. When the existing system is no longer capable of meeting the demand of the new productive forces, it would still resist any attempts to change it, so that the vested interests of the dominant class are not adversely affected. But the new productive forces must overcome all resistance and have their way. They must smash the existing economic substructure along with the entire superstructure in order to lay foundations of a new socio-economic, legal political order. The dominant class will not be prepared to part with its power until forced by entire new revolutionary class to do so. Revolution is, therefore, an essential concomitant of class conflict or class struggle. It is an essential condition of an effective transfer of power and the inauguration of a new epoch. In other words, social revolution is the necessary lever of social change. Class conflict. In Marxist theory, class conflict refers to the constant conflict or struggle between the dominant and the dependent classes, which began with the emergence of private property. The dominant class comprised of the owners of means of social production. The dependent class, which thrived on labor, was oppressed and exploited by the dominant class. The interests of these antagonistic classes cannot be reconciled. Their struggle has entered its decisive phase under capitalism. After socialist revolution, this struggle will continue till a classless society comes into existence. Under the socialist system, working class will use its power to liquidate the remnants of capitalism. Ideology. In Marxist theory, ideology refers to the set of ideas, beliefs, and arguments which are used to lend legitimacy to the rule of the dominant class. It projects and promotes a value system under which even the exploitation of the dependent class seems justified. Each new epoch of social history is, therefore, the product of a revolution. The capitalist system was established by a revolutionary overthrow of the feudal system, as symbolized by the French Revolution, 1789. But as the capitalist system had now become fetters on the new forces of production, this must be overthrown by the new revolutionary class, the proletariat. In a revolution, Marx and Engels made it clear in the concluding part of the Communist Manifesto, 1848, the communists disdain to conceal their views and aims. They openly declare that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. Let the ruling classes tremble at a communistic revolution. Marx and Engels also called for the development of a revolutionary class consciousness and a strong organization of the proletariat to fulfill their historic mission. Although revolution was inevitable, yet a conscious effort on the part of the proletariat would accelerate the process leading to revolution. The proletarian revolution would be distinct from all previous revolutions of human history. A revolution in the past was accomplished by a small class, in its own interest, to establish its own supremacy and dominance, for the exploitation of another vulnerable class which came into existence with the introduction of the new mode of production. Thus, the bourgeois revolution was made by a tiny bourgeois class which sought to establish the capitalist system for the exploitation of the proletariat. But the proletarian revolution would be different, because it would be a revolution of the majority against the minority, of the masses against the class of exploiters. It is not designed to win power for a particular class for exploitation of any other class, but to put an end to the system of exploitation itself. This would be the final revolution in history to establish socialism in place of capitalism. It would abolish the institution of private property through socialization of the means of production. It would establish a temporary dictatorship of the proletariat in order to suppress a possible counter-revolution and to liquidate the remnants of capitalism. It would be a prelude to the emergence of communism. It was hoped that under the loving care of the dictatorship of the proletariat, socialism will blossom into communism. A dictatorship of the proletariat, or A*V. According to Marxism, dictatorship of the proletariat refers to a form of organization of the state that comes into existence when organized working class overthrows capitalism and assumes full control of political power. 638. An introduction to political theory. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, classes still exist, with the oppressive mechanism of the state. But this state is different from all previous states. It is not a state of property holders for the oppression of the propertyless. On the contrary, it is a state of the propertyless for the liquidation of private property, along with its ideology and culture. This state would introduce compulsory labor for every able-bodied person, undertake the fullest development of the new productive forces, maximum technological development, and bring the productive process to meeting social needs instead of raising private profit, and pave the way for the evolution of a classless society, and for the withering away of the state itself. Communism will, therefore, blossom from the soil of socialism. No new revolution will be needed to bring about communism. As Lenin in his State and Revolution, 1917, observed, socialist society is still an imperfect society. It, therefore, retains the bourgeois system of rights, from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. But communism symbolized the perfect system of production with the highest development of the forces of production. It is, therefore, governed by the communistic principle, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. While the state exists, there can be no freedom. When there is freedom, there will be no state. Lenin, State and Revolution, 1917. Some later Marxist writers, particularly Mao Zedong, 1893 to 1976, pointed out that the class struggle does not end with the establishment of a communist state, but only takes new forms, contradictions, which continue to persist even in a communist slate. Contradictions between progress and conservatism, between the advanced and the backward, between the positive and the negative, even between the productive forces and the conditions of production, must be fought perpetually in order to achieve the goal of communism. Revolution is, therefore, a perpetual and continuing process. This view is usually described as the doctrine of permanent revolution. Liberal theory of incremental change. Liberal theory of incremental change was advanced by Vienna-born philosopher Karl Popper, 1902–94. Liberal thinkers do not believe that human history proceeds according to a predetermined plan which is beyond human control. They regard human being as a rational creature who can apply his intelligence, effort, and willpower to mold social institutions according to his choice. He can build and rebuild them. As regards the method of social reconstruction, liberal thinkers prefer reform to revolution. Popper has given very strong arguments in this behalf. Rejection of historicism in his classic work The Open Society and Its Enemies, 1945. Popper made his first attack on historicism. Historicism in this sense stands for a belief in overarching laws of historical development, such as those expounded by G.W.F. Hegel, 1770–1831, Karl Marx, 1818–83, and Oswald Spengler, 1880–1936. These laws claim to reveal the inevitability of historical process which is believed to be beyond human control. This also implies that human ingenuity and human faculties are incapable of influencing the course of historical development. Popper argues that historicism is a mask for uncritical attachment to a totalitarian ideology. It uses the belief in the inevitability of history as the justification for acts of tyranny and arbitrary violence. Popper dubs historicism a pseudoscience. Totalitarianism, a system of governance in which the state seeks to regulate and control all aspects of life of its citizens, whether public or private. In other words, it seeks to direct all political, economic, social, cultural, and intellectual activities of people toward fulfilling certain aims which are determined by the state itself. No citizen has the right or opportunity to criticize the state or to propose any new aim. In Popper's view, all serious science begins with a hypothesis, which is subjected to the process of falsification through observation for ascertaining the truth. In other words, for a genuine science, hypothesis should be formulated in such a manner that it should be open to falsification through actual experience. On the other hand, a pseudoscience projects its belief in the form of a statement which is not open to falsification, or it shuns falsification by the constant adoption of qualifications so as to accommodate every conceivable fact. Historicism is a fit example of pseudoscience because it attempts to subsume all of history under a single principle which explains everything. Its belief in historical determinism leaves no scope of any departure from the supposedly inexorable laws of history. Our knowledge can only be finite while our ignorance must necessarily be one. PC-Spiut finite. Karl Popper. In The Open Society and Its Enemies, Plato, Hegel, and Marx are the principal, but by no means the only targets of Popper's attack. In Plato, he found the philosophical roots or justification of propaganda and totalitarian justice. Plato claimed that he had finally discovered the principles of justice. He wanted to enforce them through the propagation of a noble lie, a royal fable, or a myth that sought to justify a hierarchical order because nature had made different people by different metals, viz., gold, silver, and iron. Then Hegel created the myth of nationalism and the worship of the state. He dubbed the state the march of God on earth. Finally, Marx created the myth of class war and violent revolution. In Popper's view, all these false prophets were the advocates of a closed society that suppresses free speech, equal rights, and critical deliberation. He argued that science and freedom flourish only in an open society which is prepared to accept new ideas. Open society. A society where there is a free flow of information, freedom to criticize the existing order, and to reform or reformulate the existing institutions by attaining public support for the proposed changes. In his another important work, The Poverty of Historicism, 1957, Popper sought to refute all forms of historicism on two grounds. In the first place, Popper argued that the growth of knowledge itself exerts its influence on the course of history. Neither the growth of knowledge nor its general effects can be predicted, since to predict knowledge means that we already possess it. And, secondly, that social science is of such a nature that it cannot generate laws of total social development, but only laws for fragmented and isolated social units. Popper argued that the so-called historical laws are, at best, indications of a historical tendency. Marx's law of the increasing concentration of capital simply indicates a tendency. To forecast on the basis of a tendency would be misleading. It would never yield correct results. Focus on methodological individualism. Popper's view of the nature of social science throws a clue for the proper method of dealing with social reconstruction. He attacked methodological holism of Hegel and Marx, who sought to propound all-pervading laws of historical development. Methodological holism stands for an approach to the social science which treats social life as a collective entity. According to this view, social behavior cannot be understood in terms of the behavior of different individuals. In other words, for the analysis of social life, Whole society should be treated as one unit. Historicism purports to pronounce laws concerning society as a whole. Hence, it closely corresponds to methodological holism. Methodological individualism stands for the opposite of methodological holism. In other words, methodological individualism asserts that no explanation in social science or history can be valid unless couched wholly in terms of facts about or features of individuals, their properties, goals, beliefs, and actions. As a champion of methodological individualism, Popper argued that historicism could not be rationally vindicated because the historical process was singular and unique. It was influenced by the unpredictable growth of knowledge. Thus, the future could not be predicted in accordance with rational scientific method. Popper severely criticized central planning and holistic social engineering as they sought to shape the future of society according to preconceived notions. Concept of incremental change. Popper argues that since any attempt at total social change would be futile, it would also be irrelevant to ask as to who is fit to rule. Social sciences should aim to discover the unintended consequences of human action. Hence, the relevant question would be, how can institutions be so devised that they would minimize the risk of bad rulers? Popper warns that rational action must always take account of the imperfections of our knowledge. The safest course would be to make sure that all programs of change are advanced in small steps so that unexpected ill effects of any action are corrected as soon as they arise, and before they do too much damage. This policy is described as piecemeal social engineering or incremental change. The concept of piecemeal social engineering may be distinguished from utopian social engineering in order to appreciate the merits of the former. In common parlance, a scheme is called utopian if is fascinating but incapable of realizing in practice, or at any rate, the cost of its realization would outweigh its possible benefits. For Popper, any attempt at a revolutionary change involves utopian social engineering. Utopian social engineering projects a remote, complex ideal like the vision, a classless society. There is very little possibility of complete agreement society about the desirability of such ideal and the method to achieve it. It sees only be implemented by authoritarian means, which may often involve violence. On the other hand, piecemeal reform calls for the removal of a specific present evil about which there is likely to be a broad agreement in society, so it can be implemented smoothly and peacefully. Again, a program of utopian social engineering will take a long time to carry through. The generation that makes great sacrifices and suffers untold miseries in making radical reform may not survive to enjoy its benefits. And the generation which reaps its benefits may not be able to appreciate the sacrifices made by its founders. Piecemeal social engineering obviates the problem of such injustice. Finally, Popper argues that the nature and growth of scientific knowledge also vindicates the policy of gradualism in the realm of social reform. In his view, progress of science is achieved through step-by-step approximation to truth, not through the discovery of definitive truth in one go. It advances through successive amendments in its tradition of beliefs and methods. Social reform will also prove most effective if it proceeds gradually, step by step, like the progress of science. Popper does not favor revolution in social structure, but he is not so averse to revolution in the realm of thought, as no blood is spilt in intellectual revolutions. A critical appraisal. Popper's concept of incremental change provides new justification of liberal theory and a new ground for desirability of reform instead of revolution. He has not hesitated to draw moral conclusions from his discussion of scientific method. However, his preference for gradual reforms remains a debatable issue in the intellectual circles. French socialist Georges Sorel, 1847 to 1922, had argued that gradual reform never really achieves anything in the long run. Small concession given by the privileged class to the oppressed classes may mitigate their discontent for the time being, but they prove to be ineffective in finding a durable solution to the problem. However, the champions of reform rightly criticize violence and bloodshed involved in a revolution. In fact, there is no foolproof method of social reconstruction. The advocates of revolution should make sure that the liquidation of one privileged class is not followed by the emergence of a new privileged class in a new garb. And the advocates of reform should make sure that the effect of reform does not evaporate shortly, but it should be used to promote equality of opportunity and reduction of the wide disparities of power, prestige, and wealth. Every revolution evaporates and only leaves behind the slime of a new bureaucracy. V. Franz Kafka, 1883 to 1924. Concept of development. A medium of development. The concept of development was evolved in the sphere of social sciences for the guidance of new nations who won their independence after the Second World War, 1939 to 45. These nations were described as developing nations. Indeed, the idea of development itself was not new. Early indications of this idea are found in the social thought of the 19th and early 20th centuries. It was largely expressed in the theory of social change. The change could be conceived as the transition from simple to complex forms, from less efficient to more efficient forms, or from lower to higher forms. Development may be identified as a process in which a system or institution is transformed into stronger, more organized, more efficient, and more effective form, and proves to be more satisfying in terms of human wants and aspirations. It may be distinguished from progress because development is subject to measurement on empirical scale, whereas progress is concerned with moral judgment, for which it applies normative criterion. Progress. Progress refers to the notion that social change is heading towards a continuous improvement of social conditions of mankind. It is an evaluative concept which seeks to compare the ongoing changes with the vision of an ideal social order. It tries to show that any perceptible social change marks a step in the direction of realizing that ideal. Under the concept of development, we first identify some characteristics or an advanced society, and then analyze the process of transition of society from its lower forms to higher forms. In other words, development implies a conscious effort for the attainment of a specific goal. The condition of society in TRIVS 643J of its distance from that goal may be described as the level of its development. Thus, J.H. Middleman, out from underdevelopment, Prospects for the Third World, 1988, tried to define development as the increasing capacity to make rational use of natural and human resources for social ends, whereas underdevelopment refers to the blockage which forestalls a rational transformation of the social structure. Other important definitions of development also tend to convey this idea in more or less elaborate form. Thus, Paul Barron, The Political Economy of Growth, 1957, described development as a far-reaching transformation of society's economic, social, and political structure, of the dominant organization of production, distribution, and consumption. He pointed out that it has never been a smooth, harmonious process unfolding placidly over time and space. Then Walter Rodney, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, 1974, identified development as a many-sided process, implying for the individual increased skill and capacity, greater freedom, creativity, self-discipline, responsibility, and material well-being. In short, people wish to make best use of their natural and human resources in order to achieve their social ends. The process which facilitates their effort in this direction is called development. The factors which hinder them in this effort are called underdevelopment. Since the concept of development was specifically addressed to the developing countries or developing nations, it would be essential to understand the status of this set of countries. They are also popularly known as the Third World. Notion of the Third World. The terms Third World, developing countries, or developing nations refer to those countries of Asia, Africa, and Latin America which are characterized by a low level of economic and political development as compared to industrially advanced nations of the world. B. A tendency to keep themselves free from the influence of the capitalist world, the First World, comprising the countries of Western Europe, United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, as well as the Communist world, the Second World, comprising the former Soviet Union and the socialist countries of Eastern Europe which were dubbed Soviet satellites. With the dissolution of the Second World by 1991, the term Third World should have become outdated, yet it still maintains its identity due to long usage. And C. Of these, the countries of Asia and Africa achieved their political independence from colonial domination after the Second World War, 1939 to 45. The countries of Latin America had achieved formal independence from the European colonial domination in the first half of the 19th century, but they had remained underdeveloped till the first half of the 20th century, largely because of their economic dependence on the United States. In fact, the term Third World is not very precisely defined as some European countries, concept of development 645, which are less developed and whose problems are similar to those of Third World countries, are not included in this category because they did not seek to challenge the hegemony of the First or the Second World with whom their names were associated. In the sphere of international politics, Third World countries have been following the policy of non-alignment. They refuse to join military alliances led by the superpowers of the capitalist world, the United States, and the communist world, the former USSR. India is one of the leading countries of the Third World. Third World countries do not constitute a separate bloc as against the capitalist and the former communist blocs. Yet they sought to maintain close coordination not only to ensure mutual cooperation, but to raise a voice against their domination and exploitation by the industrially advanced nations. Although these countries are faced with tremendous problems of socio-economic and political development, yet they constitute such a vast majority of the world's population and world's sovereign states that if they act in unison, they are bound to play a decisive role in the future of world politics. The usage of the term Third World owes its origin to its use in the present sense by the French economist and demographer Alfred Savy, 1898 to 1990. Savy, who coined this term, first used it in an article published in 1952. It is interesting to recall that the prevalent social hierarchy of Europe before the French Revolution, 1789, was comprised of three estates: the clergy, the nobility, and the commoners, who were described as the First Estate, the Second Estate, and the Third Estate, respectively. So the Third Estate stood for the commoners. The term Third World was intended to signify a modum parallel of the Third Estate. Like the Third Estate, the members of the Third World were quite numerous. They were excluded from power, and they were also full of revolutionary potential. Again, the term Third World was interpreted as a third social and economic system, as distinguished from capitalism prevailing in the First World and socialism prevailing in the Second World. Since 1950s, this term came to be used widely. Today, the strength of the countries included in the Third World exceeds 120, which is more than 2/3 of the countries of the world. Moreover, the population of these countries is around 3/4 of the world's population. These countries may be relatively weak in their resource base, but the strength of their opinion cannot be set aside by the international community. The countries of the Third World do not conform to a uniform system of organization. They are conspicuous by their differences, conflicts, and dissimilarities, yet they are identified by certain common characteristics. A. These countries have a colonial past, and they show resentment against the former colonial powers and against imperialism as such. Entire case of Asian and African countries, their independence is relatively recent as they remained under colonial domination of West European countries, chiefly Great Britain, France, Belgium, Portugal, Holland, till as late as the end of the Second World War, 1939-45, and even thereafter. In Latin America, the 646 An Introduction to Political Theory. Resentment is directed against the imperialistic policies of the United States, and c. Politics, bureaucracy, and business in these countries are dominated by an educated elite, often the Western educated elite, while the masses have little opportunity to influence policymaking. A large number of these countries have been repeatedly subjected to military dictatorship by overthrowing constitutional governments. From underdevelopment to development, the developing countries of today had inherited extremely backward economies at the time of their independence because their natural and human resources were intensely exploited during the period of their colonial domination. Liberal and Marxist writers have given different accounts of the reasons of their underdevelopment. They have suggested different directions for their development. Liberal view. The views of Western writers broadly represent the liberal perspective on the problems of development and underdevelopment. It postulates that all societies undergo a series of stages of political development through which primitive, traditional, or pre-modern societies eventually become modern, industrialized societies. It implies that modern systems are more efficient in solving the problems of state and society, in the same way as an industrial system is more efficient than a non-mechanized agricultural system. While a traditional political system is largely concerned with the collection of taxes, maintenance of law and order, and defense, the modern system plays an active role in improving the quality of life of its citizens apart from performing the conventional functions of government. Again, in a traditional system, people are not involved in politics. The government only exercises power over them. In contrast, people are closely involved in politics in a modem system. They communicate their demands and views to government regularly. They often express their approval or disapproval to government policies, and the government in turn relies on legitimacy in order to enlist support and cooperation of the people. Liberal models of political development lay special emphasis on differentiation, which means increasing specialization of roles or a clear-cut division of labor in society. Shift from narrow group identification and loyalty to national identification and loyalty. Change from ascribed status and role, determined by tradition, to achieved status and role, determined by performance, and development of appropriate processes and institutions to accommodate these changes. Western exponents of development and modernization largely project liberal democracy as a model to be followed by the developing nations to secure their development. This is evident from the views of earlier as well as contemporary theorists. Thus, James Bryce, Modern Democracies, 1921, and Carl Friedrich, Constitutional Government and Democracies, Theory and Practice in Europe and America, 1937, saw political development as a march towards liberal democracy. Then Gabriel Almond and James Coleman, editors, The Politics of the Developing Areas, 1960, Gabriel Almond and G.B. Powell, Comparative Politics, A Developmental Approach, 1966, and Lucian Pye, Aspects of Political Development, 1966, expressed a similar view in a more technical framework. It implied that the new nations would have to develop their political structures as well as economy and social organization in conformity with those of Western-type liberal democracy, failing which they would remain backward. It further meant that third world countries should keep their economies open to free trade and international competition and rely on market economy for their overall development. Liberal democracy. The system of governance based on the principles of liberalism and democracy. Liberalism seeks to mold human relations into market relations by evolving such rules and procedures that would ensure reconciliation of conflicting interests. Democracy implies the formation of government with the consent of the ordinary people. In a liberal democracy, where government is formed by representatives of the people, it is believed that people can exchange their votes for the policies of their choice, as in a marketplace they can exchange their money for the goods of their choice. They are guided only by their self-interest, and not by any higher moral values. Marxist view. On the contrary, Marxist view suggests the path of confrontation with the imperialism, as enunciated in his Imperialism. The highest stage of capitalism, 1916, had postulated that in the international sphere advanced capitalism had chosen the underdeveloped countries as the target of their exploitation. Lenin had, therefore, exhorted the underdeveloped countries to assume the role of proletariat in the struggle against capitalism. Significance of Lenin's observation lies in exhorting the dependent countries of those days to fight for their independence from the colonial domination. When it comes to deciding appropriate path of development for the present-day developing countries, Marxist and neo-Marxist writers have argued that capitalist path will not suit them. The situation prevailing in these countries is basically different from that where the Western countries started their development. Thus, Paul Barron, The Political Economy of Growth, 1957, observed that advanced capitalist countries of today had managed accumulation of capital by exploiting their colonial territories. Present-day developing countries have no access to such resources. Capitalists of the developing countries are incapable of developing the forces of production. Hence, capitalist path would hardly promote their progress. Andre G. Frank, Capitalism and Underdevelopment in Latin America, 1967, argued that national capitalism and the national bourgeoisie, unlike their concept of development, 649, counterparts in England and the United States, cannot promote development in Latin America. In the Western countries, capitalism played a different role because it was rooted in imperialism. Frank advanced a center-periphery model to elucidate the role of imperialism. He likened metropolis to center and satellite to periphery. They are linked in such a way that the development of the center leads to corresponding underdevelopment in the periphery. This relationship continued even when satellites had gained political independence. Frank suggested that in order to stop underdevelopment of the new nations, they should be de-linked from the capitalist economies. Walter Rodney, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, 974, and B. Cummings, The Origins of Development of the Northeast Asian Political Economy, Industrial Sectors, Product Cycles, and Political Consequences, International Organization, 1984, confirmed Frank's conclusions in the context of Africa and Asia respectively. Similarly, Samir Amin, Accumulation on a World Scale, A Critique of the Theory of Underdevelopment, 1974, argued that the industrialized countries and the less developed countries are integrated in a manner which inhibits capitalism from performing its historical role of developing the productive forces in underdeveloped countries. Amin also confirmed Frank's conclusions in context of Africa. Thus, most Marxist and neo-Marxist scholars have advanced dependency theory in order to explain the phenomenon of underdevelopment in a nutshell. Exponents of the dependency theory argued that third world countries had remained underdeveloped because their social and economic development was being conditioned by external forces. Historically, these countries had remained colonies of advanced capitalist nations. Their looting and plunder by the metropolitan countries was the initial cause of their underdevelopment. In fact, industrial growth of the First World was largely secured by the blatant exploitation of the material as well as human resources of the present-day Third World countries. After the liquidation of colonialism, the advanced countries are continuing the process of exploitation of the Third World through unequal exchange in the international trade. This explanation marks a departure from the conventional Marxist position which sought to explain the phenomenon of domination and exploitation in terms of forces and relations of production. Unequal exchange. The theory of unequal exchange postulates that in the sphere of international trade between developed and developing countries, the developed countries get higher value of the labor inputs of their products because they use a superior technology and produce at a large scale, whereas the developing countries get lower value of the labor inputs of their products because they use inferior technology and produce at a smaller scale. This theory was advanced by Marxist scholars. The principal tenet of the neo-Marxist theory of underdevelopment is that underdevelopment of third world countries is not a stage on the road to capitalism. It is a condition or symptom of their domination by the capitalist world. Advanced industrial societies of the West have throughout been responsible for economic and political underdevelopment of the third world. Under dire present-day conditions, underdeveloped societies are still economically dependent on the export of primary products, various raw materials, and agricultural products. Markets for these products are controlled by the capitalist economies. Hence, they are beyond the control of producing countries. Again, industrially advanced countries invest their capital in the former colonies and use them as suppliers of raw materials and labor at clear-away prices and as potential markets for manufactured goods at the market prices. Thus, former metropolitan countries continue to reap economic profits as earlier without incurring the political costs of colonialism. This strategy of the advanced nations is broadly described as neo-colonialism. Liberal theory shows third world countries the way to escape from their poverty by linking their economies with the industrially advanced nations. This is an illusion. Neo-Marxists argue that if the underdeveloped nations keep their native economies open to free trade and international competition, this will benefit only the rich countries and widen the gap between the rich and the poor countries. They, therefore, suggest that the suppliers of raw materials in the third world should form their cartels and fix just price of their products in order to prevent their exploitation by the advanced countries of the first world. An example of this type of cartel is provided by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, which was originally set up in 1960. Conclusion. Dependency theory is an answer to the problem of neo-colonial exploitation of third world countries. However, answers must also be found to other social, economic, and political problems of these countries. Developing nations will have to adopt a concerted approach for solving their common problems. One response to such a proposal has been South-South cooperation. However, the question of a suitable model of technological development will still have to be solved, for which these countries will have to depend on the advanced countries. Moreover, Western technology, which is suited to serve the needs of an affluent, highly motivated, and small population, cannot be adopted one as such for the poor, somewhat apathetic, and large population of third world countries. These countries must combine borrowed technologies with indigenous technologies for meeting the requirements of the teeming millions. and also ensure suitable employment opportunities to the vast population. The spirit of cutthroat competition prevailing in the West need not be imported to the Third World, which still retains some measure of communitarianism inherited from its culture, yet a modicum of competitive spirit must be introduced here as a measure of motivation. Welfare programs are indispensable in Third World countries, but these should be designed to secure development of human resources and talents, lest they generate vested interests of the incompetent and indolent in PR, a disincentive for the competent and hardworking strata. Moreover, Third world countries cannot afford the luxury of consumerism as prevailing in the West. We should N6T forget that the West is already facing the crisis of human values in spite of its immense material prosperity. The developing countries can exemplify a blend of material and spiritual values to solve the global problems afflicting all humanity. Consumerism, growing craze for consumer goods and services. 4. PATLFS. Development is a complex process. There is no foolproof method of development. Different schools of thought recommend different paths of development. Of these, 4 are particularly important: market society model, welfare state model, socialist model, and Gandhian model. Market society model. Market society model of development equates development with modernization and projects Western society as a model of modem society. In other words, it implies that the developing societies should try to acquire the characteristics of Western societies in order to accomplish their development. James S. Almond and James S. Coleman, 1960. These characteristics of modem society tend to suggest that modernization of the developing societies would result in their westernization. In political sphere, it calls for evolving the structures of liberal democracy. In economic sphere, it encourages competitive market structure. And in social sphere, it promotes equality of opportunity and respect for merit. K. Structure of liberal democracy. Distinctive features of the structure of liberal democracy include: A. Representative government based on majority rule with due recognition of minority rights. B. More than one political parties freely competing for political power. C. Paracac. Elections based on universal adult franchise. D. Political offices net confined to any privileged class. E. Accountability of government to the electorate. F. Protection of civil liberties of citizens, e.g. freedom of thought and expression, movement, association and assembly, etc., including freedom to criticize the government. And G. Independence of judiciary from executive and legislative control. Exponents of market society model treat economic growth as a necessary condition of development. They argue that each nation will have to pass through various stages of economic growth before reaching the stage of abundance. Thus, W. W. Rostow, The Stages of Economic Growth, a Non-Communist Manifesto, 1960, has projected a 5-stage model of economic growth based on economic conditions. A. Traditional stage, based on lack of technology and intensive labor in agriculture. Transitional stage, involving preconditions for takeoff based on technological advances. C. Takeoff stage, or self-sustaining economic growth, when structural constraints on industrialization have been removed and an entrepreneurial class has emerged. D. The drive to maturity, when industrialization has started and the levels of technological development and productivity have risen. And E. Finally, high level of mass consumption, when society has risen above the level of the fulfillment of basic needs and has turned to widespread use of consumers' durables. Then A.F.K. Organski, The Stages of Political Development, 1965, sought to treat economic growth an integral part of political development and projected 4 stages of growth. A. Primitive unification. B. Industrialization. C. National welfare. And D. Finally, the politics of abundance. These theories of development tend to suggest that the developing countries should follow the footsteps of capitalist countries in order to secure their own development. Andre Gunder Frank, Sociology of Development and Underdevelopment of Sociology, 1971, has severely criticized this view. He has pointed out that in the case of Western societies, underdevelopment represented an original stage of traditional society, whereas in the case of developing societies, underdevelopment is the consequence of European capitalist expansion. How can they follow the same pattern of development when their starting points are radically different? Moreover, market society model is not compatible with the spirit of communitarianism which has enlivened the developing societies in the past. They have compensated for their material poverty by a modicum of social solidarity. The members of these societies have held a sentiment of compassion for their neighbors, visitors, and those in dire need. On the contrary, market society is motivated by the spirit of competition where self-interest takes precedence over every other consideration. All obligations in a market society are determined by the needs of mutual interest. Even common interest is treated as an aggregate of the self-interests of different individuals. If the developing societies adopt this model, it would weaken the bonds of their social fabric. In a market society, everything is subservient to maximization of profit. Even higher education, art, and culture are geared to fulfill market needs. The activities that promote intellectual development, respect for human values, the spirit of friendship, love, and devotion are relegated to the background. Human beings are reduced to self-seeking animals with no permanent bonds of loyalty or commitment to any great ideal. Adoption of market society model by the developing societies may increase their material welfare at the expense of their moral strength. Welfare state model. Welfare state model represents a modified version of the liberal view, which originally stood for market society model. However, originally the idea of the welfare state was introduced by Prince Bismarck, 1815 to 98. German chancellor during the period from 1871 to 1899. Bismarck wished to strengthen monarchical absolutism in Prussia and to make it most powerful state in Germany. He was opposed both to liberalism and socialism. In fact, he sought to introduce state socialism in an attempt to counter the appeal of socialism. His policy of state socialism included a series of reforms giving workers various forms of social insurance, which marked the beginning of the welfare state. In England, the idea of the welfare state was introduced by Herbert Henry Asquith, 1852 to 1928, during his prime ministership, 1908 to 16. Asquith belonged to the Liberal Party. The National Insurance Act, 1911, passed during his regime, protected many workers from the effects of sickness and unemployment. However, fuller expression to the idea of the welfare state was given in the famous Beveridge Report, 1942, or the Report on Social Insurance and Allied Services. This report was prepared by William Henry Beveridge, 1879 to 1963, British civil servant and social reformer. It made wide-ranging suggestions, including the proposal for a free national health service, family allowances, government action to maintain full employment, and universal social insurance from the cradle to the grave. This included unemployment, sickness and accident benefits, old age and widow's pensions, funeral grants, and maternity benefits. The acceptance and implementation of most of the recommendations of the Beveridge Report turned England into a model welfare state. In short, welfare state stands for a state that safeguards the liberty of its citizens and provides for various types of social services for its citizens, e.g. For the provision of these services, it resorts to the policy of progressive taxation, i.e. those who have higher income and wealth are required to pay higher rates of taxes. In effect, it is a method of redistribution of wealth in society which seeks to compensate those who are rendered helpless in an open, competitive market system. It is interesting to recall that before the emergence of the welfare state in England, social services were provided under a system of poor relief, where an individual had to compromise his self-respect to avail himself of such relief. But the concept of the welfare state removed this stigma. It was recognized as a system of mutual assistance and self-reliance where all citizens were provided with the means of a respectable living by the nation as a whole. It included the provision of minimum basic needs, housing, employment, adequate standard of living, and opportunities for advancement in life. Eventually, the idea of the welfare state became popular in France, Italy, West Germany, Sweden, Australia, and New Zealand, but it was hardly encouraged in the United States, which maintained its faith in the merit of an open, competitive system. For the developing countries, the policy of the welfare state became almost indispensable. In the first place, they had to deal with the problem of widespread poverty. Secondly, they had a long tradition of social support for the poor and the needy. With the increasing urbanization, the traditional basis of social support for the poor was eroded, so the state had to assume greater responsibility. However, due to extreme shortage of resources, they could set up welfare states only on a subdued scale. To some extent, foreign assistance was also utilized for the purpose. But the functioning of the welfare state in these countries was adversely affected due to bureaucratic inefficiency and corruption. Socialist model of development may be inspired by either of the two broad streams: A. Revolutionary socialism, or B. Evolutionary socialism. Revolutionary socialism is based on the teachings of Karl Marx, 1818 to 83, Friedrich Engels, 1920 to 95, and 6. Lenin, 1870 to 1924. It believes in class struggle between capitalists and workers, revolutionary method for the overthrow of capitalism, full-scale socialization of major means of social production, land, buildings, mines, forests, machinery and capital, etc. Universal labor, focus on the development of technology, and planning for the fulfillment of social needs. This system was established in the former USSR way back in 1917, after the Bolshevik Revolution. Other countries adopted this system either independently or under the tutelage of the then USSR and remained its satellites till the dissolution of the Soviet bloc itself in 1991. Hungary, Poland, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, and Romania, which remained satellites of the former USSR, were never included in the Third World. None of these remained socialist after the dissolution of the Soviet bloc. Albania alone came out of the Soviet bloc in 1968 and became a part of the Third World. It has since relinquished socialist system. Besides, Yugoslavia, Mongolia, and southern Yemen, who adopted socialist system independently and remained part of the Third World, have since relinquished this system. Again, People's Republic of China, Vietnam, North Korea, and Cuba, which adopted socialist system independently and remained part of the Third World, still continue to retain this system, although they do not follow it rigidly. Revolutionary socialist systems are remarkable for protecting the interests of workers, provision of social and economic rights, providing almost universal employment, education, and healthcare, although they hardly care to protect civil liberties and political rights of their citizens. Concept of development. 655. Evolutionary socialism or democratic socialism seeks to achieve the objectives of socialism through democratic method. It gives precedence to civil liberties and political rights of the citizens and tries to make provision of social and economic rights progressively by expanding the social safety network. Its social policy is based on social justice and welfare of the citizens, which are projected as the objects of mass appeal and mass support during democratic elections. In practice, democratic socialist model merges with the welfare state model. That is why the system prevailing in England since 1940s is regarded as an appropriate example of both models. India and a lot of other third world countries try to emulate this model. However, its popularity has declined recently. It is now realized that in a country with huge population, chronic shortage of resources, bureaucratic inefficiency, and rampant corruption, it is not possible to cope with the mad rush of demands for subsidies and reservations for the poor and the underprivileged who outnumber those in the general category. So for further social and economic development of the country, emphasis has shifted to liberalization, privatization, and globalization. We in India are also faced with this situation. However, the policymakers must be warned that our intellectual tradition, cultural heritage, and human value system are not allowed to suffer because of the all-pervasive commercialization. Liberalization. Liberalization refers to the policy of removal or relaxation of government control or restriction on economic activity of the people with a view to maximizing its efficiency. It seeks to reduce the state's liability towards welfare of the individuals and promote incentive-based rewards rather than dependence on various subsidies. FFF. Privatization. Privatization refers to the policy of transferring government ownership and control of any sector of economy to private ownership and control in order to improve the standard of its management and to prevent losses to the public exchequer. Globalization. V***R*I*T policy of globalization holds that economic efficiency can be increased to RHE maximum if economic activity is allowed to benefit from the resources available at the global scale. It encourages the utilization of capital and machinery available in one part of the world, raw materials in another part, labor in still another part for the process of production in search of markets for RHE final product all over the world. Its objectives include the minimization of cost of a product, enhancement of its quality, and the maximization of profit from its marketing. 7. Gandhian model. Mahatma Gandhi, 1869 to 1948, Indian thinker and father of the nation, was primarily a moral philosopher. He did not advance any specific theory of development, but the ideas expressed by him on different occasions for the guidance of mankind contain some insights concerning this issue. Gandhi gave precedence to morality over politics. He saw politics as an instrument of achieving moral goals. His role in the independence movement of India was aimed at securing moral regeneration of India. Gandhi never wanted India to emulate the ways of the Western civilization. He firmly held that the Western civilization sought to promote consumerism, which would lead us to moral decline. Moral regeneration calls for self-control and the spirit of renunciation. Moral strength could not be gained through fulfillment of material needs. As Gandhi wrote in Young India, 1927, I do not believe that multiplication of wants and machinery contrived to supply them is taking the world a single step nearer its goal. I wholeheartedly detest this mad desire to destroy distance and time, to increase animal appetites, and go to the ends of the earth in search of their satisfaction. If modern civilization stands for all this, and I have understood it to do so, I call it satanic. Gandhi was opposed to any notion of development that seeks to multiply material wants and to find the means of their fulfillment. He argued that in the West, people talk of improvement of quality of life in the sense of raising the standard of living. But the key to real improvement of life of man lies in his conscience. It cannot be improved by changing his external conditions. For this, man should be induced to gain knowledge of his duties and devote himself to their fulfillment. Gandhi taught that man should consume minimum quantity of material things which are necessary to keep him physically fit. Additional consumption would mean grabbing the rightful share of others. As a visionary, he observed, Earth has enough resources to satisfy everybody's need but not their greed. Gandhi warned that a greedy person causes immense harm to nature and society. He who does not control his desires creates scarcity of resources for others. Self-restraint is, therefore, not only beneficial to oneself as the key to high moral character, but to others as well. Gandhi's principle of bread labor insists that each individual should do, apart from his normal duties, physical labor towards production of goods for his own consumption. This will not only help in meeting the needs of the teeming millions, but also raise dignity of labor. Gandhi argued that in a country like India where a huge workforce was available for employment, priority should be given to production by the masses over mass production by machines. It was also necessary to prevent the concentration of wealth. As he wrote in Harajat, 1935, dead machinery must not be pitted against the millions of living machines represented by the villagers scattered in the 700,000 villages of India. Machinery to be well used has to help and ease human effort. The present use of machinery tends more and more to concentrate wealth in the hands of a few in total disregard of millions of men and women whose bread is snatched by it out of their mouths. Alternative paths of development. The issue market society. Model. Welfare state model. Socialist model. Gandhian model. Status of the individual. Autonomous but responsible to social needs. needs. Fully responsible to social needs. Fully responsible to social needs. Entitlements of the individual. Opportunity to use full potential and self-interest. Freedom plus social security in cause of undeserved want. Employment, education, healthcare, and social security. Fulfillment of genuine, basic needs. Status of rights, full provision of civil liberties and political rights. Democratic rights plus social and economic rights as far as feasible. Priority to social and economic rights. Duty is prior RO rights. Attitude toward industrialization. Necessary for development. Necessary for development. Necessary for development. It should be restricted RO make use of existing manpower and to fulfill only basic needs. Attitude toward nature. Indifferent, very friendly. Goal of development. Everyone to get suitable reward of merit. Reward of merit in consonance with social responsibility. Respectable living and congenial conditions to serve the society. Build high moral character at individuals with dignity of labor. Gandhi's principle of nonviolence was not confined to dealing with human beings. He wanted to extend it to dealing with nature. In effect, he deprecated the actions that degrade the earth, impoverish nature by overexploitation of its resources, and create inequity among human beings. As he pointed out, how can we be nonviolent to nature unless the ethics of nonviolence becomes central to the ethos of human culture? In the present-day society, it may not be feasible to stop industrialization as Gandhi would have recommended, but Gandhian approach is being increasingly appreciated by the champions of sustainable development. They favor curbs on consumption by the rich to prevent overexploitation of nature and to save the valuable resources not only for the vast humanity in the present-day world, but also for the future generations. Machinery has its place. It has come to stay, but it must not be allowed to displace necessary human labor. Mahatma Gandhi. Development is primarily a positive phenomenon. It stands for improvement of human life in all spheres. But when it comes to economic sphere, some of its side effects may prove to be negative. Economic development demands higher production, which involves exploitation of natural resources. In the modern age of gigantic machines operated by huge energy resources to meet ever-growing demand for consumption, the process of exploitation of natural resources has become very fast. Can this process continue indefinitely? Do we have unlimited stock of natural resources? Doesn't their mindless exploitation to match the pattern of our consumption have an ill effect on our environment? If so, what can we do to stop an imminent disaster? These are the questions which have stirred the minds of the champions of sustainable development. The concept of sustainable development was aptly defined by the now famous Brundtland Report, entitled Our Common Future, published in 1987. Recognizing that the natural resources are not inexhaustible, it insisted that the development process should be aimed to meet the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. In fact, this idea was floated earlier during the Earth Summit held in Stockholm in 1972. This summit expressed a serious concern at the rapid depletion of the exhaustible natural resources. Brundtland Report endorsed these observations and sought to give a new direction to the process of development. The prominence given to needs of the present, as well as the future in the Brundtland Report, reflects the concern to eradicate poverty and meet basic needs of the vast humanity. The concept of sustainable development focused attention on finding strategies to promote economic and social development without causing environmental degradation, overexploitation, or pollution. The emphasis on development was particularly welcomed by the developing countries and the groups who were primarily concerned about poverty and social deprivation. The debate on sustainable development has remained a favorite subject of the champions of environmentalism. 6. Development and environmentalism. Environmentalism, or ecologism, represents a natural corollary of the doctrine of sustainable development. It seeks to redefine the relationship between human beings and nature and between human beings themselves. It insists that human beings should no longer operate as the masters of the natural world, but as partners with other living organisms. This perspective also calls for a thoroughgoing change in the organization of human world itself. Ecologism. Ecologism refers to the view that ecology, i.e., the pattern and balance of relationships between plants, animals, people, and their environment, Collins Cobilde English Language Dictionary, is a self-sustaining system, that no damage should be done to this system for the satisfaction of human need or greed, as it would be injurious to everyone's life. Ecologism calls for a review of the damage done to the nature in the course of unbridled industrialization, urbanization, and multiplication of human wants. It insists that in order to ensure a healthy survival of mankind, the relation between man and nature should no longer be conceived as that of master and servant, but as one of friendship and partnership. At the beginning of human civilization, population was very small. People led a simple life. They were very close to nature. Their needs were very limited. A small amount of production was sufficient to fulfill their needs. Whatever elements, like oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, etc., they extracted from nature, were replenished through the natural cycles. So the normal consumption by human beings did not cause any damage to nature. The stock of natural resources was so large and their consumption was so little that nobody could anticipate any shortage of these resources in the future. But with the passage of time, human population multiplied. People's level of consumption rose up, and superior technology was evolved to fulfill their increasing demands. This led to a large-scale exploitation of natural resources, so much so that their stocks seemed to be depleting. Again, the use of artificial goods in people's day-to-day life increased, which took them away from nature. The changing patterns of their consumption began to cause contamination of nature. Under the circumstances, new efforts were needed to restore equilibrium between human beings and nature. In politics, the response to this situation came in the form of environmentalism. Early hints of environmentalism may be found in E.F. Schumacher's famous essay Small is Beautiful, 1973, which contained a critique of modern industrial society. He observed, "The modern industrial system, with all its intellectual 660 and introduction to political theory, sophistication, consumes the very basis on which it has been erected." Schumacher warned that the earth and its non-renewable resources should not be confused with the concept of capital, which we create and then spend or invest. In fact, certain natural resources cannot be created and certainly cannot be increased. By consuming these resources, modern industrial society is running a business winch, is eating away its own capital. It is digging its own grave. Advanced industrial societies, with higher rates of production and consumption, are more responsible for environmental degradation and pollution than the developing societies. As Ted Trainer, Abandoned Affluence I, 1985, observes, each American uses 617 times as much energy per year as the average for Ethiopians. Unduly higher level of consumption by Americans is also corroborated by other sources of data. They reveal that Americans comprise 6% of world population, but they are responsible for consumption of about 50% of manufactured goods and 33% of energy resources of the world. This leaves very little for the poor. Countries with vast populations. This trend is not good for the health of Americans themselves, not to speak of its role in the impoverishment of others. Man is complex. He makes deserts bloom and lakes die. Oh, Taverson's J. Peter, 83, b. Environmentalists argue that the people of advanced nations should reduce the use of private vehicles and increase the use of public transport and bicycles. They should switch over to consumption of grapin vegetables, arid pulses from that of fish and mutton. They should promote the use of wind energy and solar energy instead of coal, electricity, and nuclear energy. Environmentalists entourage plantation of trees all over the world. In fact, environmentalist movement has motivated many Americans to running, cycling, taking natural food, and living in rural areas. Similar trend is visible in other countries of the world also. Environmentalists wish that human beings should maintain friendly relations with nature and should not damage it. Since they insist on maintaining greenery of nature, their outlook is also described as green movement or green polities. According to environmentalists, the blind race for increasing exploitation of natural resources in the name of development has alienated human beings from nature physically as well as spiritually. In order to restore the harmonious relationship between the two, human beings will have to learn a degree of humility with regard to their environment and to the various types of species on Earth. We must realize that the relentless extraction of natural minerals and other resources to feed an increasingly greedy manufacturing system gives rise to environmental degradation. Arid causes immense harm to humanity. It poofs various pollutants into the atmosphere which damage the health of all living beings, including plants and animals. This process is also responsible for greenhouse effect, global warming, and ozone depletion, which pose a danger to the very existence of mankind. Concept of development, 661. Global warming, the process involving extraordinary rise in Earth's temperature due to increasing atmospheric pollution. This pollution results from the increasing consumption of petrol and diesel, and soil erosion due to cutting of forests and mountains. It is feared that it will give rise to climate change, the melting of polar ice, and consequent rise in sea level. Why ozone depletion? Ozone is a concentrated form of oxygen. Its molecule consists of 3 oxygen atoms, whereas a molecule of ordinary oxygen consists of 2 atoms. The ozone layer exists between 10 and 50 kilometers above the Earth's surface. There it absorbs nearly all of the high-energy ultraviolet radiation from the sun, protecting plants and animals from its damaging effects. It is feared that increasing atmospheric pollution has caused depletion of ozone, resulting in a hole in the ozone layer over the Antarctica. We can no longer throw our waste away because there is no away. William T. Cahill, 1971, R.I. Pollution doesn't respect state boundaries, and FT is difficult if not impossible to solve these problems on a state-by-state basis. 5. William Becker, 1989. In order to save mankind from imminent catastrophe, environmentalists wish to dismantle the prevailing large-scale industrial system and to replace it by smaller-scale manufacturing system which would be sustained by a number of self-governing local communities. In other words, they recommend that the existing system of production at a monstrous scale should be reduced to one at a human scale. Small communities with a moderate level of consumption and organized at smaller scale represent the model world of environmentalists. That is precisely the idea behind Schumacher's famous dictum, "Small is beautiful." In order to curb the overall levels of consumption, Environmentalists also demand reduction in population. It is true that the teeming millions in the third world comprise the major source of its social and economic problems, but it should not be forgotten that their levels of consumption are very low, and proper planning can help in utilizing their immense potential of physical and mental labor. On the other hand, people in the West who are used to comfortable living and extremely high level of consumption also need reasonable population control, apart from the control on their consumption. Finally, environmentalists insist on moral regeneration of mankind to ensure a just and equitable distribution of resources. If individuals of all countries realize their responsibility to maintain a clean and congenial atmosphere on the globe, they will certainly make it worth living for the present as well as future generations. This idea is aptly expressed in a UN slogan. We have not inherited this planet from our parents. We have borrowed it from our children. Again, the sense of individual responsibility is expressed in another environmentalist slogan. Think globally, act locally. When mankind is organized into small communities, people are required to act locally. When they are conscious of the effects of their activities on the global environment, they tend to think globally. Still another slogan of British and German environmentalists exhorts people to forget their ideological differences and act together for a better future of mankind. It reads, neither left nor right, but forwards. The real owners of the land are not yet born. Indian, Canada, saying I. VFL, concept of political development. General theory of development is largely concerned with the economic activity undertaken by a country for the improvement of quality of life of its citizens and its social consequences. Since the developing countries are more concerned about their all-round development, it is the focus of their public policy. However, many scholars of politics feel that in order to secure an overall development, a country should also transform its political environment and institutions on the lines of modem nations. The process which seeks to transform political environment and institutions of a developing country in order to make it more efficient to fulfill the changing needs and aspirations of its citizens is described as political development. In other words, political development denotes the process through which the political system of a developing country acquires the characteristics of a developed country. Concept of political development is derived from the liberal tradition of the West. It projects Western liberal democracy as the model of a developed society. Since it is also regarded as the modem society, development is sometimes described as modernization, and political development is conceived as political modernization star. In short, modernization stands for the process of transition of a society from traditional values and institutions to modern ways of life. Generally, traditional values and institutions are regarded as fit for an agrarian economy and society, whereas modern ways of life are regarded as fit for industrial and technology-based society. It is believed that only the modem system is capable of fulfilling the needs and aspirations of the modern man. Different writers have advanced different models of political development of these. Two are particularly important which are based on similar thinking. The first model advanced by James S. Coleman and Lucian Pye, Political Culture and Political Development, edited by Lucian Pye and Sidney Verba, 1965, conceived of political development as political modernization. In its view, a modern political system is more efficient than a traditional political system in the same way as the modern industrial system is more efficient than traditional, non-mechanized agriculture. Traditional political system was primarily concerned with the collection of taxes, law and order and defense, but modern political system also plays an active role in improving the quality of life of its citizens apart from performing its traditional functions. Under traditional political system, people were not involved in politics. Government simply exercised power over them. But under modern political system, people are closely associated with politics. They do convey their demands and opinions to government. They do express their support or opposition to government policies and decisions. Government broadly relies on legitimacy of its acts in order to secure the support and cooperation of the people. This model identifies three characteristics of political modernization. A. Differentiation. B. Equality. And C. Capacity. Taken together, they comprise development syndrome. Differentiation refers to the process of progressive separation and specialization of roles, institutional spheres, and associations within the political system, e.g. the separation of occupational roles from kinship, of legal norms from religion, of administration from politics. Equality is regarded as the ethos of modernity. It implies the notion of universal adult citizenship, legal equality of all citizens, and the psychic equality of opportunity for all to gain excellence according to their respective talents and efforts. The subjects of traditional society become citizens of modern society. Modern political system encourages people's participation in the process of governance. This results in the greater respect for law. Capacity in this sense denotes the increased capability of political system for the management of public affairs, control of disputes, and coping up with the new demands of the people. The second model of political development was advanced by Gabriel Almond and G.B. Powell, Comparative Politics, a Developmental Approach, 1966. Based on the structural functional analysis of political system, this model identifies three characteristics of political development. A. Structural differentiation. B. Secularization of culture. And C. Expansion of capabilities. Structural differentiation implies the evolution of distinct structures, organs, or institutions for the performance of different functions of political system. It operates at two levels. A. At input level, It envisages the emergence of suitable non-governmental structures for performing the functions of political socialization, family, school, peer groups, etc., interest articulation, interest groups, interest aggregation, political parties, and political communication, media office communication. At output level, it stipulates separation of powers between different governmental organs for performing the functions of rulemaking, legislature, rule application, executive, and rule adjudication, judiciary. Secularization of culture denotes the process by which people gradually adopt more rational, empirical, and analytical outlook in their political thinking and action. In particular, it requires transition from lower to higher levels of political culture, i.e. from parochial to subject, and from subject to pale open political culture. Expansion of capabilities refers to an increase in 4 types of capabilities of political system. A. Regulative capability, the capability of legitimate coercion to control the behavior of individuals and groups. Z. Extractive capability, the capability to appropriate the natural and human resources of society and international environment. C. Distributive capability, the capability to distribute various benefits to individuals and groups. And D. Responsive capability, the capability to respond to the demands coming from society and international environment. A balanced development requires that regulative and extractive capabilities of political system are suitably matched with its distributive and responsive capabilities. The individual con-on should influence the system. Political culture, FZ. Political culture refers to those aspects of the culture of a community, including its values, norms, and beliefs which lend legitimacy to its political institutions and ruling classes, and determine status of the individual vis-a-vis those institutions and classes. Gabriel Almond and Sidney Verba, The Civic Culture, 1965, have identified 3 types of political culture, although in actual practice these may not be found in pure form. A. Under parochial culture, the individual has very dim awareness of the existence of a larger political system beyond his village or tribal group. B. Under subject culture, the individual is aware of the larger political system but passively accepts its decisions. And C. Under participant culture, the individual becomes an active member of the political system. It creates respect for authority, a sense of individual independence, diff acceptance of legitimacy of the political system. It based on the belief that AS type of political culture, the ITSU parochial culture, subject culture, participant culture, people's concern for political institutions and processes. 3A, RV, very little. They only superficial, hardly differentiate. People are aware politics as a distinct of the political sphere of life processes and their outcomes, but they are hardly interested in playing any role therein. VPRY deep. Citizens have a strong sense of their role in politics and their responsibility in this sphere. Political roles of different social organs. Not yet fixed, dimly fixed, firmly fixed. Level of individual's awareness of his political role. Low-ish, average high. Individual's capacity to influence political decisions and policies. Negligible, marginal, substantial. Prospects of change in political fortunes of people. Not expected. 7. Thinly expected, strongly expected. Largely found in poor, illiterate, under authoritarian regimes, developed countries, democratic regimes. Broadly speaking, a traditional society is characterized by parochial culture, a transitional society by subject culture, and a modern society by participant culture. Political culture is a non-institutional element which may sustain certain political institutions and fail to sustain others. For example, a culture based on caste system, ancestor worship, or divine right of kingship will fail to sustain democracy. It must be transformed to cultivate belief in human equality for upholding democratic institutions. The process of modernization involves transition from lower to higher forms of political culture, which requires to ensure individuals' increasing concern with and response to the larger political system. It means that the individual who was initially indifferent to politics should be gradually drawn into the political process as an increasingly conscious and responsible participant. If developing societies are able to develop the characteristics of public, modernization, or political development in their political systems, they are likely to prove more efficient in their political functioning. But each of these countries must combine these requisites with its own genius. Because of their large size, complex, and multicultural character combined with the heritage of communitarian sentiment, they should not be reduced to competitive market societies in the name of their political development. 8. Political modernization and development. A comparative study. The issue political modernization, as conceived by James Coleman and Lucian Pye. Political development, as conceived by Gabriel Almond and G. B. Powell. Differentiation, structural differentiation. Structural, the process of progressive separation, the emergence of distinct structures, changes, and specialization of roles, institutional spheres, and associations within the political system. Equality, for the performance of specific functions both at input and output levels. Secularization of culture, attitudinal transformation of the subjects of the adoption of more rational, empirical changes traditional society into citizens of modern society. Legal equality and equality of opportunity for all citizens. Capacity and analytical outlook leading to political participation of all as equal citizens. FYFF, expansion of capabilities, development greater efficiency of the political balancing of regulative and extractive of abilities system RO manage public affairs, capabilities of the political system control disputes, and fulfill the needs and aspirations of people, with its distributive and responsive capabilities. 7. Nation building and state building. Concepts of nation building and state building are closely related to the concept of political development. These processes are particularly important for the new nations of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, which are described as developing societies. These are complementary processes which must be taken up together as they would strengthen each other. Most of the new nations had to face the problem of their political integration so that the people in each country consider themselves part and parcel of a single nation and owe their loyalty to a single center of power. These states, in fact, represent conglomerations of different racial, tribal, ethnic, religious, and regional groups with a weak sense of identity and the common interest. Their integration into a nation-state involves the problem of nation building and state building. Nation building stands for the process by which people transfer their commitment and loyalty from smaller tribes, villages, or petty principalities to the larger central political system. It involves developing a sense of community among the people within the jurisdiction of a political system and provides for a sense of identification, a common object of their allegiance, an emotional bond, and social solidarity. It gives them a national identity cutting across their group loyalties based on religion, race, caste, language, region, culture, occupation, etc. This process integrates the diverse sectors and strata of society and produces the consensus and cooperation so vital to domestic peace and political effectiveness. It involves developing the concept of the legitimacy of the nation as the larger and central political system. J. Political integration. Political integration refers to the process through which individual identifies himself as an integral part of his community while retaining his personal identity in his personality. However, this process would remain incomplete without undertaking the task of state building. Respect for authority and for the prevalent method of rule cannot be won until the state itself proves to be capable of fulfilling the needs and aspirations of the people. State building implies the process whereby a common center of power is evolved in order to establish law and order throughout the state and to extend the defensive and welfare services of the state to each and every part of its territory. Rajni Kothari, an eminent Indian scholar, state and nation building. For Third World Perspective, 1976, has observed that the concept of state building and nation building represents the political aspect of a country's development, whereas modernization is concerned with its economic, technological, and administrative aspects. Western political scientists argue that the developing countries should first attend to the problem of modernization. Political development would take care of itself. In other words, the developing countries should focus on raising their gross national product, GNP, urbanization, rational bureaucratic establishment, manipulative technology, and social mobilization. Their political development would automatically follow when these objectives have been achieved. Kothari has rightly pointed out that this view is not corroborated by the European history itself. European countries had achieved national consolidation before embarking on their modernization, so the developing countries should also give precedence to state building and nation building before undertaking their modernization. Further reading. Books. Anthony Arblaster, Democracy, Milton Keynes, Open University Press, 1987. O.M. Bakshi, The Crisis of Political Theory, An Inquiry into Contemporary Thought, Delhi, Oxford University Press, 1987. Alan R. Ball, Modern Politics and Government, London, Macmillan, 1988. Leon, Baradat, Political Ideologies, Their Origins and Impact, Englewood Cliffs, Prentice Hall, 1979. J. M. Barbalet, Citizenship, Rights, Struggle and Class Inequality, Milton Keynes, Open University Press, 1988. Ernest Barker, Principles of Social and Political Theory, London, Oxford University Press, 1951. Norman P. Barry, An Introduction to Modern Political Theory, London, Macmillan, 1989. Richard Bellamy, Ed Theories and Concepts of Politics, New York, Manchester University Press, 1993. 8.1. Ben. R. 8. Peters, Social Principles and the Democratic State, London, George Allen and Unwin, 1975. Andrew Pound Bettel, Ideology and Social Science, New Delhi, Penguin Books, 2006. Inequality Among Men, Delhi, Oxford University Press, 1977. Anthony H. Birch, The Concepts and Theories of Modern Democracy, London, Routledge, 2001. T. B. Bottomore, Classes in Modern Society, London, George Allen and Unwin, 1965. Elites in Society, Middlesex, Penguin, 1964. Stephen Eric Bronner, ed. 20th Century Political Thought, A Reader, New York and London, Routledge, 1997. Alex Kalinikos, Equality, Cambridge, Polity, 2000. Martin Carnoy, The State and Political Theory, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1984. 669. G. E. G. Catlin, Systematic Politics, Toronto, University of Toronto Press, 1965. James C. Charlesworth, ed. Contemporary Political Analysis, New York, The Free Press, 1967. Thomas Christians, John Christman, eds. Contemporary Debates in Political Philosophy, West Sussex, Wiley-Blackwell, 2009. William E. Connolly. The Terms of Political Discourse, Oxford, Martin Robertson, 1983. Anthony de Crespigny, Alan Wertheimer, eds. Contemporary Political Theory, London, Nelson, 1971. Bernard Crick. In Defense of Politics, Harmonsworth, Penguin, 1964. Socialism, Milton Keynes, Open University Press, 1987. Robert A. Dahl. Democracy and Its Critics, New Delhi, Orient Longman, 1991. Modem Political Analysis, New Delhi, Prentice Hall, 1991. Morton R. Davies, V. A. Lewis. Models of Political Systems, London, Pall Mall, 1971. S. C. Dubé. Modernization and Development, The Search for Alternative Paradigms, New Delhi, Vister, 1988. Vernon van Dyke. Political Science, Philosophical Analysis, Stanford, Stanford University Press, 1960. Roger Eatwell, Anthony Wright, eds. Contemporary Political Ideologies, London, Printer Publishers, 1993. William Ebenstein. Modem Political Thought, The Great Issues, New Delhi, Oxford and IBH, 1970. Today's Isms, Englewood Cliffs, Prentice Hall, 1980. Robert Eccleshall, et al. Political Ideologies, An Introduction, London, Routledge, 1994. John Elster. An Introduction to Karl Marx, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1986. Friedrich Engels. The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1972. Colin Farrelly. Introduction to Contemporary Political Theory, London, Sage, 2004. Keith Fox. Political Sociology, A Critical Introduction, Edinburgh, Edinburgh University Press, 1999. Carl J. Friedrich. An Introduction to Political Theory, New York, Harper and Row, 1967. W. Friedman. Law in a Changing Society, London, Stevens and Sons, 1959. Ed. Legal Theory, London, Stevens and Sons, 1967. Madhav Gadgil, Ramachandra Guha. Ecology and Equity, New Delhi, Penguin India, 1995. O.P. Gauba. Dimensions of Social Justice, New Delhi, National, 1983. Reading Gandhi, New Delhi, National, 2009. Social and Political Philosophy, New Delhi, National, 2007. Gerald F. Gauss. Chandran Kakathas, eds. Handbook of Political Theory, London, Sage, 2004. Dante Germino. Beyond Ideology, The Revival of Political Theory, New York, Harper and Row, 1967. Alan Goworth. Human Rights, Essays on Justification and Applications, Chicago, Chicago University Press, 1982. Morris Ginsburg. Law and Opinion in England in the 20th Century, Berkeley University of California Press, 1959. On Justice and Society, Middlesex, Penguin, 1965. James A. Gould. Vincent V. Thursby, eds. Contemporary Political Thought, Issues and Scope, Value and Direction, New York, Holt, Reinhardt and Winston, 1969. Keith Graham, C.D. Contemporary Political Philosophy, Radical Studies, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1982. Andrew Hacker. Political Theory, Philosophy, Ideology and Science, Toronto, Macmillan, 1961. Jane Hampton. Political Philosophy, An Introduction, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1997. Derek Heater. What is Citizenship? Cambridge, Polity Press, 1999. David Held. Models of Democracy, Cambridge, Polity Press, 1996. Political Theory in the Modern State, London, Polity, 1994. Ed. Political Theory Today, Cambridge, Polity Press, 1991. L. T. Hobhouse. The Elements of Social Justice, London, George Allen and Unwin, 1922. Liberalism, New York, Oxford University Press, 19111964. John Horton. Political Obligation, London, Macmillan, 1992. Thomas Yanowski. Citizenship and Civil Society, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1998. C. E. M. Joad. Introduction to Modem Political Theory, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1974. Neville Johnson. The Limits of Political Science, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1989. Dudley Knowles. Political Philosophy, London, Routledge, 2001. Leszek Kolakowski. Main Currents of Marxism, Its Origin, Growth and Dissolution, Volume 1. The Founders, Volume 2. The Golden Age, Volume 3. The Breakdown, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1982. Rajni Kothari. Rethinking Development, In Search of Humane Alternatives, Delhi, A. and Ta. 1988. Ed. State and Nation Building, A Third World Perspective, Bombay, Allied Publishers, 1976. Will Kymlicka. Contemporary Political Philosophy, An Introduction, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 2005. Harold J. Lasky. Liberty in the Modem State, London, George Allen L. Unwin, 1961. The State in Theory and Practice, London, George Allen and Unwin, 1961. Harold Laswell. Abraham Kaplan. Power and Society, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1950. Henri Lefebvre, The Sociology of Marx, London, The Penguin Press, 1968. Adrian Leftwich, What is Politics? The Activity and Its Study, Oxford, Basil D. Blackwell, 1984. V. I. Lenin, The State and Revolution, Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1969. Michael Lesnoff, ed. Social Contract Theory, Oxford, Basil Blackwell, 1990. John Lewis, Marxism and the Open Mind, Connecticut, Greenwood Press Publishers, 1976. Leslie Lipson, The Great Issues of Politics, An Introduction to Political Science, Englewood Cliffs, Prentice Hall, 1993. Seymour Martin Lipset, ed. Politics and the Social Sciences, New York, Oxford University Press, 1969. J. R. Lucas, The Principles of Politics, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1967. Stephen Lukes, ed. Power, Oxford, Basil Blackwell, 1986. Robert M. McIlvaine, The Modern State, London, Oxford University Press, 1926. The Web of Government, New York, The Free Press, 1965. C. B. McPherson, Democratic Theory, Essays and Retrieval, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1973. The Life and Times of Liberal Democracy, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1977. The Real World of Democracy, New York, Oxford University Press, 1966-1972. John M. Maguire, Marx's Theory of Politics, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1978. David Marsh, Jerry Stoker, eds. Theory and Methods of Political Science, London, Macmillan, 1995. Karl Marx, Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844, Moscow, Progress, Publishers, 1977. Friedrich Engels, Manifesto of the Communist Party, Communist Manifesto, Moscow, Progress Publishers, 1975. Catriona McKinnon, ed. Issues in Political Theory, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2008. David McClellan, Marxism After Marx, An Introduction, London, Macmillan, 1979. Peter H. Merkel, Political Continuity and Change, New York, Harper & Row, 1972. Diana T. Innes Myers, ed. Feminist Thought, A Reader, New York, F.C. London, Routledge, 1997. Ralph Miliband, Marxism and Politics, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1977. The State in Capitalist Society, The Analysis of Western System of Power, London, Quartet Books, 1969. Degree David Miller, ed. Liberty, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1991. I. Further Reading 673. I. Political Philosophy, A Very Short Introduction, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2003. Social Justice, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1976. A. Larry Siedentop, eds. The Nature of Political Theory, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1983. J. D. B. Miller, The Nature of Politics, London, Gerald Duckworth, 1962. Kenneth Minogue, Politics, A Very Short Introduction, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1995. Manoranjan Mohanty, Contemporary Indian Political Theory, New Delhi, Samskriti, 2000. Lydia Morris, Dangerous Classes, The Underclass and Social Citizenship, London and New York, Routledge, 1994. Thomas Pantham, Political Theories and Social Reconstruction, New Delhi, Sage India, 1995. Bika Parekh, Gandhi, A Very Short Introduction, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1997. Rethinking Multiculturalism, Cultural Diversity and Political Theory, Harvard, Harvard University Press, 2002. Geriant Perry, Political Elites, London, George Allen and Unwin, 1969. Z. Pilchinsky, John Gray, eds. Conceptions of Liberty in Political Philosophy, London, The Athlone Press, 1984. J. Ronald Pinnock, Democratic Political Theory, Princeton, Princeton University Press, 1979. John Tamanatz, Democracy and Illusion, London Carrot Longman, 1978. Roscoe Pound, The Spirit of the Common Law, New Hampshire, Marshall Jones Company, 1931. A. Anthony Quinton, ed. Political Philosophy, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1967. Ramashray Roy, Understanding Gandhi, Delhi, Ajunta, 1996. D. D. Raphael, Problems of Political Philosophy, London, Macmillan, 1976. John Rawls, Theory of Justice, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1971. John Rees, Equality, London, Pall Mall, 1971. David M. Ricci, The Tragedy of Political Science, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1984. W. G. Runciman, Social Science and Political Theory, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1969. Michael Rush, Politics and Society, An Introduction to Political Sociology, New York, Harvester Wheatsheaf, 1992. Michael Five, Sanael, ed. Liberalism and Its Critics, Oxlord, Basil Blackwell, 19841. John Schwartzmantel, The State in Contemporary One Society, An Introduction, New York, Wheat Sheaf, 1994. Amartya Sen. Development as Freedom, New York. Anchor Books, 2000. Inequality Re-Examined, Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1992. Manfred B. Steger. Globalization, A Very Short Introduction, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2003. James P. Sturba, ed. Social and Political Philosophy, Contemporary Perspectives, London and New York, Routledge, 2001. Adam Swift, Political Philosophy, Cambridge, Polity Press, 2001. R. H. Tawney, Equality, London, George Allen and Unwin, 1938. The Acquisitive Society, New York, Harcourt Brace and Company, 1920. Andrew Vincent, Modern Political Ideologies, West Sussex, Wiley Blackwell, 2010. Raymond Wax, Philosophy of Law, A Very Short Introduction, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2006. Jeremy Walden, ed. Theories of Rights, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1984. Stephen L. Wasby, Political Science, The Discipline and Its Dimensions, Calcutta, Scientific Book Agency, 1972. C. W. Watson, Multiculturalism, New Delhi, Viva Books, 2002. C. L. Waper, Political Thought, London, St. Paul's House, 1973. Sheldon S. Volline, Politics and Vision, Continuity and Change in Western Political Thought, Boston, Little Brown, 1960. Reference works: Sonia Andermar, Terry Lovell, Carol Wukowitz. A Glossary of Feminist Theory, London, Arnold, 1997. Bill Ashcraft, et al. Key Concepts in Postcolonial Studies, London, Routledge, 1998. Frank Bealey, The Blackwell Dictionary of Political Science, Oxford, Blackwell, 1999. Robert Benuick, Philip Green, eds. The Routledge Dictionary of Political Thinkers, London, Routledge, 1998. Vernon Bogdaner, ed. The Blackwell Encyclopedia of Political Institutions, Oxford, Blackwell Reference, 1987. Carls Boyks, Susan Stokes, eds. The Oxford Handbook of Comparative Politics, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2009. Tom Bottomore, ed. A Dictionary of Marxist Thought, Oxford, Blackwell Reference, 1991. Robert E. Goodman, Philip Petit, eds. A Companion to Contemporary Political Philosophy, Oxford, Blackwell Reference, 1993. eds. Contemporary Political Philosophy, an Anthology, Oxford, Blackwell, 1997. Julius Gould, William L. Kolb, eds. A Dictionary of the Social Science, compiled under the auspices of UNESCO, London, Tavistock Publications, 1964. Mary Hawksworth, Maurice Kogan, eds. Ian 2, London, Routledge, 1992. Edward Hyams, A Dictionary of Modern Revolution, New York, Taplinker Publishing Company, 1973. Joel Krieger, ed. The Oxford Companion to Politics of the World, New York, Oxford University Press, 1993. Frank N. McGill, ed. International Encyclopedia of Government and Politics, VBLS, 1 and 2, London and Chicago, FD, 1996. Ian McLean, The Concise Oxford Dictionary of Politics, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2003. David Miller, ed. The Blackwell Encyclopedia of Political Thought, Oxford, Blackwell Reference, 1987. William Outhwaite, Tom Bottomore, eds. The Blackwell Dictionary of 20th Century Social Thought, Oxford, Blackwell Reference, 1993. J. C. Plano, R. E. Riggs, H. S. Robin, The Dictionary of Political Analysis, California, ABCCLIO, 1982. Jeffrey K. Roberts, A Dictionary of Political Analysis, London, Longman, 1971. David Robertson, A Dictionary of Human Rights, London and New York, Europa Publications, 2004. The Penguin Dictionary of Politics, Middlesex, Penguin Books, 1986. Roger Scruton, A Dictionary of Political Thought, London, Macmillan, 1982. David L. Sills, ed. International Encyclopedia of the Social Sciences, Voice, 1-17. New York, Macmillan and the Free Press, 1968. Index, Absolute Monarchy, 199. Absolutism, 202. Adjudication, 314. Advanced Industrial Countries, 177. Advisory Council, 602. Affirmative Action, 462. Alienation, 440. 496. O. Alternative Vote, 583. E. Althusius, Johannes, 200. Althusser, Lewis, 138. Analytical Jurisprudence, 310. Anarchism, 69. 74. 304. RO. Anarchist View of Political Obligation, 304. Anarcho-Syndicalism, 72. Ed Hannah, 25. 345-46. Aristotle, 141-42. 153. 232-33. S. Aristotle's Theory of Justice, 508-09. Aaron, Raymond, 596-7. Assimilation, 588. Association, 157. 207. Austin, John, 192. 310. G. Authoritarianism, 68, 203, 591-IA. Authoritarian state, 29. System, 502A. R. Authoritative allocation of values, V. 96-7. Authority, 324, 326, 419A. Autocracy, 365. Bacon, Francis, 19. IR. Barker, Ernest, 210. Base and superstructure, 163,279, 529. Behavioral approach, 6, 120, 125. Benevolent despotism, 565. Bentham, Jeremy, 192, 253. Berlin, Isaiah, 429. Biological school, 233. Black aesthetics, 412, 591. Bowden, Jean, 189. Bourgeoisie, 43, 332, 359, 496. Brain drain, 223. Bread labor, 79. Bryce, James, 569. Burke, Edmund, 383. Capitalism, 31, 251, 332, 440. 4. Capitalist society, 138. Captive market, 221. Causal theory, 12. Center periphery model, 648. Chicago school, 120. Circulation of elites, 336, 617. Citizenship, 350, 353-54. Civic republicanism, 363. Civil disobedience, 367, 602. Liberties, 164, 400-01, 423, 576. Liberty, 422. Rights, 353. Society, 162, 164. ISI, 294, 364. Class conflict, 42-43, 359, 636. Classical liberalism, 30, 249, 677. J. M. Marxism, 39. Classless society, 79, 304, 560. Class perspective on power, 331, 344. The state, 274. Struggle, 42, 556. Cleavage, 550. Cognizable offense, 317. Cold War, 177, 224. Collectivism, 72, 433. Colonialism, 47, 172, 220. Colonial powers, 285. Command economy, 411. Common good concept, 546, 548. Commune, 72. System, 610. I. Communications theory, 132. Communist anarchism, 72. Communitarian perspective on justice, 541. The common good, 552, 562. State, 281, 284. 120. Continuum, 375, 503. Conventional inequality, 454. Corporatism, 579. Creamy layer, 463. Creative freedom, 445-46, 519, 621. Critical theory, 20, 45. Cultural authoritarianism, 449. Relativism, 411. Rights, 403. Culture, 82. C. A. Concept, 643. Developmental power, 347. Development syndrome, 663. Dewey, John, 589. Dialectical materialism, 40-629. Process, 630. Dicey 278. Due process of law, 321. Duguid, L6 on, 209. Dworkin, Ronald, 153, 311, 379. Fabianism, 51, 53. Fabian socialism, 51, 53. False consciousness, 21. Fascism, 60-61, 67, 116, 302, 595. Federalism, 195. Felicific calculus, 254. Feminism, 120. Continuum, 375, 503. Conventional inequality, 454. Corporatism, 579. Creamy layer, 463. Creative freedom, 445-46, 519, 621. Critical theory, 20, 45. Cultural authoritarianism, 449. Relativism, 411. Rights, 403. Culture, 82.